1 minute to air. Thirty seconds. We're live.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Durham Planning Commission. The members of the Durham Planning Commission have been appointed by the City Council and the County Board of Commissioners as an advisory board to the elected officials. So you should know that the elected officials have the final vote on any issue that's before us this evening. Tonight's meeting, as you know, is being held virtually using the Zoom virtual meeting platform. And in this virtual meeting platform, public participants do not have the ability to speak or be seen on video by default. Speakers will be given the ability to speak at the appropriate time in the meeting. Each item will have a public hearing. If you have pre-registered for a particular item during the meeting this evening, your name will be called at the appropriate time for you to make your comments, just like you would at an in-person meeting. If you called in before the meeting started and the staff was able to get your information, your name will also be called to speak at the appropriate time as normal. We will make sure to offer opportunities during each public hearing for those of you who have not been able to sign up yet in advance to have the opportunity to speak as well. You can call in during the meeting tonight using the phone number that's listed at the bottom of your screen. For those of you who are watching at home, if you call in during the meeting, you'll need to wait until the particular hearing you're interested in opens and we open the public hearing. Once we've called through everyone who's pre-registered, then we'll ask if there's anyone else who would like to speak. At that point, you're going to need to digitally raise your hand. So you press *9 on your phone. That raises your hand on the Zoom platform. Then we can recognize you and we can turn your audio on so that you can then begin your public comments. We do ask that you give us your name and your mailing address, and then you'll have a certain amount of time to offer your comments. Finally, all motions are stated in the affirmative. So if a motion fails or ties, the recommendation is for denial. Thank you. Staff, may we have the roll call, please?
Good evening, commissioners. I'm not aware of any absences for this evening. Chair Busby, have you received any requests for absences?
I have not.
Okay. Commissioner Alturk?
Here.
Commissioner Amendolia?
Here.
Commissioner Baker?
Here.
Chair Busby?
Here.
Commissioner Durkin?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Present.
Vice Chair Kinchin?
Present.
Commissioner Lanfried?
Here.
Commissioner Lowe?
Present.
And Commissioner McIver?
Present.
Commissioner Miller?
Here.
Okay. Commissioner Morgan?
Good evening, I'm here.
Okay. Commissioner Santiago?
Here.
And Commissioner Williams?
Here.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll move forward first with approval of the minutes and consistency statements. The first, we have two from two previous meetings. The first is the June 9th, 2020 meeting. And those were sent the other day by email and are posted on the Planning Commission website.
Well, both sets were posted and mailed to you. If we could get a motion for both sets at the same time, that would be just as easy, if that's okay with the chair.
That would be wonderful. So it would be a motion for the June 9th and the July 14th minutes and consistency statement. Do we have that motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Lowe,
Second.
Seconded.
We'll give it to Commissioner Morgan for the second. All those in favor, can we have a roll call vote, please?
yes. Commissioner Alturk,
Yes.
Commissioner Amendolia,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
He said yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanfrey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Ms. Smith, we're going to move to adjustments to the agenda. I believe we have one adjustment. Is that correct for this evening?
Yes, Chair Busby. Staff would recommend and request that the item for recognition of the resolution for George Bryan be moved to the beginning of the agenda prior to the public hearings.
I would welcome a motion to that effect.
So moved, Cedric Johnson.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Al Turk, and we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Alturk,
Yes.
Commissioner Amendolia,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanfrey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Unanimous.
It's unanimous. We will move to that first item then, and I'm pleased to see Commissioner Bryan is with us this evening. George, we have a resolution that I will read in its entirety, and then certainly welcome any comments from you and other commissioners. And we already miss you, but you may not miss us after seeing our agenda for the evening. And thanks to the staff for helping put this together. This is a resolution in appreciation of Mr. George Bryan. Whereas Mr. George Bryan was a member of the Durham Planning Commission from November 1st, 1989 to June 30th, 1996, then July 1st, 2005 to June 30th, 2011, and finally from January 30th, 2016 until June 30th, 2020, serving as chair from 2007 to 2008. And whereas the Durham Planning Commission and the citizens of the city and county of Durham have benefited from the dedicated efforts that he displayed while serving as a member of the Durham Planning Commission for multiple non-consecutive terms totaling over 17 years. And whereas this commission and planning staff will miss his expert proofing skills and meticulous attention to detail. And whereas this commission desires to express its appreciation for the public of a job well done, now therefore be it resolved by the Durham Planning Commission that this commission does hereby express its sincere appreciation for the service rendered by Mr. Bryan to the citizens of this community, and that the clerk for the commission is hereby directed to spread this resolution in its entirety upon the official minutes of this commission, and this resolution is hereby presented to Mr. Bryan as a token of the high esteem held for him, adopted this 11th day of August 2020 by the Durham Planning Commission. George, I did want to say one thing. I was going to do it as a joke, but it's actually true. There is one typo on here, and I think they did that on purpose so you would catch it.
That's okay. I'm don't ever catch everything I've learned. I just want to be very brief in my comments. First of all, thank you to the commission and to the planning staff. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to serve the citizens of Durham County as a member of the Planning Commission. And it's also been a privilege and pleasure to work with many of you during my final tour of duty. And I think you have a very good commission right now. You do excellent work, and I sincerely believe that you will continue to do excellent work in the future. And that's really all I have to say.
George, I know we've had a moment at previous meetings to thank you, but again, thank you so much for your remarkable service to our community. And we know you'll stay in touch, but best of luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Other
Chair, if
commission-
I may, this is Tom Miller. I
You
wanted
may.
to point out, because I'm not sure everyone's aware, on those occasions and the intervals between his 3 periods of service on the Planning Commission, Mr. Bryan relaxed by serving 9 years on the Open Space and Trails Commission.
We appreciate that as well. That's important service.
Well, it was good to have a break from planning.
Well, at this moment, I would accept a motion to approve this resolution.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Alturk,
Yes.
Commissioner Amendolia,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
and Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Landfried,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
George, thank you again. Happy trails.
We'll fix the typo.
Don't worry about it. Thank you all again. And I am going to leave you to get on with the more important business of the evening, which I think is going to take you a while. So long.
Night, George. So we will move to our first item, our first case item on tonight's agenda. This is the Carver Street assemblage. This was continued from our June 3rd, 2020 meeting. This is case A190005 and Z190009, and we will begin with the staff report.
Good evening. This is Jamie Sunyak with the Planning Department. I would first like to state for the record that all planning items listed on tonight's agenda have been properly advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits are on file in the Planning Department. Next slide, please. This slide basically summarizes the case. The applicant is Tim Sivers. The properties are located generally along Club Creek Road. The site is approximately 134 acres. The request is a planned development residential with a density of 5.75 There is also a request to change the future land use designation. The proposal is up to 675 apartments, single family and detached units, as well as townhouse units. This case was continued from the June 3rd, 2020 Planning Commission. The applicant has submitted additional proffers that were reviewed and found to be legal and enforceable. Those have been included in the attachments 14 and 15 for additional information. The next several slides just summarize the new proffers and some of the modifications that were made. Next slide. So the modifications are highlighted in red and the new text commitments are in green, and I will just read them into the record. A minimum of 20 affordable housing dwelling units shall be provided within the apartment units. No more than 3 of the 20 affordable housing dwelling units shall be grouped together to integrate these units within the market rate apartment units. Units shall meet the definition of affordable housing dwelling unit as set forth by the Unified Development Ordinance at the time of first site plan submittal with apartment structures. Units shall be committed for the life of the unit through conveyances or restrictions. Apartment developers shall file an annual report by December 31st to the Durham City County Planning Department to document that the affordable housing dwelling units have been provided as outlined. Next slide. Again, the highlights here in red, the highlights here in green just provide an update to the previous text commitments. Again, I'll read them into the record. The existing unopened public right-of-way within the project limits for Copley Street and Armfield Street must be legally closed prior to the site plan approval for Area 3. Prior to the issuance of the first building permit within Area 2, dedicate an additional 10-foot right-of-way for the frontage of the site along Old Oxford Road. Prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy within Area 2, a minimum of 5 foot of additional asphalt, in addition to the proposed right-of-way improvements, will be provided for the full frontage of the site along the north side of Old Oxford Road. The additional asphalt widening will be provided to allow for a bicycle lane. Next slide. A minimum of 21% tree save area shall be provided. A minimum of 20% open space shall be provided. A minimum of 3 of the following items shall be included on the first approved site plan showing any structures: dog parks, tot lots, disc golf, play fields, pocket parks, community gardens, nature trails, pool, clubhouse. A new 100-foot wide greenway trail easement or a 30-foot wide greenway trail easement if the trail is proposed for construction within the easement at the site plan submittal, subject to the terms stated in the real estate book, 1503, pages 898 to 899, shall be conveyed to the city of Durham and recorded with the Register of Deeds. The new greenway trail easement must be recorded, and evidence of a recording shall be provided at the time of issuance of the first building permit. The digital data for the easement location and geometry CAD line work or GIS data shall be provided in the as-built package submittal to Public Works. Next slide. The first building permit within Area 1, a new 10-foot wide shared use greenway trail connection will be constructed to connect the pedestrian and bicycle facilities on the site to the greenway trail easement. The digital data for the trail location and geometry CAD line work or GIS data shall be provided in the as-built package submittal to Public Works. A 100-foot wide, 929-foot long greenway trail easement subject to the terms stated in Real Estate Book 1503, pages 898 to 899, is conveyed to the city of Durham and recorded book page 200, page book and 126 to 129. The digital data for the easement location and geometry CAD line work or GIS data shall be provided in the as-built package submittal to Public Works. Prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy within Area 2, sidewalks should be constructed along the frontage of parcels 28, 31, 32, and 33 as identified on sheet D101. In order to promote variation in home appearance, no townhouse or single-family unit can be constructed with a front exterior elevation or front facade or color palette that is identical to the home on either side of it. Next slide. All townhouse and single-family units shall include a front-facing gable architectural feature. A minimum of 30% of the townhouse units shall be limited to single-car garage bays or less. A minimum of 30% of the townhouse units shall be limited to 1,700 square feet or less of heated floor area. Excluding the apartments, the average block length shall not exceed 700 feet. Block length shall be defined as measured from the intersection to intersection, including street stubs measured along the center line of the road. Prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy, provide a one-time $10,500 contribution to the Durham Public Schools. Next slide. Prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy, provide a one-time $39,000 contribution to the City of Durham Dedicated Housing Fund. Prior to the issuance of the 325th certificate of occupancy, provide a one-time $42,000 contribution to the City of Durham Dedicated Housing Fund. Prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy, provide a one-time $2,500 contribution to the Bragtime Community Association. And then, as also noted on this slide, there was one revision to a note on sheet D100 adjacent to PID 227471 to read project boundary buffer per UDO requirement. Staff determines that these requests are consistent with the comprehensive plan and other applicable policies and ordinances, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Sunyak. Appreciate that. We are going to reopen the public hearing that was continued from the previous meeting, and we have 6 members signed up in support and 17 in opposition. Commissioners, I know during these Zoom meetings, we've had a lot of individuals speaking. We've generally voted to offer 2 minutes per speaker, just to make sure. This will certainly be more than 10 minutes per side as we usually have as our standard rules. I would recommend that we go this route as well. The other alternative, we have sometimes had the proponents still be able to have their full 10 minutes and then 2 minutes per speaker when we have more than 5 individuals. So we could go either route. I'm open to suggestions and we can make an appropriate motion.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we go along with that as we've done in the past.
The 2 minutes per speaker?
Yes, please.
If you'd make that motion, we'll see if you get a second.
Okay, I'll make that a motion that we would give 2 minutes to each speaker, both pro and against.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, Tom Miller here.
Yes.
I know you're waiting for a second on that. I thought we might, I'm a little concerned. Let me begin again. I'm having a little trouble today. I want to make sure that what we do allows adequate time for the proponents and the opponents to make the presentations that they prepared to make. And I say this because today I received and viewed a slideshow that the opponents put together, and I was not sure how that slideshow might be presented to us tonight inside a 2 minute per person rule. So I thought maybe we would ask the opponents and proponents how they would like to proceed tonight. We have a lot of people speaking. My concern is that everybody gets a chance to convey to us what they want to say. and that we have a set of rules that are fair but flexible to allow them to do that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you raised that question, Commissioner Miller. I will share, we can check. I will share that for the slideshow, I have been given 9 individuals who I will call in order, who will each take parts of the presentation. And so I don't know if they prepared for 2 minutes per speaker, but given our history since we've been meeting by Zoom, that's been generally how we've gone about it.
Well, that's excellent to know, Mr. Chairman. That relieves a great deal of my anxiety.
Great. And we may ask, well, we have a motion. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Great. Do we need an official vote on this, Ms. Smith, or are we able to move forward if there's agreement?
All votes have to be taken by roll call.
Okay, let's have a roll call vote, please.
So that was, Mr. Morgan was the first and Mr. Alturk was second, just checking. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Alturk, Commissioner Alturk,
Yes.
Commissioner Amendolia,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Commissioner, Chair Busby,
Yes.
and Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Landfried,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. So we will begin with the proponents, and Tim Sivers is first to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates. I do have a presentation prepared for this evening. It's about 12 minutes. I do it with a PowerPoint presentation. I think if my presentation was able to take that time and the other 5 proponents, some of which are just available for questions, could have the 2 minutes, that would probably be about an equal total amount of time between the proponents and opponents, if that's acceptable to you.
And Mr. Sivers, to make sure I understood, are there individuals who have signed up to speak who as proponents who would not be looking to speak, or are you saying you would like 12 minutes and then 2 minutes for each speaker?
I would like 12 minutes for myself and then 2 minutes for each additional speaker.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm open to this suggestion. It's different, but I also do want to give ample time for both sides to make their presentations. But it does require.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think that amounts to, seems like about 11 2-minute sessions. So that's, a little bit less than the opponents, but I think it's fair maybe to give the opponents or the proponents that time. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, let's hear their presentations and then let the speakers who come after take 2 minutes apiece.
Great. Mr. Sivers, go ahead. I assume the staff has the presentation so we can see that.
Yes, thank you. If that presentation can be brought up, thank you very much. Again, Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates, 16 Consultant Place, Durham, North Carolina. Thank you, Jamie, for all the work you've done on this project. The request in front of you tonight includes 3 applications for a rezoning, future land use map, and annexation. Next slide, please. The future land use map is a request of 49.5 acres from industrial to low medium density residential. The remaining 84.7 acres is already classified as low medium density residential. The rezoning is of 134.2 acres from RS20 and RU5 to PDR 5.75 for 675 maximum units to include apartments, townhomes, and single family units. The annexation is 135.6 acres of land proposed to be annexed within the development. Next slide, please. I'd like to start by providing some information on the site and surrounding areas. The project's located north and south sides of East Carver Street. The portion of the Carver Street is known as the Carver Street Extension. That was a city-funded project that opened in the fall of 2019, connecting Danube Lane to the old Oxford Road at Hamlin Road. There are existing single and multifamily developments to the south, west, and northwest with densities ranging from 4 to 10 units per acre. There are proposed residential and commercial development projects to the east and state-owned land for a plant sanctuary to the north. The project is currently a short bike ride of 1.25 miles to the grocery store, restaurants, and other local shops along North Roxborough, and will become within walking distance of the proposed commercial node east of this property. In addition, the developer and I coordinated with Misty Buchanan and her team with the Natural Heritage Program to walk the project area in late summer of 2019 to determine if there were any rare or endangered plant species. The rare and endangered plant species were located, tagged, and a report was provided to the city planning department. After getting the proper permits in December of 2019, the National Heritage Program staff removed 135 plants from the site. These plants are currently at Duke Gardens and will be replanted this fall in local preserves around the area. This is a great example of developers stepping up early in the process to go above and beyond the written requirements by doing the right thing to save these rare and endangered species. Next slide, please. The first application in front of you tonight is a request from 49.5 acres of land on the future land use map from industrial to low medium density residential. The remaining southern portion of the development currently permits low medium density residential of 4 to 8 units per acre. Industrial land is still needed in Durham, but it needs to be in the proper location. The opening of Carver Street Extension by the city of Durham also opened the door for future development, but that development needs to be residential to help support our current city needs, not industrial, which has a negative impact on the environment. The southern half of this development already allows residential. The 3 parcels directly to the north are owned by the state and is home to the Hebron Road Remnant Glade, a plant sanctuary. An industrial development directly upstream to a plant sanctuary is not ideal, whereas a residential development can work with the existing topography and environmental features to minimize the impacts. The proposed extension of a low medium density residential land use will allow a better transition for providing density that's more compatible with the current development trends in the area, while transitioning between the state-owned open space land to the north and higher density developments along Danube Lane to the west and Old Oxford Road to the south. The proposed development is consistent with the intent, goals, and principles of the adopted plans and is of adequate size and shape to accommodate the proposed change. In addition, it will help support the anticipated growth and housing demands across our city. Next slide, please. The next application in front of you this evening is the rezoning. The proposed development plan includes the rezoning of PDR 5.75 to allow the development of up to 675 residential units. These units will include apartments, townhouse, and single-family units, with a minimum of 100 of each type will be provided. The density is compatible with the surrounding developments, which range from 4.3 units per acre to the northwest and 8 and 10 units per acre to the west along Danube Lane. With 3 different types of residential units required as part of this plan, the development will provide affordability within the development. Apartment rentals will start around $1.20 a square foot, townhomes starting in the low 200s, and single families in the mid 200s. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides are development plans which identify the natural areas and landscape buffers in green, as well as the asterisks indicated additional tree preservation areas, pedestrian and vehicular stream crossings with a blue arrow, utility stream crossings with orange arrow, proposed access points in red arrows, and optional access points or optional connections with the green arrows. The development plan also illustrates commitments to right-of-way dedication, landscape buffers, 21% tree preservation, impervious area maximum, 675 units maximum, as well as access points onto Carver Street, Old Oxford Road, Cub Creek Road, north of Carver Street. Optional access points are also proposed along Cub Creek Road, south of Carver Street, where possible, to avoid environmental impacts. Street stubs will be connected towards adjacent properties as well. Next slide, please. Many road improvements will be constructed at the proposed access points and surrounding intersections. These are all listed in the development plan, while some are shown on these slides. Sidewalks and bike lanes will exist along Carver Street and will be added along the frontage of Old Oxford Road. The development plan also follows Durham open space plan policies by providing wildlife corridors that will remain within the stream buffers and floodplain areas. Next slide, please. The final application tonight includes the annexation of 135.6 acres of land to bring this project area and road frontage into the city limits. As you can see by the map in yellow, some of the surrounding areas are already annexed into the city limits, while the surrounding tracts to the east are proposed for annexation as a separate project following this project this evening. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to take a moment to let you know about our expansive community involvement. Even though only one neighborhood meeting was required, we have held 3 neighborhood meetings for this specific project. A total of 7 community meetings have been held to discuss the proposed area projects prior to the June Planning Commission meeting. Notices were sent out to 1,000 feet within the project limits for each meeting, which is in excess of the 600-foot requirement. Nearly 40 people showed up the first meeting, half of that to the second, and about 15 neighbors showed up to the third meeting. At each meeting, a PowerPoint presentation was given, and neighbors were able to ask questions throughout the presentation. Copies of those PowerPoint presentations were provided along with my contact information for any follow-up questions at each meeting. In addition, we agreed to meet with the Bragtown Community Association, but due to COVID-19, the meeting was scheduled for Saturday, March 19th, was canceled. After it was canceled, I reached out to the organizer of that specific meeting to let him know I was available to answer any questions. On the June 3rd Planning Commission hearing, our team requested a 60-day continuance to allow more time to meet with the Bragtown Community Association. Since then, we have attended 3 additional meetings with the association in an effort to fully understand the concerns and allow dialogue between all parties. Next slide, please. With the goal of keeping home costs affordable as requested by the Bragtown Association, not all recommendations can be included in this development, but I would like to summarize some of the plan adjustments that have been made based on the recommendations of the association. 1, increase the tree save to prioritize preservation of existing forest. The plan was originally submitted with 20% preservation and when there was no tree preservation requirement. We revised the plan to increase to 21% preservation to remain committed to going above and beyond the ordinance requirements. The development plan also indicates multiple areas of large contiguous tree preservation areas. 2, to protect rare and endangered plant species. As mentioned earlier, the developer coordinated with the National Heritage Program to safely remove and protect these plant species. 3, provide additional sidewalks for safe pedestrian travel. Sidewalks are provided on both sides of the street within the subdivision. Sidewalks will be provided along the frontage of both Carver Street and Old Oxford Road, where it does not exist today. Sidewalks will also be constructed in the gaps created by this development along the frontage of Old Oxford Road. Next slide, please. 4, provide or donate land for public green spaces for all residents of Bragtown. The developer will donate a public greenway trail easement and has committed to providing trail connections for additional public access. 5, provide a donation to a local organization to help support community projects. Contributions will be made to both Durham Public Schools as well as the Bragtown Community Association. 6, provide bus stops or shelters. The developer has committed to coordinating with Go Durham, Go Triangle on the need for additional bus stops or shelters in the area. And these next few commitments we're really proud to commit to is an increase the affordable housing donation by 20% for a total of $81,000, which was a direct request by the Bragtown community. Next slide, please. The community also requested 30% of the units be affordable at 60% in AMI maintained for 30 years. Our team decided to include 10 affordable units and limit 30% of the townhomes to be less than 1,700 square feet to provide affordability within the development. And number 9, when the community revised the request to set the AMI to 30%, our project could not make that change, but did add 10 more units for a total of 20 affordable housing units within the apartments. The units will also be committed as affordable for life, exceeding the 30-year requirement. The units will be integrated within the market rate apartment units, and an annual report will be provided to the City Planning Department to ensure these requirements are met. Next slide, please. The summary of the key text commitments include maximum of 675 units, including single family, townhouse, and apartments with a minimum of 100 units of each type, 20 affordable housing dwelling units as previously described, 5 foot of additional asphalt for bike lanes, coordinate for the construction needs for a bus stop or bus shelter. Next slide. 21% tree preservation area, 20% open space, programmed open space as identified on the screen, greenway trail easements and sidewalks beyond the UDO requirements, and average block lengths not to exceed 700 feet. Next slide, please. To promote variation in home appearance, units cannot have the same exterior elevation or color palette that's identical to the home on either side of it. Units shall contain a front-facing gable architectural feature. 30% of the townhome shall be limited to single-car garage bays or less, and 30% of the townhome shall be limited to 1,700 square feet or less to provide affordability within the development. Next slide. The financial contributions include $10,500 to Durham Public Schools, $81,000 contribution to the City of Durham Dedicated Housing Fund split into 2 payments, and a $2,500 contribution to the Bragtown Community Association. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposal is consistent with goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. It is consistent with existing development patterns in the area. It provides transition between the higher density developments to the south and west to the lower density developments in open space east and north. It provides opportunity for additional housing choices for northern Durham while supporting the growing population of our city. I do request that you vote in favor of this equitable development that will bring a mixture of unit types while providing a safe, walkable streets with sidewalks, parks, protected natural areas, and many other amenities. If there are any questions, the developer and I are available here together to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sivers. Is there a preferred order for the additional proponents, or is it okay just to go through the order they signed up?
As you see fit, sir.
Okay. We will just go through as you signed up. We've got Steve Belvin, then Nathan Romberg, and then Chris Sanders. And 2 minutes each. Steve Belvin, are you with us? Are you available to speak? And you may need to raise your hand so the staff can recognize you. And again, it's *9 to be able to speak and to raise your hand.
This is Tim Sivers. Steve did call right when I was starting my presentation and was having some technical issues. So I'm hoping that he can be able to raise his hand digitally.
He just did, so hopefully he can join us. And I'll give him one more moment. We can circle back if he's not able to speak at the moment. Let's go to Nathan Romberg, and we'll circle back to Mr. Belvin. Nathan Romberg, are you with us?
Yes, this is Nathan Romberg with VHB Engineering. I'm just here to answer any questions that there might be on the traffic impact study that was performed for this site.
Great, thank you. Chris Sanders?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see me?
I think we'll just hear you.
Okay, sorry. I can't seem to figure that out. Yes, I'm the property owner for the 43 acres, which is proposed for rezoning on the northwest corner of Old Oxford Highway and the Carver Street extension. And so I'm not sure if should I speak now with Tim's project or after the other projects presented.
No, if there's anything on this project, we do have to break them into 2 separate projects. So we'll have a separate public hearing next on the additional project. So if you have any public comments that you would like to make on the Carver Street assemblage, you may do so now.
Oh, okay. Yes, and I have about a minute and a half.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to, if I could, just bring a couple of points to your attention as the property owner. I actually had sent each of you an email. I'm not sure if everybody got a chance to read it, but I'll just make it very brief. As you know, I am the property owner of the 43 acres located on the northwest corner of Old Oxford Highway and Carver Street Extension. Meritage Homes is the applicant to rezone the property. I've owned this property for over 21 years. It's been a very long road to get to this point before you now. And during this time, I've been actively searching and working to find a way to develop this site as a whole in a planned and cohesive manner. And unfortunately, the only serious interests or buyers that have shown any interest in the property have been industrial users looking to build industrial warehousing. I chose not to accept these offers, including one very recently, because I did not want to see the property carved up or developed in a piecemeal fashion. I don't believe any of the neighbors of the area would be happy with the industrial and or heavy commercial uses that would have been built under the current zoning as well. So I just wanted to bring that point up, that if obviously if we can't use the property for a residential use, then the current zonings are for industrial and commercial uses. when I purchased the property in 1999, this site was not within or associated with the Bragtown boundary lines. I've been trying to kind of research this lately, but it appears that in 2019, the Bragtown Community Association decided to incorporate a much larger area, residential, hopefully residential areas, as I understand it, within its boundaries, and that included my property and sort of consequently control or have a great deal of influence as to how it would be developed. I just wanted to let you, it was frustrating because I was never contacted or alerted to what the Bragtown Association was doing and or how their decision could possibly impact my property or my efforts to develop the property over all these years.
Thank you.
Am I up?
Yeah, if you can finish your thought, we would appreciate it.
Okay. I just obviously I believe this to be a very unfair position that I'm being put in, at this point. But the last thing I'll say is, finally, after 21 years of working on this site, we have a developer. We have a very rare opportunity to develop this as a whole cohesive unit. And I just hope you'll consider these points when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we've got Beohong Wan and Layla Yadav, and then we'll get to Steve Belvin.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Busbeck, and thank you, Commissioner. I'm Beohong Wan with HB Engineering. I'm a traffic engineer with co-work with Nathan Romberger. We are here tonight to answer any traffic-related questions. Just want to let you know that the TA was complete last year, and we worked with the city and NCDOT to do the traffic study. Data was collected, and the mitigation requirements were identified, and all the discussions already been held on, been held, and agreeable in agreeable fashions, and in addition.
Thank you.
The issues have been adequately addressed, but we are here. We are happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Layla Yadav.
Hi, everyone. I hope everybody is able to hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I moved from Minneapolis here in 2011. In 2012, I bought a house on Cub Creek Road, which is right in the middle of this development, right? And my dad, my family moved in 2012. And as we started to renovate, we very soon figured out that this house, which was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 1,100 square feet, the land around here doesn't perk, right? So without the perk, obviously, and there is no sewer system, there is no public city water, city sewer here, no Google Fiber internet connection and all. So residents on Cub Creek Road, right, would really like to see this development go through for the overall development of this area. Now, that said, I did send an email out last evening, and I don't know if people had, you folks had chance to read it. But, the way I look at this development, there are multiple home types included, right? So right from apartments, condos to single family homes. So I think that is a very good sense of a true community overall. And then, this development, a development like this, will bring, city water, city sewer, natural gas, which does not exist here, right? Most people are running either propane or heating oil or, heat pump to the existing residents that are right in the middle of this development. Then what I saw just now, which is, the amount of open space and the tree saves, seems to be a very eco-friendly plan for the long run. And if anybody has driven on Cub Creek Road, that road is in a very terrible shape. So when we asked why Cub Creek was not connected to East Carver Street, we were told by Department of Transportation that that road is not traffic worthy. And they said they will wait for a developer who will develop the area, would develop the Cub Creek Road, and then, with the proper storm drain and everything, and then it would be connected over to the East Carver Street extension. So, definitely, I'm waiting for that to occur, right? And the financial contribution that I also see, by this development plan, to the housing and everyone, I think so is pretty substantial to be considered. That's all I had to say. I know Steve Balvin, who is my neighbor, pinged me on text. He said, what is the way to unmute yourself? So he's not able to unmute. Can somebody tell me that? Or he probably is hearing.
Yeah, if he can hit *9 and raise his hand, and then the staff can work to unmute him, and then we can have him speak.
Okay, so yeah, so Steve will be able to, is hearing this. Okay, thanks.
So Steve,
that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Steve Belvin, if you are available to speak, this is a good time.
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Thank you.
2 minutes, Mr. Belvin.
Okay. My name is Steve Belvin. I live on Cub Creek Road, which sits pretty much smack dab in the middle of this project. I was born and raised here. I have been back in this area for about 15 years. We have always considered this area Cattsburg. On the map, it is designated as Weaver Station, but it has always been considered Cattsburg for as long as I can remember. Bragtown was always known to be to the southwest around the Roxborough Road and Wright School area. The people who spoke at the last meeting, it seemed to me that a lot of them actually didn't live in Bragtown. Me being in construction business for over 35 years, I know from personal experience that the infrastructure in a project is a huge expense. The area inside of Bragtown behind Wright School and between and off of Dearborn Drive and Roos Street contain a lot of vacant land that already has a lot of the infrastructure available to tie into. If you were building affordable housing, it would be critical that you keep the cost down in every way possible. That could be achieved with manufactured prefab construction and having the ability to tie into existing utilities. Stick-built homes and utility construction labor is very expensive. The area in the Carver Street extension, which bumps up to the planned community of Ben Franklin, the retail, restaurant, commercial, and medical park, the residential homes is something that we are really looking forward to merging with. This project will provide additional employment opportunities to this area, offer new and unique housing opportunities to Cattsburg and the Ben Franklin community. The Triangle, being one of the most desirable areas in the country to move to, needs projects like this community. This project will provide a handful of affordable housing, green space which will protect original growth trees, have homes that are unique and offer a distinctive lifestyle that will attract families and businesses to this area.
Thank you.
We are looking forward to the stormwater, sewer, city water, and utilities that we need in this area to be upgraded desperately.
Thank you. If you can wrap up your, sir, you're over 2 minutes. If you can wrap up your thought, please.
I encourage you to vote yes on tonight's proposed residential development. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So we're going to move to the opponents who have signed up, and then we'll open it up from there. recognizing that, as I said, the first 9 individuals will be speaking for 2 minutes each while they show their presentation. And so I'm just going to read all 9 names, and I'll just be saying time verbally, just so that we can then keep moving forward as appropriate. We have Vanessa Evans, Constance Wright, John Killeen, Latanya Durante, Billy B, Celeste Ritchie, Jason Arrell, Reynolds Chapman, and Stephanie Bigelow. And staff, if you could put up the presentation that they have sent in advance, and we will start with Ms. Evans.
Good evening. Can I ask a question? When doing our presentation, we was thinking we would have 3 minutes per person. Is it possible that we could have the 3 minutes?
I'm going to encourage you to stick to 2 minutes. We have we tried to set up the amount of time to be equitable between proponents and opponents, and there's a lot of other folks who are also planning to speak. So if you can do your best to keep it each part to 2 minutes, we would appreciate it. I am guessing following the public hearing, commissioners will have questions as well, which means they may call on anyone spoken for additional clarification. So that may provide opportunities to offer additional feedback and guidance.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City and County Planning Commissioners. My name is Vanessa Mason Evans. I stay at 3223 Dearborn Drive. I have been a longtime resident of Bragtown. If you can move to the second slide. Stagville was the largest plantation in North Carolina, owned by the Camerons. This property sit next to Bragtown. During the emancipation, nearly 3,000 slaves were set free. Many of them would walk about 7 miles down the railroad track into their first space of freedom, which was Bragtown. Bragtown couldn't house everyone, so a lot of these people had to migrate to different areas of Durham, such as Walltown, Haytop, with the West End, Hayestown, the East End, Hickstown, the Merrickmore area, Turnkey, and many more beautiful communities. Next slide, please. Black and brown people's communities all throughout Durham have never truly been invested into as they should have been. Bragtown has many spaces that are considered historical, and they have the right to be honored as such. Next slide, please. Bragtown residents worked hard to build up the communities in which they live. One resident, Mr. Walter Walker, donated a house that was converted into the second Black Library of Durham. He wanted a space where Black children could be able to learn and read. Next slide, please. The first map that you see is the first map that was of the commercial buildings on the strip of Roxborough Road, which was recognized back in the day as Bragtown. The second map, it shows where our community actually sat together in community engagement, where residents were able to get together and tell the true boundaries of Bragtown and where they exist because of the schooling and where they lived and where buses picked them up for Bragtown. Our community has been a community engaged in engagements with the community for the last 4 years. Next slide, please. Through community engagement, we have been able to get new equipment for Lakeview Park, get our Bragtown Library branch reopened, working on getting mural projects started, bringing a healthy living garden to our community, which is called Fresh Harvest Community Garden, and connecting with Red Maple.
Thank you.
Next slide.
And if you can finish your thought, we'd appreciate it, and we'll go to Constance Rice.
Okay. We are looking for so many more positive opportunities for our community. We don't feel that the proposed developments are going to be beneficial to us. They will bring more harm and increase costs on our residents. I hope that you will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Constance Wright. Is Constance Wright available?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Constance Wright, and I have lived in the Bragtown community for 33 years. I have been a native of Durham for the past 67 years. In other words, all of my life. I have witnessed and in many cases lived in harm and devastation that the Black communities have suffered. As you can see on this slide, there have been 10 and possibly more predominantly Black communities which have been heavily impacted or completely destroyed by urban renewal and gentrification. Of the 10 listed, I have lived in or have family members who have lived in all of those communities. Two of the communities, Felber Street Project and my home in North Durham, no longer exist. Many homes in other communities where my family members resided no longer exist thanks to 147. I'm saying all of this to show you all the devastation that has happened throughout Durham to the Black communities. Now, because of the high extreme and increase in property taxes, gentrification, and the lack of investment in Bragtown community, developers and investors have swarmed in like vultures and are now destroying the legacy of Bragtown. Because of the increased property taxes, many of the people in this area are losing or are about to lose their homes. Rents are through the roof. Developers did the bare minimum to notify residents of upcoming proposed developments, but thank God a vigilant resident received notification, which helped us to engage with the developers through the Bragtown Community Association to be able to engage with dialogue and to negotiate with them for better environmental protection and affordable housing, which they emphasized they were not obligated to provide. I applaud them for a step towards satisfying our request, but with the addition of only 1% added tree save and 20 affordable houses out of a units of 667 in one area and 200 in another, that's like a slap in the face. We need more affordable housing. We need houses where our residents can live and be comfortable too. Carver Street assemblage and Old Oxford Road developments will only cause more and more harm to the Bragtown community. Less trees, displaced wildlife, destruction of endangered plants, pollution from increased traffic, safety issues from lack of sidewalks and shared spaces will only increase the harm that is already to an already fragile Bragtown infrastructure. Please vote no to these projects and developers so Bragtown residents can give the fair and equitable input as to what should happen in our own community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. John Killeen and then Latanya Durante.
Thank you. Can you move back to the previous slide, please? This is supposed to be a GIF that shows 20 years of sale values across the central Durham area and the Bragtown area, which is shown in gray. It's not working right now in the display, so I'm going to describe briefly that, as Constance pointed out, Durham's communities of color have been displaced throughout the history of our town. Traces of that can be seen in this GIF, which I'm sure you'll be able to look at after this, in the recent history of residential values. The sales on this map shown are coded for whether the price was affordable to Bragtown households in blue or not in yellow and red. Affordability in this case was determined by the median household income for Bragtown specifically, which is shown in gray. The map illustrates the accumulation of unaffordable home values in Bragtown as Durham has gentrified. Next slide, please. More houses do not automatically mean more affordable houses. In fact, Bragtown's experience has been the opposite. Using the dwelling unit counts prepared by the planning department, there were 4,429 homes in Bragtown in 2010. In 2018, there were 5,062, an increase of 633 homes. But in 2010, as you see in this chart, almost 70% of home sale prices were affordable to someone making the median income in Bragtown at the time. By 2018, only 41.7% were. So that's actually a 14% increase in the number of homes, accompanied by a 28% decrease in affordability. The proposed developments could add 17.8% more housing units to Bragtown, but as described to us today, only 2% of them will be permanently affordable or affordable at all. Next slide, please. Because of our history of segregation, our communities are not uniform. The median household income in Bragtown is 1/3 of the Durham Chapel Hill AMI. and 2/3 of Bragtown families currently rent their homes. Gauging an affordable market rate using regional data, particularly in this case, effectively dismisses Bragtown families that may want to become homeowners and participate in one of the few processes of family wealth building in this country. Next slide. And I pass the mic.
Good evening. My name is Latanya Durant. As you can see from this slide, that costlier homes can create a domino effect that on current Bragtown residents is burdensome. First, it increases property taxes, and then in turn, it threatens displacement. The median rate of tax value change for residences in Bragtown in the 2019 reappraisal was a 50.7% increase, and that's nearly double the 26% for residential properties countywide. And what that means is that half of Bragtown's own homeowners are obligated to pay 50% or more in property taxes this year compared to last year. Next slide. We're in a current moment of crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic has been particularly devastating to Bragtown area. In addition to high unemployment, Bragtown zip code has the highest case rate for COVID-19 in the whole county at 29.2 per 1,000 people. That's nearly 60%. Also, nearly 60% of residents work in essential jobs such as healthcare, social assistance, education, retail, accommodation, and food services. And these are sectors that we know are the most directly impacted by COVID-19. And next slide, please. Oxford Manor, which is subsidized housing that's in Bragtown, houses mostly families who are mostly Black, Latinx, Asian. 92% are women-led households, and 83% are families with children. In 2019, the 169 homes at Oxford Manor had a failing inspection score of 36 out of 100. And as many of us remember, when McDougal Terrace tenants were forced to relocate earlier this year because of the neglect of those properties, it had a score of 31. So clearly Bragtown community they have urgent needs. They need stable, healthy, and affordable housing. What it does not need is more high-cost housing that can continue to pose a risk to its residents. Thank you. Next slide. And I'll pass it to Billy.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Billy D, and I'm a member of the Bragtown Community Association as well. I'll be speaking about the process. Although a developer satisfied legal notification requirements for these proposed developments, our association noticed that very few Bragtown residents were aware of these proposals, even though they could have far-reaching impacts on our neighborhood, as you've just seen in the last slides. Because the current structure of developer-led info sessions does not make room for authentic community engagement and input, our association engaged neighbors through surveys and meetings and created a petition which outlined our community recommendations for these developments that has been signed by over 2,200 people. We made a good faith effort to engage developers in dialogue in the hopes that we could collaborate on changes to the development plans that would work for all parties. Although we've been told that the inclusion of any affordable housing in a development plan is almost unprecedented, and although we truly appreciate the changes that developers have made to these plans, the changes are not sufficient. The potential loss of affordable housing in this area due to rising costs could also be described as unprecedented, and to our community, devastating. Next slide, please. We came to the table with diligently researched strategies and solutions. However, a sense of authentic dialogue was absent from our meetings. Our group was troubled by time developers chose to spend on items that were not germane to discussion, such as input on potential street names for future subdivisions that could honor the history of our community. Developers also suggested that this area is not actually part of Bragtown. We would have happily shared a map of our neighborhood and extensive information about Bragtown's history if developers had simply asked. Next slide, please. In this process, we've learned that there are few regulations and laws to support our community recommendations and little incentive for developers to collaborate with communities like ours. The city of Durham has demonstrated a desire to address systemic racial inequity. With our city's long history of destruction and displacement of historically Black neighborhoods and communities, how can we take this opportunity to see what's really going on here? By saying no to these proposed developments, the city can say yes to an equitable process of community engagement. Next slide, please. Why is this urgent? Speculative development. If these large proposed developments are approved, what will come next? The proposed developments figure prominently for example, into advertising materials for an adjacent site from CBRE real estate. Just an example of how these developments may draw a level of development that could be truly devastating for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Celeste Ritchie and then Jason Errol.
Hi, my name is Celeste Ritchie, and I'm a Bragtown Community Association member and a Bragtown resident. And I'm here to ask you to vote no on both of these developments that you're hearing about tonight. We've heard about the harms that these developments pose, but we also come to the table with solutions. You've heard about what some of our priorities are. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about affordable housing and why Durham needs affordable housing specifically in Bragtown. We know that without adequate levels of affordable housing in these particular proposed developments, they will really sit separate and apart from Bragtown. Whereas if we include affordable housing, we have a chance to build not just that housing, but community. We also know that the services and supports that will be needed for all these new residents mean that there are more families and individuals that will also need affordable housing. And these are folks like teachers, bus drivers, restaurant workers, construction workers. And if they can't live in these new developments, where will they live? Bragtown is actually an excellent place for affordable housing because it's so close to grocery stores and pharmacies, elementary schools, and other employment opportunities. We know that the demand for affordable housing is not being met across Durham, and yet here is a community that's coming to the table really asking, welcoming affordable housing. We've heard from some of you all and from people on City Council that not every community actually even wants affordable housing. They often hear folks coming to these types of meetings to ask that no affordable housing be put in their community. And so there's a chance really to partner with an enthusiastic and currently well-informed group of community members. Next slide, please. So some of the solutions that we came to the table with to help address the problem of having these housing units priced well above the average cost of a home in Bragtown, as well as beyond what's affordable for current residents, include having the developer agree to place land into a land bank for future development, agreeing to use the density bonus or tax credits to build those units themselves, agreeing to sell a portion of the land to an organization that's willing and able to develop the affordable units. And we've actually identified one developer that is willing and ready to build affordable housing and purchase that land. And then as another option to combine with these strategies, we point to the town of Davidson, North Carolina, where they used a fee schedule for affordable housing fee in lieu. And we thought that that was an interesting option to include, as well as trying to include affordable units on the properties themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jason Errol and then Reynolds Chapman.
Great. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Jason Errol. I'm a member of the Bragtown Community Association and also a Bragtown resident. When we first surveyed Bragtown residents about their concerns around this development, one of the main concerns that we heard about was around public safety, specifically around sidewalks. Bragtown currently has very minimal sidewalks. Residents already feel like it's dangerous to walk around their neighborhood. And there's a great concern that the additional traffic coming from these residential and commercial developments will create an even more dangerous situation for Bragtown residents. We have recommended that the developers agree to partner with us to petition the city to put in additional sidewalks and to agree to ensure a connection between the existing Bragtown neighborhood and this current neighborhood so that there is not a sense of segregation. Next slide, please. Another public safety concern that was expressed by Bragtown residents centered around open spaces being planned in these developments. Bragtown residents were concerned that if these open spaces were controlled by an HOA, that might mean that they're not welcome in these open spaces. We know that about the risk that Black and brown people face daily in being policed in shared spaces. And it's really important that these developments include truly public spaces that are actually accessible to Bragtown residents and that do not create de facto segregation. We recommended that the developer donate land to the city and create a truly public park. Next slide, please. Another concern from Bragtown residents was around environmental protections. The current proposals commit to a 21% tree save, but the environmental justice concerns around clear-cutting forests within a historically Black neighborhood are a really important thing to consider here. We recommended a greater tree save of 35%, including 500 feet of protected distance between streams and wetlands. Next slide, please. Another concern from Bragtown residents, just generally centered around community benefit. There's a great concern that this new development will have amenities that have been denied historically to Bragtown residents. We're potentially going to see a really well-resourced neighborhood next to a neighborhood that has historically not been invested in enough by Durham. We recommended that the developers donate $500 per residential unit to support community resources such as bus shelters, community-led art projects and gardening projects, support for a neighborhood library, and the creation of a neighborhood-based community center. We recommended that the developers donate $500 per residential unit to a local organization that could administer those funds for Bragtown priorities. These are just a few of the many reasons why we recommend that you vote no on this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Reynolds Chapman and Stephanie Bigelow.
My name is Reynolds Chapman, and I'm a Bragtown resident and member of the Bragtown Community Association. I also direct Durham Cares, a nonprofit that helps people see why history is important for the work of racial justice. When I moved to Bragtown, I didn't merely move into a home. I was welcomed into a story. I joined a network of relationships, a community of people that called itself Bragtown. You've heard many of us share that the history of Bragtown is important, but it's not just so we can remember important facts. The history gives Bragtown an identity, and Bragtown gives Durham an identity. James Baldwin writes that history is not the past, it is the present. We carry our history with us. We are our history. Next slide. Collective stories matter, especially the collective stories of Black communities like Bragtown. But our narrative history throughout our country, including Durham, favors the wealthy, powerful, and white. And that means that our policies favor the wealthy, powerful, and white. Next slide. Durham's Racial Equity Task Force spoke of this in its report, stating that we need a narrative shift to accurately understand why disparities persist. There are important messages that have been internalized that need to be rewritten. A new story about our city's history, one that is inclusive and takes an unflinching look at all of our history, needs to be told to get at deeper truths so that new policies can be implemented for the betterment of all people in our city. If we want to have a tale of one city, a Durham for all of us, then it's high time to seriously address the problems of racial equity. Next slide. Let me be clear. This neighborhood and its story will be harmed by displacement if this development is built. It will not only harm individuals, it will harm the community. It will harm Bragtown's narrative, its story, and all of Durham needs that story. And next slide, I want to close with this quote by Mindy Thompson Full of Love. I venture to propose that displacement is the problem the 21st century must solve. Africans and Aborigines, rural peasants, and city dwellers have been shunted from one place to another as progress has demanded land here or people there. In cutting the roots of so many people, we have destroyed language, culture, dietary traditions, and social bonds. We have lined the oceans with bones and filled the garbage dumps with bricks. What are we to do? All of us played a different role, and we need to ask what we can do. But the good thing is that there is something that you all at the Planning Commission can do. You can vote no.
Thank you. Stephanie Bigelow is the final speaker with the presentation. And then following that, we'll have Anna Benfield, Stephanie Gans, and Larissa Seibel. And then there are a few more after that as well. Ms. Bigelow?
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Stephanie Bigelow. I am a native of Durham, North Carolina, and I'm also a resident of Bragtown. I'd like to begin with the famous words of our beloved Eleanor Roosevelt. She stated, "We must not be confused about what freedom is. Basic human rights are simple and easily understood. Freedom of speech and a free press, freedom of religion and worship, freedom of assembly and the right of petition, and the right of men to be secure in their own homes." Eleanor Roosevelt. Affordable housing is a fundamental right. The proposed development will jeopardize the security of homes for thousands of families within the Bragtown community. We stand in honor, unity, and love for a community which was largely developed by the hands of slaves. We live in a nation that is inhabited and governed by human beings who all deserve security in their dwelling places. On this day, we implore you to utilize your power and authority to protect and secure the lives of human beings who are less fortunate. Please vote no. We graciously thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to continue with the public hearing, but not the presentation. Benfield, you have 2 minutes.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Anna Benfield. I live in Bragtown, right next to Red Maple Park, with my partner and 2 young children. And this past Saturday, I had the privilege of joining my neighbors at the Bragtown Community Association meeting and learning more about the Carver Street Assemblage and Old Oxford Road developments. I'm here today to urge you to vote no. These developments, as they're currently planned, pose a threat to the adjacent neighborhoods, increasing traffic, removing green space, threatening displacement. Durham needs more affordable housing, and every new development in Durham must be a big part of the solution to meet this critical need, not just 2%, a handful. Historic neighborhoods like Bragtown also need other investments, bus shelters, sidewalks, and green spaces. As a new white neighbor in a historically and predominantly Black neighborhood, I'm here to say, please listen to my Black and brown neighbors. They're the ones who grew up in Bragtown, who have raised their kids in Bragtown, who are raising their grandkids and their great-grandkids down the block from me. They know what's best for this community. My neighbors, Vanessa Evans, Constance Wright, and others that you heard from tonight are raising their voices to say no. And I'm here to say that I've been listening, and I ask you to listen as well. Now is the time to put buzzwords of racial equity and fair representation into action, to stand with our long-term Durham residents and vote no to Carver Street Assemblage and Old Oxford Road developments. Let's work together for the real solutions that Durham needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Gans. Stephanie Gans, are you with us? You can raise your hand if you haven't been recognized. You can just press *9 on your phone. We're going to move on to Larissa Seibel, and we can circle back. Larissa Seibel.
Hello, my name is Larissa Seibel, and I'm a resident of Durham at 2410 Parr Place. Both rezonings will harm the safety, health, and welfare of the historic Bragtown community. I stand with Bragtown and urge you to vote no. Durham has turned down zonings with unsafe traffic, environmental destruction, and loss of neighborhood character. These rezonings clearly harm the historic character of Bragtown. They harm safety with increased traffic on already unsafe old roads with no sidewalks. Health is harmed by the destruction of forest streams and wetlands that increase flooding and heat and destroy unique habitats. Bragtown residents know this development will increase housing costs and will displace residents. This gentrification will harm their health. Housing is absolutely necessary for health. We know that when people are evicted or displaced from their homes and communities, that their health suffers, their wealth as well suffers. And this is so important in a low-income community like Bragtown, where the median income in Bragtown is only 60% of the income in Durham. Without significant affordable housing, people will lose their homes. We do not want this, especially in this historic, unique community that is so important to the city of Durham. Please support Bragtown community and vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Seibel. Stephanie Gans, I'm going to circle back. Are you with us and able to speak?
Chair Busby, I do not see Stephanie Gans on the roster.
Okay, thank you. Katie Moore is next. Katie Moore, I see your hand raised. Are you able to speak?
Okay, there we go. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Katie Moore. I'm a North Durham native and current Durham resident. And I just wanted to urge you all to vote no on the project. I read through a few months ago now the requests that were being made by the Bragtown Community Association in their petition for equitable development, and they struck me as reasonable, and to be honest, they felt like a minimum condition for a development within a historically Black community. Other people have really described the potential harm really eloquently to you all, so I won't repeat that, but I'll just say the deep concern that I personally have as someone who has seen so many other Black communities within Durham become really decimated in the last decades. I do work in environmental public health and environmental justice advocacy, and so I did want to speak a little bit about the impacts that I think are really of concern there. I think the clear cutting and the loss of tree cover, as coupled with the increase in traffic that this project would bring, create really significant concerns for public health, both because of increased air quality and air pollution, as well as increased heat stress. And I just wanted to note, I imagine that you all know as city planners, but heat stress currently in cities is one of the biggest public health concerns related to climate change, and it's tied to historic redlining. So I think it's really important to be cognizant of creating additional heat stress in historically Black communities. I think there's also concerns about ecosystem health. Others have spoken to this, and I'll just add that on a personal note, I grew up in North Durham, playing in North Durham streams and hiking in North Durham woods, and it really breaks my heart to see less and less of that every time that I drive in those areas. So yeah, I'll just end there and just yeah, really strongly urge you all to vote no on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 4 more speakers who have signed up in advance. I'm just going to read them all now so we can get you all queued up. Marilyn Hartman, Jacqueline Cloak, Sarah Rizati, and Brandon Williams. So we'll start with Marilyn Hartman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I didn't really have a planned set of comments, but I'm here to stand by and stand with the Bragtown Association and the whole neighborhood. I've been around Durham 35 years, and I'm just so concerned about the loss of affordable housing and loss of people's neighborhoods as thriving locations, and so feel strongly that the demands of the neighborhood association are reasonable and need to be honored. And as one of the other speakers said, it's really time to put racial equity into practice, even if it goes against the grain of how things have been done up to now. So I don't think we need to worry about offending the people who are making this proposal by telling them no, if we are instead standing up for people who deserve our attention and have lived here such a long time and are struggling so much. That's all I want to say. So I urge you to vote no for these proposals.
Thank you. Jacqueline Cloak?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Jacqueline Clock. I'm a Durham resident in the Hickory Ridge neighborhood, which is North Durham. I'm urging the commission to vote no to the proposed Bragtown developments. These developments are akin to the destruction of the Black Wall Street and thriving neighborhoods of Durham for the construction of Highway 147. Residents will be displaced and are forced out of their generational homes by higher taxes. There is a comprehensive article in today's Indy that covers many of the sticking points in moving ahead with these proposals. Bragtown Community Association has in good faith for many months tried to negotiate with the developers. So far, the developers' disregard for the community's input is troubling. I'm demanding that these developers heed Bragtown's recommendations for affordable housing, community support, public safety, and environmental protections. Please vote no, because Bragtown and our residents matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clock. Sarah Rizati?
Thank you. My name is Sarah Riazzi, and I'm a resident of the Old West neighborhood in Durham. And I'm here today to offer my support to my Durham neighbors, the residents of the Bragtown community, and ask the commission to vote no. As the residents have stated, 20 affordable housing units is a slap in the face. I'd also like to reiterate what was said earlier by John Colleen. This is in the Indy article that was previously referenced, that what he said in 2010, nearly 70% of home sale prices in Bragtown were affordable, and by 2018, only 41.7%, I think is the correct number he gave earlier. 41.7% of residents were able to afford a home. To me, it is clear that this proposal will not only contribute, but add fuel to the fire of the affordable housing crisis facing our city. That is the true issue here, and I ask that you vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Riazi, and sorry about getting your name pronounced incorrectly. And Brandon Williams.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Brandon Williams, resident of the Walltown neighborhood, here tonight to stand in solidarity with Bragtown and ask you all to vote no on the Carver Street Assemblage and Old Oxford Road proposals. And for Walltown, our community, we recognize that what's happening in Bragtown is happening across the city. In neighborhoods like ours in Bragtown, historically Black neighborhoods, folks are being pushed out. Gentrification is running its course, and we have to have a different kind of conversation and process in Durham if we are going to be serious about the values that we claim to have. And I think that by voting no tonight, you allow for the opportunity for that conversation to really be had amongst kind of public government, because I think this will draw attention to the fact that the city is going to look for a new way to do things, so that not only, as folks have talked about, history can be preserved, but people, communities, identities, generations, that wealth can be passed down. And for that, we need a whole host of other tools and resources available in the planning and development process. And I think that voting no tonight gives us an opportunity to work towards that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That's everyone who signed up in advance. The staff might be able to help me here. There are two individuals who currently have their hands raised. I don't know if they're raised to speak now, and I see more raised. So I'm going to assume that the hands that have been raised are looking to speak. So I will call on each of you. We'll give you each 2 minutes. What I would ask is, this is the first item. The second item is connected to this. We've gotten hundreds of emails. So I would ask that if you can, keep it short, or if you have a new point you'd like to make, I think that would be appreciated, but we will offer you 2 full minutes. We'll start with Jory Bryant, and then I see Ricky White and Kyle Marion following that.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm an employee of Durham Cares, but also I'm a descendant of Stadville Plantation. Many of people like Ricky Hart, the Justice family, the Holmans were descendants who walked down those tracks and settled in Bragtown. As people who did not ask to be in this country and their life was shown not to matter, we still see that our lives still don't matter when housing is not provided for us in places where we would have been historically oppressed in the same geographical location. Dr. Johnson and I worked last year on preserving some of the oral histories of the community. And I'm gonna just read a bit of what Dr. Johnson had wrote. He says, I stand with the Bragtown Community Association in requesting that you vote against the proposed Carver Street assemblage and Old Oxford Road redevelopments on the grounds that this will be the injurious to the historic community already in crisis because of rapid gentrification. The recent Durham Task Force on Racial Equity included amongst its recommendations the focus on minimizing harm as we begin a meaningful work and seriously tackling the problem of affordable housing. They continue by stating, we recommend that all housing strategies contain larger wealth building strategy. These recommendations are not possible if we allow developers to free reign to build without respecting the basic human rights. It is a sincere hope that the city of Durham will support its own recommendations on this question of racial equity and it pertains to the affordable housing. Yes, I believe that if you guys vote no, that you actually showing that you care about the lives of the enslaved people and their descendants in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Ricky White.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Ricky White. I'm at 1602 Delaware Avenue, and I'm also the executive director of the Elbe Creek Watershed Association, but I'll be speaking as a private citizen and as a professional ecologist tonight. In addition to all the points that have been made previously by the well-organized Bragtown Community Association, I wanted to focus back in on one of the slides that Jason Errol talked about in terms of preservation of natural heritage and rare plants and ecosystems. As I pointed out, I think previously at the Planning Commission in another rezoning request, the Unified Development Ordinance specifically lays out that natural heritage designated areas such as the one that's on this site should get special consideration and should be considered in any kind of requests such as rezonings or other developments. And I do commend Horvath and Associates for pulling plants off the site to try to preserve them. But for those of us who understand natural ecosystems and ecology, that is kind of the very least that you would want to do. Those ecosystems actually still exist on the site. You just pull the plants off of them. And so again, while I commend what Horvath and Associates was trying to do, the ideal situation would be to take the recommendation of the Bragtown Community Association's group and to preserve more of the actual designated natural heritage area that would also be in line with the Unified Development Ordinance. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. You wrapped up so fast I couldn't get off mute fast enough. Kyle Marion, Bonita Green, Rod Potter, and then Katie Rose Levin.
Yep. Hey, all. This is Kyle Marion. I live in Northeast Hills in Durham. So I'm here not because this is a necessarily firsthand impact on me. I'm here to show my support for the members of the local community and their concerns. Couple things. Would just like to say I was hoping to cede my time originally to the presenters so they wouldn't get cut off. As long as this is happening over Zoom, might want to think about a mechanism to allow people to do that going forward. But as a general theme, this is happening all over Durham, and I think it's clear to everyone involved. There's, if we're being honest, there's very little incentive for developers to really meaningfully engage with the community in the sense of incorporating what's important to them tangibly into the projects, rather than just holding meetings. And I think really the only incentive to do so is the potential fear or threat of you and or the city council voting no if they don't do so enough. So really you're, plus the council, you're the only people with the power to influence that imbalance between the actual citizens in Durham and the people who want to develop in it. And things like increasing the tree save from 20 to 21%, I'd like to see more of a meaningful change that reflects what all of the opponents are saying here, rather than that kind of token gesture. So I would hope that the standards for passing would be higher. That's all.
Thank you. Bonita Green. Bonita Green, I saw your hand was up. Are you able to speak? Let's go to Rod Potter and we'll see if we can come back.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Rodney Potter. I live in Landon Farms, 2112 Lime Street. And I just want to show my support for Bragtown and emphasize what they've already so eloquently stated, but specifically in regards to affordable housing. This is something that we just can't overstate. It's needed. Their neighborhood welcomes it. They desperately need it. And to state that we're only, if we're only offering 20 units that are affordable, that's just incredibly inadequate. And I would urge you to vote no on this until that number can be brought up to at least 10 to 20% of the units. It really is something that's desperately needed in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Rose Levin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. My name is Katie Rose Levin. I'm the Executive Director of Trees Durham. We're here to speak in opposition of the proposal. Research indicates that it takes about 30% of tree canopy cover to mitigate the hazards from heat that are generated by new developments and the increase in impervious surface. As was indicated earlier, our communities of color are already disproportionately suffering from heat-related illnesses, including strokes, diabetes, heart attacks, higher crime due to higher heat, things like that. And as well as they have to pay more in electricity costs. So losing this, what is essentially a giant cooling area right next to them, is going to aggravate both the negative health impacts and the economic impacts that they're already facing. To a point earlier, this right now is zoned a certain way, and what the developer is requesting is a rezoning to increase profits and to allow them to do a type of development that is outside of our current plan. So there should be a really good reason to give the developer an increased profits. Right now, we are seeing sort of a token movement towards what Durham is specifically requesting. So I think that if the developer is willing to meet more of the community demands, then the community would be more willing to meet their desire to have an increased profit. So from Trees Durham standpoint, we support developments that robustly preserve our forests and make our forests more healthy, sustainable, and socially just. Right now, this development is not doing that because it specifically will disproportionately impact our communities of color through the loss of tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bonita Green, you're back.
Yes, I apologize for that. My name is Bonita Green, and I live at 831 Center Street in the Merritt Moore community. I stand in support of Bragtown, as all of our historically Black neighborhoods within Durham are connected. We are integrally connected through our churches, and so we're connected as a community, and we've always stood in support of each other. And so that's basically why I'm here, to say that I'm standing in support of Bragtown by saying no, and I urge you all to say no to this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. So everyone who has signed up to speak or who raised their hand virtually has had the opportunity to speak. I'm going to make just one final call. If there's anyone who has something they would like to say, they may raise their hand. I'm going to give it one moment. And seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing. And commissioners, it is time for your questions and comments. So if each of you can also raise your hand, and I can call on you as we move forward. Are there commissioners who would like to speak? And keep in mind, I can't see all of you. You're not all always on my screen. So I really do need you to raise your hand or take your mic off and be recognized.
Mr. Chair, do we have the hand raise feature in the participants column working right now?
It should. I see Commissioner Baker, so I'm gonna start with Commissioner Baker and then Commissioner Durkin. But Commissioner Miller, are you raising your voice to raise your hand? Okay. Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So, you know, I've had a lot of conversations with the organizers, and a lot of conversations as well with some conversations with the developer. So, you know, I think that this development proposal and the application for the rezoning bring up a lot of issues, as many of these applications do. You know, we're supposed to live in a democracy, but as we see time and time again, you know, the balance of power is really tipped significantly against ordinary people. And as we have seen tonight, and as we see, I think increasingly around the country, and especially here in Durham, you know, people are crying out, and they're not just crying out for sort of pragmatic, moderate change. They're crying out for a whole new direction. And I think that they're crying out for, you know, reform from the business as usual, from antiquated, socially and environmentally and fiscally damaging policies and market failures. And they're crying out for something that I think actually makes the world better. And that call for change is, as we've seen happening in the streets in Durham and around the country, I think that it needs to be met in a meaningful way through legislative action, and it needs to be met on public boards and commissions in towns and cities, and in places where some of these daily decisions are made. And I think that we on the Durham Planning Commission, we have an obligation as public officials to speak up and speak out and be a part of the change that's increasingly being demanded. And I think that it's finally time to change the way that we evaluate these zoning and future land use map cases, because they literally determine Durham's future. But as we know, the zoning regulations of today continue to be defined, I think, by by the ugly past, and I think multiple speakers spoke to this, of redlining, of urban renewal, of large lot neighborhoods, and of Euclidean zoning, and so on. And so I think that Durham's zoning regulations were built to exclude and to divide and to separate people from businesses and people from each other, especially by race and by class. I think that a lot of our zoning and development regulations were created to respond to school integration. And I think that we still have leftover regulations to respond to school integration and to resist school integration. And they facilitated white flight and other types of trends. And they gave certain people and certain types of people amenities like street trees and green and civic spaces, and they precluded those types of amenities from other people. They gave corporate chains power over ordinary people and businesses, and I think that they perpetuated the the American myth of rugged individualism. So here today we're looking at some of the most, I think, substantial commitments we've seen in years, if not the most ever. So I guess one of the things to ponder, one of the questions that I have in my head is, how is it possible? How is it possible that simultaneously we are getting a developer coming forward with a number of commitments that we just don't see on a regular basis, and yet we have a huge organizing effort from progressive-minded people, from people who want to see Durham grow and are open to Durham changing? How do we see opposition to such a proposal? And so I would ask everyone and my fellow commissioners to think about this. So, whether you're in favor or you're against this application, what this application does is it reveals, like so many other applications that come before us, it reveals larger structural and systemic issues. And so I think that when I'm thinking about what those larger issues are, when I'm trying to understand exactly why we have a developer that's making these commitments and the progressive community who is opposing the rezoning, when the current rezoning is also not something that we'd want to see, I think that there are a few things that we need to think about. And one is, in particular, I think there are three things that we need to think about. The first thing is, we do not have a system in Durham of ongoing neighborhood area corridor planning. And this is something that I'm not the only person on the Durham Planning Commission that's talked about this. This is something that's regularly raised. We do not have that system in place of proactive planning where people in their communities are engaged from the public sector and given the space to imagine what the future of their communities could look like collectively, and then subsequently put in place the policies and regulations and the programs in order to achieve the vision that they can imagine. And so when that happens, when you have that system in place of ongoing neighborhood planning, you can put these types of things, these types of issues that the Bragtown community has come forth with today, you can put that in place. And what that does is it allows, when a developer comes in, those requirements are already there. The things that the neighborhood wants are already there. They were given that space, and it creates a much more predictable process for the community and for the developer. Number two, I think that if we are serious about racially and economically just growth and development, and living in a racially and economically just city and society, I think that we need an adequate procedure for major developments like this one, for major developments like some of the other large subdivisions large residential rezoning cases that we've seen, for major developments like the potential redevelopment of Northgate Mall. We need a very serious procedure from a third party who is able to come in and help neighborhoods and developers come to a reasonable conclusion. Because the goal here isn't to say no to everything. The goal is to get to the answer yes. And how do we get to the answer yes? So I think that third party needs to be either hired with 50% funding from the developer, 50% funding from the city, or it needs to be embedded in the city. And so there needs to be some sort of week-long charrette process where both sides can come together, and you don't just have the neighborhood and the developer and sort of who's running the show, and people have difficulty figuring that out. And also the onus is on the developer, and that's not something that the developer is trained in. So I think that everyone benefits from a process like that. And then lastly, I think that we need to have development standards in place already beforehand to have that more predictable process, so that especially in cases where there isn't a neighborhood adjacent to a proposed development that's organized and can get the things that they want and need. And so we would include street trees, requirements for building and dedicating public parks, the small blocks and connected streets. A lot of the issues that I think that we're going to be working on policy committee, the Planning Commission policy committee. And then, in the long term, we need zoning around the city to be one of two things: either low density holding zone or the zoning that we already want, so that we're not constantly on our heels, deciding between two suboptimal types of zoning. So, this application, like just about every other application that comes before us, kind of reveals those structural problems that we face and need to address. And it comes to us, and we're given the option of yes or no. And so what I'll just say is, I'm going to be listening to my other commissioners. Whatever happens tonight and whatever happens at City Council, I think that we need to applaud the incredible organizing that's been done. If there is a no vote, I think that there needs to be substantial work to facilitate a more equitable process. And I think that when we do that, when we facilitate a more equitable process, it benefits everybody, not just the community, but it also benefits the developer. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker. Commissioner Durkin?
Hi, I just wanted to say thanks for everybody's participation. We do actually read your emails, so we heard you. I wanted to say to the applicant, I'm really like the affordable housing language that was proposed. I'm a big fan of the perpetuity. The thing I would love to change on it is the number of units that were committed to be affordable housing. It's under 3% of the Carver Street assemblage. And so even a smaller number if you look at the two developments as a whole. I don't know the exact percentage increase in homes that these two developments would bring to this area, but I imagine it's a whole lot more than 2%. So I think that we need to look at the impact between the amount of housing that's being provided as an increase over what is existing and the amount of affordable housing being proposed. And I don't think the number is sufficient, though I do like the language and I like to see that commitment. It's a new one for me. It's exciting. I'm going to vote no on this proposal given the scale of the impact. I also just wanted to state that there were a couple comments over email about people who were not in Bragtown or in this neighborhood, even if if the developer is asserting that it's not Bragtown, it's irrelevant to me. There was comments that people outside of the neighborhood were making comments, and that's completely appropriate. Everyone in Durham is more than welcome to provide comments on a development in another part of the city or the county from where they live. Durham development across the county impacts all of us. And so you're not limited by where you live, of whether or not you're going to make comments or your comments are welcome on a particular proposal. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Durkin. Commissioner Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are a lot of things, like Commissioner Durkin, that I like about the proposal. I like the fact that it has a mix of units. I like the fact that it talks about limiting the size of units. I like the fact that there are some meaningful design commitments, but they could be better. I like the fact that they address trails, and I like the redesignation of the property, at least from industrial to low medium density residential, which I believe is how this ought to be designated in the future land use map. I like the fact that the developer did respond to some degree of community engagement, even though it did not result in agreement with the community. But there are other things about this that I don't like. I'm concerned about the future of Bragtown. I'm concerned about not just what this development and the others in this area mean for gentrification and displacement. I'm concerned about that across the board. What I'm hearing from the people who live in Bragtown is that when everything around them develops, will there in the end be a place for them? And this is a real issue. And I think that it requires us to be better and to do more, the things that Commissioner Baker was talking about. These are big issues that this developer cannot fix. There's no commitment that this developer can add to this development plan that fixes these systemic problems. I get that. And I don't hold them responsible for it. But I will say this, we're responsible. The question is tonight is, with our vote and with the city council vote, is if we fix these problems, will this property be available for a new way of doing things? Or will it not be available because we will have approved this project? And so I do think that that's a big consideration. I'm worried about public recreation, and should we be asking a developer to provide a public park? Well, under certain circumstances, my answer is yes, but I think also there ought to be a way through planning that we can look at the city as a player. When we create essentially new developments out of green land, I would feel better about voting for some of these projects if I knew that there was a plan in place that said the city is going to respond not just with pipes and paving, but other amenities as well. I'm concerned because of there should be parks up here, and I'm worried that because one of the things that will be disappearing, we're going to be adding homes, but ultimately, as we confront all these zoning cases that are happening in this area, we're going to be losing recreational amenities like the ballpark. I guess it's already gone, but it's up there. I believe strongly, as Commissioner Baker has suggested, that we need to do neighborhood planning. And I've said this before about this case. This is an opportunity. We have 4 rezonings happening right now, all right here, to create a new Cattsburg community. You call it Cattsburg or not. I call it Cattsburg because I'm from Durham and that's what it is to me. That can work with and be a good neighbor to Bragtown. And we can do it all together in an integrated way, or we can do this parcel by parcel and see what happens. I don't think that's the way to do it. I wish there was some way that we could look at all these parcels at the same time and say, this goes here and these components need to be there, and that the commercial components that are going to go at the intersection are going to be designed correctly so that they will be serve the neighborhood and not simply invite people to drive across town to go to another suburban shopping center. And I'm worried that if we approve this case and the next case and each case like it, seriatim, that we will have blown that opportunity. I look forward to the day when we are better at what we do, but the question is will there be land left to practice it on? And so for that reason, I'm going to vote against this. But before I go, I do want to say that as Ms. Durkin said, that I was actually stunned by the proffer of real affordable housing according to the city definition that was being offered by a market developer without subsidies and without incentives. I've been on the Planning Commission for 6 years. From day one on my Planning Commission experience, we have talked affordable housing, and through case after case after case, and after public hearing after public hearing after public hearing, and listening to what all everybody in the development community had said, the lesson that I had learned up to a week ago is that it was impossible for market developers to provide affordable housing without incentives and without subsidies, that it just couldn't happen, that somehow economically it couldn't work. But now I feel like a curtain has been drawn back. It obviously can work. I now regret voting for projects that I wonder whether or not could have had affordable housing components that don't now. So this is disturbing to me. I'm glad that the developers pull the curtain back, but I agree, this is an area that is perfect for affordable housing. We got lots of comments from people, and I was very impressed with the neighborhood slideshow. So I would love to have this property stay open, at least for the time being. I'll tell you what, I may vote for the future land use map change. I do not, the notion that somehow somebody might come in here and ask for a rezoning for industrial seems to me a lousy way to go. And I don't think anybody likes that. To set the ground for at least in the future land use map, for low medium density residential is something that we ought to seriously consider. But the rezoning, I'm just not ready to support, although I am grateful to these developers for the distance that they have come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to make my comments.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kenshin?
Yes, first I want to echo what I heard Commissioner Miller, Durkin, and Baker say. Applaud the developer for, I think, some really good proffers. I was impressed with what I saw, and it shows a real commitment to the city of Durham. I have a few questions for Jamie, if she's still available. It's been a couple hours for the staff, rather. I'm assuming it's Jamie. Hey, Jamie. My first question, Jamie, is in this proposed development, how many residents are going to be displaced in what's being proposed here? I'm thinking none, but I keep hearing about displacement. I want to confirm that I'm correct about none.
The existing conditions map does show on, if I can go to that sheet, I don't have it open right this second, so I can't give you an exact amount, but there are some existing homes that that have been incorporated as part of the proposed rezoning boundary. And so those properties, I believe there are a handful on the north side of Carver Street. Um, those residential units are intended, as I understand it, and you can ask the applicant to confirm, but they're not identified on the development plan to remain.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. And I think I saw 20% tree coverage. The neighbors wanted more. And what was the concession that was made by the developers? Was it 21%?
Correct.
So, okay, I think that was probably a mistake to go up 1%. And so this is, so tell me, I'm confused. So this is currently undeveloped, but it used to be some time ago, it was part of the Bragtown community. But right now it's vacant, it's wooded for the most part. But it has some historical significance. Is that correct, Jamie? What I heard?
I think the Bragtown Association, did provide a good presentation in terms of the history of the area. I can't speak more to it personally, but I think they gave a good background and illustration of the history of the area.
Okay. Well, I think I've heard the other answers already from Commissioner Baker, so I'll just hold off for now. But that's my question. So thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Kenshin, any additional questions or comments?
No.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I had a couple thoughts here. It seems like we're kind of affected by the similar issues with each of these different applicants over the last couple months or so. Things like infrastructure needs that are there in the community. They're not necessarily, they'd be building it in the new proposed community, but not necessarily in Bragtown or where the neighbors want more of those type of things, as well as things like tree coverage and stuff like that. Certainly the focus is on certainly getting more affordable housing. It's a good area to be in, and certainly, just equitable distribution so that they can build wealth in those areas. My thinking is kind of like we're seeing some of the outcome of the concerns we had when we were going through talking about the expanded housing choices and some of the development that was going on, and even some of the things we've made comments on to try to help monitor this a lot better. And to me, it'd be a lot easier if we had some metrics or had some goals of different neighborhoods. I think of what Commissioner Miller was saying is some of the neighborhoods being able to direct and help guide towards what do they really want in that area? What do they want in their neighborhood? I even think of what Commissioner Baker was saying is about we're doing it almost kind of piece by piece and not really looking at the bigger picture of what could be what is necessary there. So my thinking is I just feel I'm kind of on the fence. I like what the developer has offered and what the applicant has offered as proffers, but are we expecting them to fix things that are inherent in some of these areas where we do need more infrastructure, we do need more sidewalks, we need more ability to do things, and that's really more of a city thing, not necessarily a developer thing of making that investment and saying we need to improve it. I was thinking of one of the proponents was saying, they wanted development on Cub Street or Cub Creek Road, and he was saying that they would want some development and improvements in that area, but they were going to wait for a developer to come in and kind of do those things. So to me, it seems like this is a bigger issue than what we can do as a planning commission. We can make our advice and we can provide our comments, but I would want our city council members that if they're going to look at this thing and they're going to make choices there, they should look at the other needs outside of what the applicant is offering and what the community really needs. And like I said, I think we're getting a lot of feedback from the community. We've got a lot of people that have spoken out against this and wanting change. And I think the city council needs to listen to that and listen to our comments and saying this is what it is. I think what the applicant is offering is good. It could be better. And I think there is opportunity, but we also need it as part of an overall plan for Bragtown and seeing that this does become inclusive of other people and not just necessarily people that are going to come in and buy these residences. So, I mean, that's kind of my comment. I'm sitting on the fence one way or the other. And I'm thinking, you know, do we expect the developer to do this versus in asking the city to step in and make more of an investment? I mean, they built the street, they built the road. So now what's the plan around the road? Are they just trying to encourage developers to jump in and come up with their own ideas versus what the community may want? So that's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Alturk?
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to everyone. Just want to echo what Commissioner Durkin said. Thanks to everyone who participated and emailed. We've gotten a lot of feedback and input on this case. I won't say too much. I think a lot of what I wanted to say has been said. I guess just 2 points. One is that I just want to echo what has been said by a number of commissioners that this is, you know, the applicant in this case has committed to more things than I have ever seen on the commission, especially in terms of affordable housing. Some of the green space commitments are a little bit more than we're typically used to. As Commissioner Durkin said, I like some of the language here with the affordable housing units, and, you know, including the one that says no more than 3 shall be grouped together. I like, you know, that. And so there are a number of commitments here that are really worth considering and noting. And I do appreciate what the applicant has done. But as Commissioner Baker mentioned, you know, the fact that this is unprecedented and the fact that this is above and beyond the norm is kind of speaks to the systematic problem we have with zoning in Durham and, you know, really throughout. And so you know, it is a systematic problem, you know, and I think while I appreciate what the applicant has done, it just at the end of the day, this is, you know, we need more than you know, 3% affordable housing units. We need more than 20% tree save. I mean, it's just, and again, that speaks to a bigger issue that we have with planning. The second point I just want to make is, you know, I just want to reiterate, or I want to, I won't say much more than what has already been said by the Bragtown community. Their presentation, I think, was, you know, one of the best presentations I've seen on the commission here. And I, you know, and for 2 reasons. One, I think it incorporated the voices of people who live in the community and have lived there for a very long time. And the other reason is that the other thing that I really liked about it is it took into account the actual neighborhood and gave us, as someone who likes, you know, evidence, it gave us numbers on very, you know, at a very hyper local level, right? It told us, you know, area median income does not matter, you know, when we're talking about Durham, Chapel Hill, but the median income of folks who live in Bragtown does matter. And so you know, it's just, to me, that should be the template that we use, and that should be the minimum that we use when we are making considerations for rezonings in Durham. I would, you know, I guess thinking ahead and thinking, I would love if the Bragtown community can share that template, and those who worked with the Bragtown community, whether it was DataWorks or others, to share that template and with other neighborhoods, because I do think that is, in my mind, that should be the template for everything that we do going forward when it comes to rezoning, especially in not just in historically Black neighborhoods, but, you know, throughout. And I just think it is what they've done is a service to the county, and I hope they will share that and will really bring other neighborhoods into the planning process, which is something that we have talked a lot about. And so I would encourage them to do that. And for many of the reasons that they brought up, I will be voting no on this. I appreciate what the developer has tried to do, but I don't think it's enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Amendolia.
Thank you, Chair. I first want to echo a lot of things that my fellow commissioners have said, and I'll say more about that in a moment. I do first have a question for staff about the school impact assessment. So when I read through the report, my understanding was that this proposal would is projected to bring an increase of 21 additional students compared to existing zoning patterns. Is that correct?
I'm going to flip to that page right now. I'm assuming you're correct, but I can double check.
Sure. I'll go ahead.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's relative to existing zoning patterns, but when this development occurs, it's projected to give a total of 121 additional students. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, I'm just turning to that. I can calculate that out, but an additional 58, 28, and 35. I'm referring to table 4 on page 3, attachment 7.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess my question about this is, when Durham Public Schools plans for school impacts based on zoning, do they plan based on existing zoning, or do they plan based off of the impact of a specific project? So essentially what I'm asking is, are they planning for the 21 extra students this proposal would bring, or are they already planning for the students that would be brought based on existing zoning patterns?
That is an excellent question. Let me just see if it's possible that one of my other colleagues might be able to better answer that question pertaining to how the schools plan for whether it's existing or proposed. I would imagine, just guessing here, and I can see Grace popping on as well, but I would imagine that they're planning under existing conditions, because similar to us, when we get cases in, we don't actually know until the case comes in what the proposal is going to be. So I do know that there is dialogue with the school system regarding the proposals and the different developments that you see and that are approved by council. But I believe that their trends would be based on what the existing zoning is. Until that zoning is changed, you really don't know that to be the case.
Sure. And would you expect that to be reflected in their budgets?
I couldn't speak to that kind of level of information, unfortunately. I'm not sure if there's anybody else from staff that might be able to chime in on that.
So Grace Smith here. I cannot answer that with 100% certainty about their budget and how that impacts their budget, but I can tell you that it is our understanding that they do look at current zoning and also take considerations for the future land use map designations when they're trying to plan ahead for school population or school capacity.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And the reason I bring this up, just to share my thought processing, is that the applicant has proffered $10,500 for Durham Public Schools based on 21 additional students. That would equate to $500 per student. But if we're looking at the actual impact of students, that's 120 students, so that's less than $100 per student. To me, that does not seem to adequately help our public school system. In this case, yes, Jamie, you've popped up. I assume you would like to interject.
So the proffers for school contributions are totally up to the applicant and how they want to calculate it. I can tell you, just historically, the trend has been the change in the yield between, or deficiency between the existing zoning and what proposed build out would be. So that's not different than other cases that have come in. And I know, being relatively new to the Planning Commission, you may not have seen that historically, but I just wanted to give you some insight on it.
Sure, I appreciate that. Yeah, so that was my concern there. And I'll just echo quickly, I agree with a lot of things others have said tonight. There's a lot positive in this application. And yet, based on community feedback and just all of the support for the Bragtown community tonight, it just doesn't quite hit the mark at this time. And I think I agree. To me, this is even bigger than just about racial equity. It's also about racial justice and about righting historic wrongs and looking to create better systems so that we have better developments moving forward. And because of that, I will be voting no on this tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. I will commend the applicant for the changes that they've done. I do believe that it was done in good faith. I unfortunately don't believe it's quite enough in this scenario. I do actually have a friend who's living on her own for the first time ever, and she chose Bragtown because of its relative affordability. So I do sympathize with the community and worrying about the level of affordability over time if developments like this are led to be supported rampantly. Since our last meeting, to my best recollection, I read the email from the applicant first about the changes to their commitments, and my first thought was, great. The community and developer came to a consensus, they came to an agreement. But after that, it was a steady trickle and ultimately a flurry of emails, as my fellow commissioners know, from the community speaking against the project. I truly appreciate the community's involvement in doing so because I was up in the air a little bit. You know, I was hoping that agreement could be made, but it was that strong no from the community that really made up my mind. And so I appreciate their ability to mobilize so strongly to say what they want and demand real follow through. Like Commissioner Miller said, we should not hold the developer responsible to systemic issues, but it is certainly our place here in the commission to identify that and be the reinforcing body that pushes and challenges the city and county leadership to always do better. That is our role, no matter who's in those positions. This is an expansive area of development, and we should certainly listen to the community on how they want it to grow. These residents aren't asking for no development, they just want to be part of it. People of color have historically not had a say or ability to participate in development. Now is the time to listen and respond so that those injustices are corrected, be it working in partnership with the city or developers who historically have not been people of color. So I will be voting for no on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. I don't see any other commissioners' hands raised. I would like to just offer my thoughts as well. I'll keep them brief. I'm going to echo what others have said. I certainly appreciate the proffers that have been put on the table. They're important. And as Commissioner Miller said, they're the kind of things I hope we will continue to see on other plans. In my time here, and these aren't my terms, but I'm just going to use them because they're out there. We've heard a lot of not in my backyard. We've heard some yes in my backyard. I believe this is different. We heard loud and clear, this was equity in my community. And so quite simply, I will stand with Bragtown and I will be a no vote. I see Commissioner Amendolia. Would you like to be recognized in additional time?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
I just remembered one other point I would like to raise. I know Commissioner Miller raised the possibility of approving the future land use map change, this regardless of the decision on the zoning map change. And I guess this is somewhat of a question and a caution as someone new on the commission, but my fear of that is that that could lend this development to moving forward with less units because it would then be zoned residential. And so it could lend itself to a development still taking place without the proffers that we have been offered even tonight. I may be incorrect in that assumption, but it seems that changing from industrial to residential could lend that possibility. And to me, it lends a potential risk. So I would still vote no on that.
Thank you. And in a moment of good fortune, Commissioner Miller had already raised his hand, so I will recognize him and he may offer his thoughts on that statement as well. Commissioner Miller?
So with regard to the future land use map designation, the property is zoned for residential in a combination of residential single family zones. And it can be developed that way today or tomorrow, no matter what happens in this case. What I'm afraid of, and it's a remote fear, and I'm not going to say that it's something we should all be concerned about, is to the extent that the property is designated for future industrial use, that's clearly a direction that I don't think this property should go. And so for that reason, and I do think it should be low medium density residential, which is actually a pretty broad span of possibilities. And it won't affect its developability under its current zoning, because it's the zoning that matters. It does, it just means that whatever may come along in the future, if we still have these future land use map designations, that's one step that people won't have to jump through. I mean, I suppose you could look at it as, another way to look at it is well, nobody is ever going to really put in some sort of light industrial facility there. So it means it's just one more hurdle that somebody will have to jump through in order to get it developed. I think the better way of going is to, when we have an opportunity to straighten out the future land use map in accordance with trends, that we probably ought to take advantage of it. And so that's why I'm inclined to vote for the future land use map change, and while nevertheless opposing the rezoning. I understand somebody who sees it differently, and because it is kind of, all rezoning things are tainted with this business is, none of us has a crystal ball and we can't see into the future. But that's my view on that. And Mr. Chair, I had to raise my hand because I had perceived that it was about time for a motion, and I was prepared to make it, and will make it if you require it. And I'll wait to be called on by you.
Please do, Commissioner Miller.
Therefore, in connection with case A19-00005, the comprehensive plan change associated with the Carver Street assemblage, I move that the Planning Commission send this forward to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Al-Turk, and we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties. I apologize. Okay, Commissioner Al-Turk.
No.
Commissioner Amendolia.
No.
Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
Was that yes?
Yeah, this is the future land use map, right?
Yes, correct. I couldn't hear you. Thank you. Yes. Chair Busby.
No.
Commissioner Durkin.
No.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Vice Chair Kinchin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lanfried.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe. Commissioner Lowe.
No.
Commissioner McIver.
You not hear me?
I heard you. Yes. Commissioner McIver.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
No.
Okay, so it's 7-7, and when we have a tie, the motion fails.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion on the zoning case?
Please.
Therefore, I move in connection with case Z19-00009, proposed rezoning of the Carver Street assemblage, that the Planning Commission send this forward to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
I'll second.
Moved by Commissioner Miller. I'm sorry, I missed who seconded.
It's me, Commissioner Amendolia.
Thank you, Commissioner Amendolia. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Alturk,
No.
Commissioner Amendolia,
No.
Commissioner Baker,
No.
Chair Busby,
No.
Commissioner Durkin,
No.
Commissioner Durkin,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
No.
and Commissioner Landfried,
No.
Commissioner Lowe, Commissioner McIver,
No.
Commissioner Miller,
No.
Commissioner Morgan,
No.
Commissioner Santiago,
No.
Commissioner Williams.
No.
Motion fails unanimous 14-0.
Thank you. We'll move to our next case. This is Old Oxford Road. This was also continued from our June 3rd, 2020 meeting. It's case A190016 and Z190043. And we'll start with the staff report. I do want to let commissioners know that following this case, we are going to then take a 10-minute break, and then we'll return for our remaining items. Report, please.
Good evening, Jamie Sunyak again with the Planning Department. I will be presenting some updates in terms of the text commitments that have been provided. However, let's go to the first slide. That summarizes the case summary, the application, the proposal. Again, this case was continued from the June 3rd Planning Commission hearing. Additional proffers were provided that were reviewed by staff and found to be legal and enforceable. Those have been provided in the attachment 9 and 10 for additional information. And again, I'll just read into the record the additional text commitments. Next slide. Developer shall make a one-time donation of $25,200 to the Affordable Housing Fund prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Developer shall make a one-time donation of $19,000 to the Durham Public Schools prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Developer shall make a one-time donation of $1,500 to the Bragtown Community Association prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. A minimum of 2 of the following shall be incorporated into the open space elements: gazebo, dog park, pavilion, barbecue area, multi-purpose green space / multi-use fields, path, benches. Location and layout of these items to be determined at first site plan. Next slide. Interior townhome units shall contain 1-car garages, and exterior townhome units shall contain 2-car garages. A minimum of 22% tree preservation shall be provided. A minimum of 50% of the 1-car garage townhome units shall be limited to 1,700 square feet or less. And no detached home can be constructed with a front exterior elevation or front facade or color palette that is identical to the home on either side of it. Next slide. Again, staff determines that these requests are consistent with the comprehensive plan and other applicable policies and ordinances. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Sunyak. We will reopen the public hearing, and let me just pull up the list. We have 2 proponents and 13 opponents. And Ms. Porter, I know you are signed up as the applicant. I know you have a presentation. How long is your presentation? If you're able to speak. Ms. Porter, are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I was somehow unable to unmute myself, but anyways, I don't actually have a I have something I want to say, but I don't have a slideshow or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. I thought I'd ask in advance this time as opposed to the way I did it last time. So, commissioners, what I would propose is with 2 proponents, 13 opponents, I would recommend, as we've done with some other cases, we can allow the proponents 10 minutes to speak. We can allow opponents 2 minutes each. Are folks comfortable with that recommendation? And if so, I'll take a motion to that effect.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Seconded.
Moved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Morgan, and we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Sorry, my computer has a little bit of a delay. All right. Commissioner Alturk,
Yes.
Commissioner Amendolia,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Commissioner Durkin, Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Landfried,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Williams? Okay. So the motion passes 13-0.
Great, thank you. So Pam Porter and Michael Owens have signed up as proponents, and you have the floor is yours for 10 minutes combined.
All right, great. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Pam Porter with TMTLA Associates, 5011 South Park Drive in Durham. As you know, we're the applicant on this rezoning case. Just wanted to say thank you to Jamie for the presentation of our proposal and all of your work on this project so far. Just to give a quick recap, we are requesting the rezoning of 43-acre parcel at the corner of Carver Street in Old Oxford Road from the CC and IL to a PDR 4.802 for the development of townhomes and single-family detached. We have committed to a maximum of 145 townhomes and 65 single-family detached homes for a total of 210 residential units. We are also requesting a future land use amendment from industrial and commercial to low, medium density residential. And last, we are requesting the annexation of the 28-acre portion of our site into the city limits. Before I give an update on our conversations with Bragtown, I did want to thank them for letting us have the opportunity to discuss our project with them. And although we were unable to accommodate all of their requests, I do think we had really meaningful dialogue, and our project is better for it. As Tim Sivers mentioned as part of his presentation, we had 3 meetings with members of the Bragtown Community Association to discuss our proposed developments. And these meetings were above and beyond the 2 neighborhood meetings also held for this proposed project. As a result of the meetings with Bragtown, we were able to commit to the following additional items above and beyond what you saw at the last meeting. We have increased our tree preservation commitment from 20 to 22%. And the site is currently vacant, and there is enough existing tree canopy to allow for this increase. We have committed to 50% of the interior townhomes to be a maximum of 1,700 square feet or less, and this will help keep the cost of the product down. The developer has committed to a one-time $1,500 donation to the Bragtown Community Association. And this is something we haven't discussed yet, but the developer has also agreed to a donation of $100,000 above and beyond the proffers already committed to. At least half of that will go to the Durham Affordable Housing Fund, which will make our donation at least 3 times the standard donation. We are still currently in talks with the Bragtown Community Association on how the remaining money can be best used directly impact the community. So the additional donation has not been formalized into a commitment yet, but it is there, that money is there to be used. And this is not related to conversations with Bragtown, but we did also add a commitment to ensure that no detached home can be constructed with a front exterior elevation or color palette that is the same as the home on either side of it. These items are above and beyond the proffers, as I mentioned, that you saw at the last Planning Commission meeting. As I mentioned at the previous Planning Commission meeting, providing all the items that were asked for by the Bragtown Community Association would have made the homes more expensive, quickly taking them from what might have been considered affordable and market rate pricing to a price point that would not be suitable for this part of Durham. One of the many emails you received on this case was from Chris Sanders, who is a landowner for this property. He has owned this property since 1999, and when it was purchased, he noted in his email that it was not within the Bragtown neighborhood community boundary. When the Bragtown Community Association created their map of Bragtown back in 2018, he was not notified of the decision to include his property within the Bragtown boundary or how this would impact his property. He spoke to this during Tim's rezoning case, and he may speak again about it, but I just thought it was important to reiterate the history of the property with regard to the current ownership. If the development does not get approved, the next developer, whether rezoning or developed by right, may not be willing to work at all with the Bragtown community. The site is vacant, and if it were to be developed by right into some sort of heavy industrial use, the adjacent neighbors and community likely would not know about it until the dirt started moving. And as mentioned before by Commissioner Miller, that's probably not the best use for this property. One last thing I'd like to mention, I've been told that the money that is donated to the Affordable Housing Fund gets put into one big pot and the money is not earmarked for specific communities. Bragtown is, as you all have heard, is a community that has needs, so I'm planning on having a conversation with Karen Lado with the City of Durham Community Development Department to see if there's anything I can personally do to help earmark some of these funds to Bragtown. I've been told it's not an easy thing to do, but I'm willing to personally put in that work to see if there's anything I can do to help with that. During the June 3rd Planning Commission meeting, we were asked to work with Bragtown community. We met with them 3 times, heard their concerns, and adjusted our proposal to the best of our abilities to accommodate their requests. Our proposal not only meets the spirit of the UDO, but is even better because of our conversations with Bragtown. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Mike Owens with Meritage Homes is also on the call, and he can answer any questions you have as well. So I thank you for your consideration of our request, and we look forward to your vote tonight. And I'm just going to yield the rest of my time to Mike Owens. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Owens?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, first of all, again, my name is Mike Owens. I am a Durham resident, 3545 Dixon Road. I lead the land acquisitions for Meritage Homes. So first of all, I want to thank everyone here, particularly the Bragtown Association, for their participation in the process. I do just want to stress that, many of these issues are big issues that are, very challenging, broader issues that we absolutely identify with and certainly want to do our part in. To start off with, regarding Meritage, the applicant for whom I work. So Meritage is a home building company based in Phoenix. I do want to just remind folks, a lot of times developers kind of get a bad rap. Home building really is a bedrock industry. I remember coming out of 2007 from the downturn, home building was a really big focus because a lot of times that's what leads folks out of downturns. Despite coronavirus, home building is actually done fairly well because people need homes. In addition to providing housing, you think about the trickle-down effect of all those jobs that it provides: electricians, plumbers, road paving, home sales. There's a huge variety of jobs driven by home building. Our original founder, Steve Hilton, is still our CEO, so it really is a true ground-up story. Builders historically do a pretty poor job of differentiating. And one thing we're proud of at Meritage is we really differentiate based on green building. We really are the gold standard for green building amongst home builders. Energy Star has awarded us the National Partner of the Year for 6 straight years. And our company has actually built 40,000 Energy Star homes above that standard since 2010. No matter what, we do that regardless of the price point, whether that's a $500,000 home or $150,000. That is something that's core to who we are, and every home we build includes that because we think it's the important thing to do for the environment and for our customers. One just example of that, we track some statistics as it relates to that pass-through savings on energy. A typical 24-foot townhome, which is about the average size of what we build here, has a HERS score of 64. And what that equates to is about a $65 per month saving in energy costs. That's over $700 a year. So when we talk about affordability, think also of the cost of maintenance of those homes and the energy savings. So in terms of the merits of our proposal, again, the land is currently vacant. This is wooded land right now, so we don't need to tear down any homes or do anything too impactful. It leverages some public infrastructure. There's a clean new road there. There's a lot of vacant land that is ripe for development. We offer 3 different housing types. We have 1-car townhomes, 2-car townhomes, and detached homes, each with a different price points. One advantage of that is it is mostly townhomes. So there is less impact on schools and on traffic, which ultimately is better for the tax base. Affordable housing is obviously important to Durham and specifically this area, and it's been a big part of our discussions with Bragtown. Our likely pricing will be in the high 100s to the mid 200s, which frankly is incredibly challenging for folks like myself to do, given the cost of construction, permitting, land development. We've certainly listened to all the requests and all the proffers, but at the end of the day, incorporating so many of these things, frankly, we have to pass that through to the home buyer. It is very challenging to sell homes at reasonable prices. We have an opportunity to do it here, and incorporating too many of these things, ultimately, it really does just adversely affect the affordability. In addition to that, affordable housing really does follow supply and demand. I mean, part of the reason why home prices keep going up throughout the triangle is triangle supply constrained. Bringing new supply ultimately offsets that dynamic that is pushing prices up. We really do think this community will provide a positive trend for housing dynamics and affordability. And to further aid in that effort, as Pam mentioned, we were able to increase our contribution for $100,000. And specifically, we want much of that money to go towards housing affordability. So just in summary, we believe this meets a lot of the wants of the city and its citizens. First, variety of housing options in an area that makes sense. 3 different product types that are reasonably priced. Again, these are for sale. And honestly, here, the builder. Sometimes there's developers, sometimes there's multiple uses. We would be building the homes. These are for sale, so the folks here would have a chance to build equity. And again, housing supply is ultimately the easiest way and the biggest way to support affordability across the board. More options means more affordability. So ultimately, I know it's affordable housing is always a tough subject, but providing more housing absolutely supports affordability across the board. In addition to that, we are providing a contribution that is at least 3 times above the recommended proffer. So I really do think this is a great proposal for the area, and we appreciate all the dialogue and appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will move to the individuals who signed up listed as opponents. And again, 2 minutes per speaker. We've got 13 speakers, and I'll just read the first few so we can get you lined up. Jason Errol, Anna Benfield, Stephanie Bigelow, Billy D, Latanya Durant. We'll start with Jason Errol.
Hi, folks. I think that I'm just going to stand with the presentation that we gave before to save everyone some time. That same presentation that we gave before applies to this same development. So I'm just going to stop there. Thank you.
Oh, we definitely thank you. Anna Benfield. Anna Benfield, are you with us?
I had the same comments as previously. I don't know if I need to repeat them. Would that be appropriate at this time?
I think if you have the same comments, I think you just let us know. So I think you're fine if you're good.
So my vote, I mean, my petition to y'all would just still to vote no, that this is a racial equity issue in terms of prioritizing the voices of long-term residents. So thank you for your consideration of that.
Thank you. Stephanie Bigelow.
Yes, good evening once again, commissioners. I would like to state that we do stand firm on our initial presentation as it pertains to this particular project. We thank you graciously for your time this evening, but I would request that you all continue to vote no for this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy D.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. I absolutely second what Stephanie just shared. We stand firm with our original presentation. We met with both developers in the same set of meetings, so our presentation referred to both developments. And I just want to say that I just so deeply appreciate the fact that the larger systemic issues of racial equity and racial injustice in the history of land ownership and land development have been spoken about in this public hearing. And it's really meaningful to think about what equitable development can look like in the city of Durham. Thank you.
Thank you. Latanya Durant.
I just want to echo what everyone else has said, or stand with the presentation we gave. And what I didn't say before is that I am an employee of DataWorks and we support the efforts of the Breakdown Community Association.
Thank you. Next, we have Marilyn Hartman, Jacqueline Klock, and Vanessa Evans. So Marilyn Hartman, if you're with us, you can press *9 if you need to raise your hand. We will go to Jacqueline Klock.
I would like to add to my, well, not add, but just once again, reiterate what I had said on my first statement and support Bragtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Evans.
I would like to, first of all, thank y'all for listening to what we had to say and showing our slides. I also stand on what we've already presented. I would like to just make one clarification. I've lived here for 59 years, so I know the boundaries of Bragtown. And I know what Catbird store sits, and I know what area was considered Catbird, which was going out towards Tuning Middle School or junior high when I was going. So I do know the parameters and the boundaries of what we've talked about tonight. It's not like we just drew up a map and decided we wanted to plop a lot of people into an area to bring about some kind of chaos. So I just wanted to make that clear that the boundaries that were set were by people who have been living in Bragtown for a long time, not just people who just decided to come to a meeting and wanted to put their name on a map. So I wanted to make that clear. And again, I thank y'all, and I hope that y'all still stand on no for this particular project as well.
Thank you. Sarah Riazi. Sarah, are you still with us? I know you spoke earlier. We'll move on. We've got Larissa Seibel and then Ricky White. Ms. Seibel?
Yes, just to thank you and also say I am representing People's Alliance Housing Action Team, and I appreciate you looking at neighborhood planning. I think it's so important for neighborhoods to be involved in the planning process before you get to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ricky White.
Hi, I just wanted to reiterate the same comments hold true. This is part of a natural heritage area. I don't think they did a removal on this particular site. So it would be important for us to understand what kind of concessions they're making in terms of trying to preserve the natural area and the natural heritage of that site. And also, again, commending y'all on kind of thinking about the larger picture here and the systemic issues that are involved with the whole planning process right now in Durham. So really much appreciated.
Thank you. Then we have Brandon Williams and John Killeen. Mr. Williams? We'll move on to John Killeen if he's still with us. All right, these are folks who signed up in advance, so they may have already dropped off after the first hearing. We're going to move to folks who have raised their hand virtually. Rod Potter, and then Katie Rose Levin, Bonita Green, and Rose Sanchez. Rod Potter.
Hi, I just want to reiterate the same thing I already said. So thank you for listening. We appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Rose Levin.
Yeah, Katie Rose Levin from Trees Durham. I wanted to add some additional information for you. We just had an extremely robust analysis done by 3 Duke master students who graduated, looking at the amount of tree canopy cover that would need to be preserved in order to keep 30% across Durham. And they looked at it by zoning. So once again, just as a reminder, you need about 30% tree canopy cover to reduce the risk of health impacts from extreme heat, to reduce the risk of flooding from loss of tree canopy and impervious surface, and to reduce the amount of money that people pay for air conditioning. So that 30% is really key. In order to maintain 30% across Durham, these suburban areas need to retain about 40% of the tree canopy on non-residential areas and 50% on residential areas. So the 22% that they are suggesting they retain there is about half. So understanding that they would plant more trees, we would still urge you to consider that these types of developments that are going to cut down areas that are 100% forests, we should really preserve as much as possible, because there's so many places like Bragtown that have much, much less forest. So these places do need to do a little bit heavy lifting. Thanks.
Thank you. Benita Green. Ms. Green, are you able to speak at this point? We'll move to
Okay,
Rose.
I was trying to do the star pound. Okay, I just saw that. Anyway, Benita Green, 831 Center Street in the Merrittmore community, and I stand in support of Bragtown and all of the comments that were made earlier, and urge you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Rose Sanchez.
I retract my comment.
Okay, thank you. And then Celeste Ritchie.
Hi, folks. Thanks again for listening tonight. I wanted to just add for this development in particular, based on the area median income for Bragtown, not a single one of these units would be affordable to someone making 100% of the area median income in Bragtown. And I just think that's really important to highlight. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And Ms. Porter, I see your hand up, and you do have an extra minute or so from your time. So if you have your hand up looking to use the rest of that time, you're welcome to do so.
Sure. I just wanted to mention, because it was not part of what I said earlier regarding the Natural Heritage Program. So there is natural heritage area on our site, and we had the survey done, and it was determined that the endangered species were not found on our particular site. I know for Tim's there was mitigation that's already been done, but for ours, those plants were not found on our site, and we found that out right before the original planning commission meeting. So there's no mitigation. So that I just wanted to make a note of that. And I also just wanted to again mention that Meritage Homes is, in addition to all the monetary proffers that have been made, have offered an additional $100,000 donation. And it seems like that's an unprecedented amount of money for a donation to the Affordable Housing Fund, and to, if we can find a place to put some of that money to earmark it directly for Bragtown. I mean, I know it's not solving all the problems, but it is quite a substantial donation. So I just wanted to make sure that that was noted again for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking, I see Constance Wright also has their hand up. You are welcome to speak on this item.
Okay, yeah, I just want to piggyback on what Celeste said, as far as there's absolutely no mention of affordable housing, and then the $100,000 is not sure that Bragtown will benefit from the majority of that money. So I'm just asking everybody to please vote no, and just take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any other hands up of individuals who have not yet spoken. Billy D, I see your hand is up, but you have spoken already in the public hearing, but I'm sure a commissioner will call on you for your feedback at some point. Last chance, if you have not yet spoken, if you want to raise your hand. Well, I want to thank everyone. We're going to close the public hearing, and I see commissioners with their hands up already. We'll start with Commissioner Alturk.
Thank you, Chair. This is obviously a very similar case to the last one we heard. It's a little bit smaller, fewer units. As has been noted, there are no commitments to affordable housing units, so that's a big difference. But I wanted to ask a question to staff or on two of the commitments. So one is the commitment to add $100,000, and from what I understood, $50,000 would go to the Affordable Housing Fund, and then $50,000 would go to an extra $50,000 would go to the community association. Is that set in stone? Because I'm not sure that I see that in the staff report, and it sounded ambiguous to me whether that was a committed element.
Yes, Jamie Sunyak with the Planning Department. So staff has not received any language to review with respect to this additional contribution. We're not opposed to accepting additional proffers dealing with contributions, and that can be handled through in between the Planning Commission and the City Council, and not referred back to staff, not referred back to the Planning Commission. However, I'm not quite clear exactly what the proffer is here either. So I think that the language does need to be fleshed out a little bit more by the applicant for us to be able to understand exactly what it is that the applicant is proposing. And I think that that's something that we can work with the applicant on, but I'm not quite clear exactly if it's just a proffer of $100,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The applicant may want to clarify that.
Yeah, I think that would be great if that's possible. And I guess I'll direct that to Pam.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So when we were talking with Bragtown, I'll just give you just a brief how we got to this point. We were having our conversations with Bragtown. By the third conversation, we did not know that the $100,000 is going to be available. So we were trying to figure out now how to best use that money. At least half of it is going to go into the Affordable Housing Fund. The other half, we're trying to figure out the best way to allocate those funds where Bragtown would benefit directly from that money, and we're still trying to figure that part of this out. So we haven't made an official proffer because we're not sure exactly how the money is going to get divvied up yet. But we're not a committed element, but we are making the commitment to do at least half to the Affordable Housing Fund, and then the remaining will either go towards the Affordable Housing Fund or some other way that will help the community directly. And we're just still trying to figure that out right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me ask, because one of the other suggestions that Pam made was to set aside $50,000 or some amount of money that would go toward the fund to be set aside for Bragtown. And she mentioned speaking with Karen Lato, and I see that Karen seems to be on the call, and I'm curious if if she'd be able to let us know how feasible that is, or yeah, whether that's a real possibility or not.
Good evening, Commissioner. This is Karen Lato, Assistant Director of the Community Development Department. In answer to your question, we do not and have not historically earmarked funding within the Dedicated Housing Fund, which is the city's affordable housing fund. The reason for this is really twofold. One is substantive and one is kind of administrative. The substantive one is that with affordable housing projects cost all over the map. And in a recent RFP for a multifamily project, we had projects ranging from $300,000 to $7 million in subsidy requests. And $50,000 or a smaller amount of money is generally not going to be enough to fund a project. And so it sits aside, but we have no place to put it until something comes along that would be in that neighborhood, that rises high enough in our priorities that we're providing other funding to complement that 50,000. So the challenge is deploying a small amount of funding that is earmarked to in projects that tend to be larger dollar value. The other more administrative one is it's just complex to keep track of little bits of money inside a fund that is multiple millions of dollars. And that's sort of the accounting side of it. That is the challenge.
Can I ask you, aside from those challenges, I guess, I mean, in your opinion, is this a tool that can be used, you know, by the city, you know, in our rezoning cases but it would have to be a substantial sum of money to where it would make sense to say, you know, we're going to set aside this much money toward Bragtown. Is that?
I think that is something that, you know, we could certainly discuss in future cases. I think in this particular situation, the conversation I know that was had with my director was that it just is very challenging for us to earmark an important contribution, but still a relatively modest amount of money in the scheme of affordable housing programs.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
The other piece of this is that the applicant has proposed $50,000 to give to the community association, and I'm curious to hear from them what they think of this proffer, and that could be toward Billy D, who I know had her their hand up, and then also Vanessa Evans. Maybe she can address that, since I think she's the chair of the association. I'd love to hear from them what they think about this idea.
And Commissioner Turk, you're asking for one of them to answer your question at this moment?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, this is Vanessa Evans. The 50,000 that they were saying they would give to us, it was supposed to go into a 501c3, which we did mention to them that we have someone who would be able to handle those monies, because we are not a 501c3. But Durham Cares is. So we had already told them if we were to take the offer, that money could go to Durham Cares, and then we could figure out where we want to use it within the community.
Okay. And is this something that okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all. Thank
Okay.
you.
Commissioner Turk, any additional questions or comments?
No, I think I have some of the same concerns I had with the last case. I'll be voting no on this. I do think these two proffers that have been made are things to consider in the future, but I'm not sure that they're enough to sway me in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to point out to everyone that this case is substantially different than the other one in its beginning place. The other case, if you recall, is a piece of property that has been designated for industrial use in the future land use map, but has been zoned for single family use, a mixture of RU5 on one end of the single family scale and RS20 on the other end of the single family scale. So under that program, it's unlikely that anybody would develop the property for single family homes. And if they did, like I said, it's a small risk. Here it's different though. This is a piece of property that is designated for industrial and shopping center use and is zoned that way too. This piece of property is ready to go for non-residential development. So when we vote on this, everyone should keep that in mind. There is a risk associated with voting no. It all is a question on how much that risk matters to you. Here's an opportunity to redesignate the land to low medium density residential, which I think is the appropriate designation under the future land use map. But it is zoned for industrial and shopping center use, which I think are not appropriate. So we cannot count on this property sitting around and waiting for us to do something different. I will point out that across the street from this property are other parcels that are also could be used for commercial use. And if we were able to pull together and do a small area plan for this area where we integrated residential projects around a commercial node designed to serve those projects, that would be great. But in this instance, we have an alignment of what I think is inappropriate zoning and inappropriate land use designation that could mess up our plans without our ability to intervene. So I just point that out to you. I believe this is a risk that the neighborhood is aware of and has assessed. But I did kind of want to ask if I could to get Vanessa or Billy D to come to the microphone, as we say, and ask them if they've thought about this in formulating their opposition to this project.
Okay, I'm going to pass this over to Billy.
All right. Hi, everyone. I just want to highlight that this is a moment in which I'm really noticing that this process is set in favor of people like developers who are really familiar with all of the ways these processes work. I think that our community has looked at the whole picture globally as far as we could possibly understand it with diligent research. And we want to ask for a no vote on both of these proposals. We're thinking of them as one large question for us about what's going to happen in this area. So I stand by our presentation and what we already shared in terms of the fact that we want to ask for a no vote. I think that what was raised in this planning commission meeting, which is so important, is this larger issue that there is not a process in place for community engagement in which there could be a deeper sense of guidance and information offered to people like us who have literally learned this system in our off time over the past 6 months. So I want to make sure I'm speaking for the group based on the information I have, which is that we have been spent months working on trying to understand the impact of these two developments sort of as a whole. And in that way, we want a no vote on all of this. I also just want to add, because I had my hand raised before, I just wanted to add that the sort of confusion around the donation with the from Pam Porter, I just wanted to share that we had a series of 3 meetings, and Pam Porter didn't reach out to us until after the 3 meetings, so pretty soon, like not that long before this public hearing, and told our community there could be this money for potentially affordable housing. And I just want to say that put us in a challenging situation where we're a small community association. We didn't ask for money. We asked for affordable housing. We did not get it. We wanted units of affordable housing on site in the TMTL development. $100,000 does not even cover necessarily a single unit, or perhaps 2 units, depending on the pricing and type of unit. And I just want to share that this is a situation where there needs to be infrastructure to support communities like ours, so we're not put in situations where we're getting a phone call and not necessarily knowing what is the best way to proceed because we've already finished a formal negotiation and we're receiving information after the fact, and learning to navigate that. So I just want to share that we're doing our absolute best to understand the global impact of all these things put together, but that we're doing this as we're learning as we go, right? And I just want to highlight that when we spoke earlier, or Tom, I think you brought this up, this is an opportunity to think of the impact of all of these developments together. It's also a time to think of the impact of the system and the fact that all of us put in collectively thousands of hours to try to learn this system. And we still are at a deficit because we don't have the tools, we don't have the lawyers, we don't have all the information the developers have. So I felt really uncomfortable when conversation around that donation came up, because I think it's not fair that we should be put in a situation where we don't have the tools to navigate in an equitable way resources that are being presented to us without just a good infrastructure in place to make sure community members don't get put in situations that are just not appropriate. So I just wanted to share that we wanted affordable housing in that development. It's not there. We say no to it. And I understand, Tom, the points you bring up, and I just want to share this is a larger systemic issue, and that's a part of why we're asking for this no vote. So there is an opportunity to look at this as a bigger picture. That's my perspective, though. So you might want to see if there's any raised hands, because I don't want to overspeak someone else's perspective from my group.
So,
Mr. Miller, the floor is yours.
So I have, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, did you call on someone else?
No, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. So I also want to note, and I discussed this with the developer, that what they're planning to build is for sale units. And they talked about price points and what have you, and it's frustrating to me because I'm a big believer that affordable housing means a lot of things, and some of it is permanently affordable rental housing, but some of it is low-priced, small, entry-level housing, which is not necessarily permanently affordable, except for its size, its relative affordability, because I believe that wealth building is the root cause of our affordability problem. In Durham and probably many other places, for the most part, the largest part of every dollar that the community has is in the pockets of white people. And there are a lot of reasons for this, and I don't necessarily expect any particular developer to fix it. But if we're going to grow wealth, if we're going to create family intergenerational wealth, where there hasn't been any, the way it's done in this country, and you've heard me say it before, for most people is they buy a house. And we've got to make sure that we are creating lots of little houses. The development community doesn't do that. If there's more profit in putting a bigger house on a lot, they put a bigger house on a lot because it's a capitalist system and it's about the profit. But in this instance, the developer did impress me that they have tried to bring in 4 purchase units in the marketplace that would be priced under $200,000. I wish there were a way that we could have some sort of enforceable commitment along those lines that wasn't just related to square footage. And so I wanted to ask staff, Karen, I see Don is on at the meeting, and our regular staff members, are there models out there that, and have you discussed some way for a developer to commit to affordability for 4 purchase units in new developments under our development plan zoning scheme? Excuse me. Don't everybody talk at once.
If there's a staff member who can address Commissioner Miller's question, that would be appreciated.
Chair Busby, this is Don O'Toole from the City Attorney's Office.
Yes.
So to answer Commissioner Miller's question, and he's very familiar with the way development plan proffers work, developers are free to make proffers. They can proffer a committed element, and then City Council is free to accept the proffer.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
So Don, if a developer voluntarily added a committed element that a certain number of units would be offered at or below a certain price point, would that be enforceable, do you think, by the city if later on they decided to blow that promise off?
Again, this is Don O'Toole from the City Attorney's Office. If they made the proffer and if they signed the document that we ask them to sign when proffers are made, I would think that that would be enforceable at the time the units are sold. If they commit to sell units at a certain price, I don't see why that would not be an enforceable requirement.
Thank you, Don. That's very interesting. That is different than the way my thinking has run up to this point, and I'll have to ponder it. I appreciate your answer. But and Karen, I saw that you lit up briefly. I was wondering if you had anything to add to that.
No, I don't. Because Don is definitely more the expert on actually how the zoning works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see any other commissioners with their hands raised. I do see Commissioner Williams. My apologies. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair Busby. So I actually wanted to address a couple things. And the first thing I wanted to talk about was what Ms. Billy D said. And that was the fact that this was indeed a large project and the two are to be considered as such. Actually, when we went to continue this, we heard the first case the last time it was before us, and the request was made to continue this to this time because the two projects needed to move together at the same time. So that is a very valid point. Secondly, I commend Ms. Billy D for her statements in terms of basically she can't be bought out. And those monies in which are that $100,000 should be given to somebody else, or they should be done with something else. And it's amazing because with the very same notes that I jotted down, I was listening to Mr. Michael Owens, and with that $100,000, if you were to split that 4 ways, you could knock $25,000 off the purchase price and make it extremely affordable housing for somebody in the lower end of your development. Secondly, Mr. Tom Miller brings up a very, very interesting point when he talked about the development. Now, I teach at Durham Tech, and as a teacher, I teach in the architecture program. I know for a fact you can build anything that you want to build, the way you want to build it, and set the price point how you want to set the price point. It's a matter of what your focus is. 2x4s are going to cost what 2x4s are going to cost. A 2x6, a 2x8, they're going to cost the same thing. The cost of building is going up because the supply and the need to build it in this area is going up. 2x4s cost more in Durham than they probably do in Asheville. That's the way that the process works. I know that it's what you put in the property that determines the price point. So as a developer, the challenge is on you. If you wanted to do affordable housing, it could, but the bottom line is about the price point. It's about what you can get for what you can build and what you are willing to accept for what you're willing to design. It's not about square footage. It's not about the cost of building materials. And I find it appalling that whenever a developer comes before us, the first things that they want to say is, I'll give this amount of money to the Affordable Housing Coalition, but you won't put that same dedication into your designing and your planning for affordable housing. If you can give $100,000 to affordable housing, then you can allocate that $100,000 to making those units more affordable so they fit the bill so that more people can buy them. So I definitely find recourse and I have concerns because there's a lack of planning when you come into this project. You see opportunity. You don't see the options. You don't see the community. You see opportunity. And at the minimum, as many times as these things have come before this planning commission, more and more people are starting to decide that they cannot and will not be bought. I appreciate every dollar that you're willing to commit to the education of the citizens of Durham, but I don't like the trade-off for it. I stand 100% behind Bragtown from the previous case and for this case. I'm going to 100% vote no on this because I don't think that developers are doing enough to address affordable housing, because it's about what you can afford as a developer in order for you to build and meet what your objective is. It's not about meeting the needs of the people. And this is not a community in which it's Hope Valley or Trayburg. This is Bragtown. This is a community that, yeah, if it's zone commercial, I'm pretty sure they would like the grocery shopping more than just food line. I'm pretty sure they don't need another housing development that's built over there that's going to in turn make use of another storage facility. They want something that's going to increase their values. And Michael Owen said that supplying more homes helps affordability. That is inaccurate. They built a lot of homes in downtown Durham with an effort of supplying more homes to address affordability. And the only thing that resulted in that was an increase in my property taxes. And I definitely cannot walk downtown Durham. So we can't keep riding this wave of saying that we've got to supply, when the only thing we're supplying are more homes that people cannot afford. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, I see you've raised your hand again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I did want to say that I guess what I was building up to in my earlier comments is I see this as one of the situations where we have a community that is working really hard to play on an equal footing in a system which you've heard me say for years is really kind of stacked against them. And the changes that we have made at the state level and even here in Durham have a tendency to even stack it a little bit higher against them. And so if they've got their eyes wide open, this is their community, this is their part of Durham, their eyes are wide open. If this is a place where, in my opinion, the community leaders should lead us, and they will lead me into a no vote on this case, even though I do perceive risks associated with voting no here that were absent in the previous case.
Thank you. Commissioner Alturk.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask Billy another question that that might be similar or maybe the same question that Commissioner Miller asked.
And Commissioner Alturk, may I ask, we have 3 more cases. Can it be a focused question? And Billy,
very quick question.
Billy, can it be a focused answer, please?
Have you all discussed whether you would rather have commercial on this site or whether you'd rather have residential? If it was just an either or? Just the idea of, would you like to this having commercial in this at this site?
I was on mute. Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
I am not comfortable speaking on that at this point. We work as a team. We need to work as a team.
Okay.
So I can't speak on that right now.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Billy.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Alturk. Ms. Smith, a long time ago, you had popped up looking to maybe say something. I don't know if it's still relevant. I'd like to give you that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Busby. I just wanted to revisit very briefly the potential proffer that may or may not be made in regards to the $100,000. Staff is, we are able to accept proffers to the dedicated housing fund. We do that routinely. There was some discussion about some of the monies being funneled through to the neighborhood through another nonprofit or earmarking money. I think Ms. Lotto adequately answered the earmarking issue as far as earmarking it within the City of Durham's dedicated housing fund. That would probably not work out at this time. And as far as monies being funneled through another nonprofit to the neighborhood association, that would have to be done outside of this zoning case. We would not be able to accept a proffer on this zoning case for monies to be paid to a third party outside of this zoning case. That would be between the nonprofit and the applicant, and we certainly wouldn't be opposed to that. We just wouldn't be the middleman, so to speak, on that. But we could accept the proffer to the dedicated housing fund. Just wanted to clear that up for everyone, and we'll be happy to work with the applicant on any kind of text or commitments if that does come to be in the future. So just wanted to add that to the record.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
I haven't spoken on this particular case yet. I did, as part of my time, I do want to recognize Michael Owens, who may be looking to address Ms. Smith, your point. And so, Mr. Owens, if you are looking to address what Ms. Smith just said, I'd like to offer you a moment to address that.
Yes, when we offered the additional $100,000 in our mind, we wanted that to be towards affordable housing in Bragtown. What was the best way to execute upon that was the question. If we cannot, I guess, allocate it directly, or if going through a nonprofit separately would become a challenge. I just want you guys to know the $100,000 is committed. The intent is to have it be for affordable housing predominantly. We'd love for it to go to Bragtown, but if that's not possible to do that specifically, we'd be happy to do that generally towards the affordable housing fund. Just to make sure I'm clear with you guys on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Smith, is that proffer appropriate? I believe it is, but I just wanted your confirmation.
I don't believe that's a proffer at this time. I think they're still trying to work out proffer language. I didn't hear an official proffer. It was not my understanding that they are willing to proffer that tonight. They were thinking, I think we can work on that between now and City Council. But yeah, we can speak with them and try to work through their issues. I just wanted to point out that if they're going to pay money to a nonprofit outside of the zoning, that's not going to be part of the text commitment. That would be done outside of the zoning. So.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we have debated this point and discussed it to the point where I'm ready to accept a motion.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate.
It is.
Let me get my agenda out so I get my numbers right. Then in connection with case A19-00016, an application to amend the future land use map of the comprehensive plan in connection with Old Oxford Road, I move that we send this application forward to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second, Cedric Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Johnson. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Sorry, I have a little bit of a delay there. Yeah, so Commissioner Al-Turk.
No.
Commissioner Amendolia.
No.
Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Busby.
No.
Commissioner Durkin.
No.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Chair Kinchin.
No.
Commissioner Landfried.
No.
Commissioner Lowe. Commissioner Lowe.
No.
Commissioner McIver.
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McIver.
No.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Oops. Commissioner Santiago.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Williams?
No, sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, that's okay. So the motion fails 4-8.
Thank you. And Commissioner Miller, if you don't mind, we'll have you put the motion forward on the zoning case.
I will, Mr. Chairman. In connection with cases E19-00043, the proposed rezoning of the Old Oxford Road property, I move that the Planning Commission send this forward to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Miller and seconded by Commissioner Al-Turk. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Al-Turk.
No.
Commissioner Amendolia.
No.
Commissioner Baker,
No.
Chair Busby,
No.
Commissioner Durkin,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Vice Chair Kenchin,
No.
Commissioner Lanfreed,
No.
Commissioner Lowe,
No.
okay, copy that. Thank you, sir. Commissioner McIver,
No.
Commissioner Miller,
No.
Commissioner Morgan,
No.
Commissioner Santiago,
No.
and Commissioner Williams.
No.
It's unanimous, fails 14-0.
Thank you. As I said before, we have 3 more cases, but we have been taking 10-minute breaks in these meetings when we have long nights, and we're going to do the same right now. So commissioners, staff members, you can go on mute, go off video, and we'll be back at 9:15. Great. We're back. Chris, are we live again?
Yes, you can start whenever you wish.
Great. Thank you very much. We are going to move on to our next item. Thanks for hanging with us. The next item is the Cortez Drive Residential. This was continued from our July 14th, 2020 case. This is case Z190038, and we will start with the staff report.
Good evening, Jamie Sunyak with the Planning Department. That break went by fast. You almost started without me. The slide here represents the case I'll be presenting. It will be very brief. Cortez Drive Residential. Next slide. Slide summarizes the application and the proposal. This case was continued from the July 14th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Really, the applicant has, in summary, updated the cover sheet of the development plan to be consistent with the proffers that were offered and accepted at the July 14th Planning Commission meeting, minus one of the commitments that was removed as a result of Planning Commission comments at that hearing. The additional information has been provided in attachment 11 that was included in the staff report that was provided to the commission, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Sunyak. We will open the public hearing, and we have the applicant and the applicant's team have a few members signed up, and then we have 4 individuals who signed up in opposition. I would recommend we just stick with our regular public hearing rules of engagement of 10 minutes per each side, and we can just track that as we move forward. Does that sound good to everybody? Great. So we will start with Neil Ghosh, and Neil, you may help us identify who on your team is with you and who wishes to speak this evening, but collectively you have 10 minutes.
Sure thing, and good evening, Chair Busby, Vice Chair Kinchin, and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Neil Ghosh. I'm an attorney at the Morningstar Law Group at 112 West Main Street here in Durham. I first wanted to thank you all on the Planning Commission for allowing us the opportunity last time to meet with the neighbors to discuss some of the new commitments we made prior to our last hearing. We were able to have a virtual meeting with several of the residents. The concerns we heard were, I think, typical of what you might hear from anyone who is living next to a proposed development. There were concerns about traffic, there were concerns about the environment, and there were concerns about affordability. We also are aware that following the meeting, there still are a few folks who oppose this new community. But I think what is more notable, though, is that several area residents now support the proposed development, which I think speaks volumes. It's also a testament to the wisdom of the Planning Commission to allow an additional conversation with the neighbors to take place. So again, I thank you for that. Going back, though, I did want to mention it's not as if we have not addressed the concerns raised by those in opposition. I appreciate that the commitments we have made are not necessarily enough to satisfy them, but that does not negate the fact that we have made a strong effort and made meaningful commitments to provide a quality, affordable, mixed income residential community in close proximity to transit infrastructure. This site will be challenging to develop, but the proposal before you rises to that challenge. This development includes several traffic improvements, and we know that all of those together still will not necessarily be able to fix existing issues. We understand that. This development preserves the most important tree coverage on the acreage and other meaningful vegetation on the site, but even still, we can see that this development will require clearing. The development is targeting an aggressive price point, and we also know that those homes still will be more costly than homes in the surrounding area. All of that is true. So I am not going to tell you that this project has addressed or fixed every single problem associated with many new developments. Nevertheless, I honestly believe this is one of the best projects I've had the opportunity to work on. I gave you my reasons for that last time, so given the late hour, I think I should stop here. We have our team available to answer questions. We've got Laura Holloman, Ryan Akers from McAdams, Reinhold Stevenson is also on, and so are members of the applicant group, Steve George, and I think probably Ping Shan is on as well. I'd like to reserve the remainder of the time for an opportunity to comment again before the public hearing is closed. We hope to have your support on a vote tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. So just to make sure I understand it, we had Steve George, Reinhold Stevenson, and I guess those are the other folks that were signed up. So that covers everyone.
Ryan Akers and Laura Holloman also are, I believe they're signed in.
Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, there are a couple names on here that are just listed as McAdams engineer. So I assume
probably those guys, yeah.
Yeah, I assume that's your team. Thank you. Yes, I will circle back and see if you would like to use the remainder of your time. We will move to the 4 opponents, and each of you will have 2.5 minutes, and I can just let you know when you've reached that time and you can finish your thought. It's Aaron Hammocky, Paul Joffrian, Celeste Ritchie, and Katie Moore. So we will start with Aaron Hammocky.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Erin Hammocky, and I live at 613 Pleasant Drive. As you probably know, my neighbors and I shared a letter with the commission yesterday that describes in detail why we still oppose the development from traffic, environmental, affordable housing, and quality of life perspectives. While we did meet with the developers, they made it clear that they aren't interested in making any changes to their plan. And I have to disagree with the developer's statement that there is support in the community for this development. After knocking on nearly all of the doors of residents close to the property, we found that most neighbors are very opposed, with 27 residents signing a petition against the development. Issues remain with ensuring participation in this process from neighbors from a diversity of backgrounds. We hope that the signatures from residents can help represent some of the extent of the opposition to the rezoning, regardless of who's ultimately able to speak tonight. I recognize that we need more housing in Durham. Personally, I would welcome the development of Cortez at the current zone density of 2 homes an acre, but with a mix of high density housing combined with much greater preserved environmental site features such as wetlands and hardwood forests. I would welcome a development that, rather than meeting the bare minimum for stream protections and setbacks, truly protected ecosystem integrity. A 2015 study found that urbanization endangers more species in the US than any other human activity. Perhaps if the home prices didn't threaten the housing security of the current residents of this multi-generational, multiracial neighborhood, I could get behind it. The traffic pressures in this neighborhood are very intense. With no bike or pedestrian access within a mile of this property, the development will be completely dependent on vehicular traffic on a narrow 2-lane road that is already operating in F grade in some areas. And frankly, I have doubts that most new residents will make use of this single bus line service to the area to get around. There are 5 other developments approved in the neighborhood that, in my view, while not ideal by any means, don't come with the kind of negative impacts and quality of life trade-offs that this one does. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Paul Joffrian.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Paul Joffrian. I've lived in Durham for 46 years and at 705 Pleasant Drive for the past 19 years. Traffic impact. The developer is not responsible for the grade F traffic problems of this area, nor for solving them, yet they should not be permitted to exacerbate them. The traffic study completed by staff for this project, no doubt in good faith and according to protocol, is out of date. It draws from a 2012 AADT roadway capacity table for Angier Avenue, a 2017 NCDOT traffic volume study of Angier Avenue, and from 4 hours of real-time observation of select intersections 11 months ago. Durham grew by 15,000 since 2017. In the past year, 4 developments have been approved or are under construction in this area. These factors did not inform the conclusions of the traffic study for this project. The developers proposed mediation of traffic issues including possible NCDOT work, do not mediate their additional traffic. Affordable housing. I question calculations that conclude that $200,000 to $290,000 homes constitute affordable or mixed income housing when contrasted with prevailing nearby home values. We live in a naturally occurring, diverse, affordable housing neighborhood of more than 300 homes. We face market-driven displacement pressure from the north, from neighborhoods east and south of downtown Durham, and from the south, from a sharp rise of new developments. The Cortez Drive project intensifies this pressure. It's of no merit to the city's affordable housing initiatives and the bond passed last fall to build on the front end new affordable housing units of 1,600 to preserve 800 affordable rental units while approving ventures on the back end that increase displacement pressure and undercut existing naturally occurring affordable housing neighborhoods. I ask you to decline this rezoning request and to maintain zoning at its current level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Celeste Ritchie?
Hey, apologies. I just meant to sign up for the last two cases. Thanks.
No problem. Yeah, it's pretty confusing. Katie Moore, you may also be, you spoke earlier. Do you wish to speak on this item? And then I do see Patricia Sykes that your hand is raised. You are also welcome to speak.
Thank you. I'm Patricia Sykes. I live at 705 Pleasant Drive. City of Durham affordable housing goals speak to the creation of affordable housing and also the preservation of existing housing for both rentals and for sale homes. That is the exact description of the existing residences in this area, where most houses cost $60,000 to $140,000, and the homes for rent offer lower income families the opportunity to live in a house with access to a yard. I've known for many years that Durham is a great place to live. Now everyone else knows too, and I understand the need for additional housing. I also believe new housing should not come at the expense of existing affordable housing. In the last few years, there's been a drastic increase in traffic congestion on our street, which has decreased our quality of life. With new nearby developments recently approved or currently under construction, these problems are already going to increase. I don't believe any of the developers' proposals to offset these concerns will help mitigate the impact of more traffic. A traffic light may improve safety, but it won't decrease the backup of idling vehicles on Pleasant Drive or surrounding streets. Although I appreciate the developer adding a sidewalk and bike lane at lengths of 500 to 600 feet, they will not facilitate actual pedestrian or bike travel. It's a sidewalk to nowhere, since Andrew Avenue essentially has no sidewalks or bike lanes and will become increasingly dangerous for pedestrians. I'm asking the commission to please let these neighborhoods learn what the actual impact, rather than estimated impact, of already approved developments will be before approving another zoning change to allow this substantial development to go forward. I'm concerned this project will put an intolerable squeeze on this neighborhood with a traffic solution of road widening. On Pleasant Drive, most of our houses are close to the road and close to each other. If you widen the road, our front doors will be at the street, and some houses are already so close to the road, they would not survive a road widening project. Again, this will very negatively impact, if not destroy, this racially and culturally diverse neighborhood with existing affordable housing. And I'd like to speak to the fact that we don't have more people speaking tonight. We learned as we met with our neighbors that we have a very culturally diverse neighborhood where we have at least 3 other primary languages other than English being spoken. It wouldn't even be possible to get an interpreter for some of the languages that are spoken. We also have people who have limited access to technology and would struggle to participate with this type of meeting. We do have names on the petition, as Aaron mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katie Rose Levin, and then Layla Needham.
Oh, Lee Needham. Good. But some others have raised their hands.
Good.
Can you hear me?
I can hear Katie Rose Levin. Others may want to go on mute.
I guess I was just asking the question of, has this area been looked at for a conservation subdivision by the developer, which would allow for that type of high density development and green space that the residents have requested?
Great, thank you. If that's your full remarks, I do know that we've saved some time for Mr. Ghosh, so he might address that in his final remarks.
Those are my full remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. And Layla Needham?
I'm a resident on 711 Pleasant Drive. I've lived here 13 or 14 years now. I'm not sure. So my back plot runs directly into the proposed development site. So I'm really not happy about the loss of trees in that area. I'm not near the area that bounds up against it that does have tree protection against it. I believe there's maybe a 10-foot buffer in that area that abuts my property. I agree with many of the points that have been raised and the letter that was written to y'all. I did have to laugh about the excellent access to 70 that was written up in the proposal by the developers, because that would come right down Pleasant Drive, which, as many people have already said, already has a grade F at many intersections. So I would ask that the commissions not approve this. I'm not happy that there was no means to have affordable housing added to this site. The density is much too high for this area. So I ask that you all vote no for the development here.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. So Mr. Ghosh, if you would want to use your remaining time and you could possibly answer the question that was posed by Ms. Rose Levin.
Sure, that would be great. And thank you, Chair Busby. So first, let me start by saying there was a question about whether the developer had considered a conservation subdivision for this area. A conservation subdivision, I think most on the Planning Commission are generally aware of this, is generally done through an annexation. And first of all, the future land use map for this area calls for a density that's much higher than what we're proposing. Conservation subdivision would not allow us to get to that density. Moreover, there are many important proffers that we wanted to include, and with the conservation subdivision, we would not have had the opportunity to include those in the community. I think our commitments speak to some of the things that are important in new housing communities, and a conservation subdivision. Sure, we can implement those things, but we would not be able to necessarily proffer that and let anyone know that we were committing to those things, and it makes it a lot more difficult to put together a full project. I think there was some talk about traffic and how it's already a challenge in this area. I wanted to invite both Ryan Akers and Reinald Stevenson to speak a little bit on that.
Sure thing. Hey, folks of the Planning Commission, thanks for having us tonight. My name is Ryan Akers, McAdams 2905 Meridian Parkway, Durham, engineer of record for the Cortez development. So just to speak what Neil was talking about, Glover Road and Ellis Road are both serious constraints in the Angier Ave operation. Much of that should be alleviated with P5706, which is an NCDOT North Carolina Railroad funded project, which is in right-of-way acquisition stage for grade separation of the Railroad and Glover Road and Ellis Road. That project is part of our TIA improvement package and is, like I said, a funded project which should alleviate some of the backups along Angier Ave. That's not to say that it's going to address all of the problems. There are some other background problems, but I'm going to allow Reinald Stevenson with Ramey Kemp to address some of the other traffic backgrounds. But I did want to say that there are traffic improvements that North Carolina Department of Transportation has recognized and are actively pursuing given the growth in this area.
Thanks, Ryan. This is Reinald Stevenson with Ramey Kemp and Associates, and good evening, everyone. I and our firm prepared the TIA report for this particular development. TA report is reviewed and approved by the city staff as well as NCDOT. And we are working on and have commitments for the improvements that were identified by the agencies that would need to be done as part of this project. So we are committed to doing those improvements. One other thing that I want to point out here from traffic is that the East End Connector project is nearing completion, and we expect that to make a difference in traffic patterns out here and potentially relieve some of this congestion at some of the intersections out here in this area. So I think when that project's all done and completed and opened back up, you're not going to have the construction delays, and it's going to also take some traffic off of Andrew Avenue. So we expect that to be really a game changer for traffic out in this area. That is nearing completion now. So I'll be glad to answer any other questions that you all may have as well about traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ghosh, you've got another minute or two if you would like, but you can also, if you're finished, I'm going to then call on Tammy Hayes, who also raised their hand.
Sure. I just wanted to say that, you know, this project is a good project. I recognize that it doesn't necessarily check every single box that every single planning commissioner or neighbor might have a concern about. But based on what I've seen tonight and in particular, but in general in development, I'm not sure there's a project that does. I think that this is a very good project and a very important project in this area. And I really hope that it will be successful, and especially in reaching those price points that we've mentioned in the past. Thank you very much for your time. And again, we hope to have your vote.
Thank you. And Tammy Hayes, if you have 2 minutes or so, if you'd like to speak as well. Tammy Hayes, you had your hand raised. Do you want to speak on this item?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, thank you. I won't need but probably a minute. My husband and myself, Thomas and Tammy Hayes, we live at 3601 Andrew Avenue, and we are probably the most impacted at this point because we live at the corner of Cortez and Angier. I am in support of this project. We have lived here for about 24, 25 years. We've seen the neighborhood pretty much stay the same, except for just recently some projects have come up. We're excited about seeing this area develop and grow. I think it is time. I'm not as concerned about the traffic. We have seen an impact in the traffic, and for us being on Angier, even coming off of our street trying to get on Angier, or even getting home, it was really difficult at one time when they first started all of the construction for the 70 Connect type thing, but it has actually slowed down as far as the traffic being as bad. I think people were just looking for alternative ways to get around, and Andrew was the way to do it, but I think they've kind of backed away from that somewhat. It's not as bad as it used to be. I am looking forward, again, we're looking forward to the development. I think that the cost of the housing, when I've looked around to see how much townhouses and single family homes cost, I don't see it as high housing, as extremely high. Some of these other areas, the housing is extremely expensive. I think it's pretty much affordable for what this area is and for where we should be headed. I just want to say we're in support and we look forward to growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any new hands of individuals who have not yet spoken during the public hearing. I'll give it one more moment. So no one new has raised their hand, except I guess Mark Welker. You may go ahead.
I say something positive. Yeah. They trying to kill.
This is actually HD Welker, 713 Pleasant Drive, and we, like the person before us, are kind of in support of the project. Yeah, there are things that could be better about it, but there are also things that could be a lot worse. It could be an apartment complex or a condo setup with a lot higher density. And the traffic around here, it is what it is. We knew that this area was going to be developed when we moved here. That was kind of the thing about us moving here 3 years ago, was that this was going to be an area that's up and coming and developing and changing. And we're actually kind of excited to see what changes happen and how things play out in this.
Thank you, Ms. Welker. I'm going to close the public hearing. There's no one else who has a hand raised who has not yet spoken. Commissioners, I'll turn to you, and Commissioner Miller, you may start. You've got your hand raised.
So I have questions for whoever can answer them about the way signalization on Andrew Avenue will affect the terrible delays that I see on this level of service table. So the table addresses unsignalized operation for the worst approach. And I believe the report says that in most cases, the worst approach is from the side street. But we're now proposing to put, if DOT will allow it and it meets the warrants, pardon me, signals at both Pleasant and Glover. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so if what is the distance? Because I can't scale it on the map. What is the distance between Pleasant and Glover along Andrew?
Now, I don't know the exact distance off the top of my head. I'll try to get that, but I can tell you that that it is sufficiently spaced for traffic signals. If traffic signals were
So we don't have anything that would prevent both signals?
No, sir.
And based upon your understanding of the warrants, because I confess to a certain ignorance as to what those warrants might be, do you think it is likely that NCDOT will approve these signals?
Well, what we can say is that NCDOT will approve the signals if the traffic is there. And what DOT does is they don't want to, the DOT does not want to say, we're going to put a signal in day one, because if the traffic is not there, then you could have a situation where you're unnecessarily stopping traffic on Andrew Avenue.
I understand that, but I mean, you guys did this report, and I'm just very concerned that if I live on Pleasant Drive and it's the afternoon, and today it's 202 seconds to make a turn onto Andrew, but if this gets built in 2023, I'll have an 18-minute wait. And if I'm on Glover trying to get onto Andrew Avenue, I could have a 23-minute wait. Help me understand how the signal will affect that. And did I understand the report to at least imply that even with the signals, we'd still be functioning at a level of service F? Is that correct, or did I read it wrong?
During certain times of the day or certain situations.
Peak hours.
Yeah, peak hours, you might still have some backups, but I can tell you that the traffic signal at those locations would significantly reduce that delay. Instead of, you mentioned minutes, and I'll just kind of put it in order of magnitude. Instead of minutes, you're talking seconds again in delay. Doesn't mean it's going to be 5 seconds, but during peak times, your delay would be drastically reduced from minutes to seconds of delay.
You mean less than a minute?
In less than a minute in some cases, yes. So some of those movements would be less than a minute. Yes, sir. The DOT, like I said, the DOT has already said if the traffic is there, they will require the signal. That's just their way of saying they want to evaluate the entire intersection at the time. With the East End Connector project coming in and opening up soon, there's going to be some changes in traffic patterns out here. And, that's another reason DOT likes to sort of reserve the right to change their mind later if necessary. But they are saying that the signal will go in if the traffic is there.
I can honestly say that looking at these reports and not pretending to be an expert, but looking at them for a long time, I don't remember one that said somebody might reasonably be expected to wait 23 minutes to get through an intersection anywhere.
That's without a traffic signal.
I realize that, but you're telling me you don't know whether the DOT is going to want the traffic signal.
If that traffic is there, those kinds of delays and that number of minutes, I think it's pretty safe. I don't want to say, I can't speak for DOT, but I think it's pretty safe that they're going to probably want to see that signal there. And that's just for Pleasant Drive, I think is the one you're referring to, or maybe Glover.
No, that's Glover. Pleasant Drive is only 18 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Glover and Pleasant Drive, which is again why the signalization is the improvement there. Now, keep in mind that's a bad situation if you're talking about it like that. That's going to be a bad situation whether we come in or not. So from that standpoint, putting a signal in is going to significantly help the conditions that would otherwise be there, even if we don't go in. We're going to be significantly helping that with a traffic signal.
Commissioner Miller, not to interject, but I see that Erlene Thomas has her hand raised. She may also.
I would love to hear from Erlene.
Yeah. Ms. Thomas, we'd love to hear from you.
Okay. Erwin Thomas, Transportation. I just wanted to add regarding the signal at Anger and Glover, that a signal warrant analysis has already been submitted and the signal is currently required of another development. So that signal will be going in.
Which signal?
Anger and Glover.
Anger and Glover. So this developer won't have to deliver it.
Because another developer got there first.
Well, sometimes things work out.
They do. This signal is currently required.
But this developer would be on the hook for Pleasant Drive.
Yes. And
if I'm driving down Andrew Avenue, though, in peak time, I'm going to be confronted with, in fairly short sequence, 2 traffic signals that I currently don't have to worry about, assuming that there's not a train there causing misery that's parked across Glover, which is a thing that I've been caught in on a couple of occasions. And there's nothing anybody can do about that.
The signals would be coordinated, which would allow traffic to move through all the signals without having to be stopped at each single one. And the signal at Andrew and Glover will be coordinated with the railroad so that it can be, the word has just escaped me, but it'll be timed and coordinated with the rail so that if a train is coming, the signal would be engaged and traffic would be stopped.
I mean, the worst one is when the trains just stop. I was there once, and not only did the train stop, but all the people got out of it and walked away. It was very discouraging.
Which is why that grade separation project can't come soon enough, for sure.
I wanted to roll my window down and said, but wait, where are you going? So in the no builds 2023 scenario, these figures are based upon other projects that are approved?
Yes, it accounts for other projects that have already been approved.
And does it also do these figures take into account what might be generated by this property zoned as it is?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Erlene. Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Stevenson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller, including your train story. That was worth staying for. We've got Commissioner Baker and then Vice Chair Kenshin.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Just some things that I spoke about last time this came before us. A few good things that I like about the project. Developers made some voluntary commitments to some sidewalk, bike lane improvements that I think are worthy of praise. There are also some ambiguous design commitments, although I mentioned this before, the only ones that I think are really that important are relate to the front facade and ensuring that they're pedestrian oriented, not auto oriented. And also, the price points for the homes that we've heard are laudable, but we hear price points all the time from developers, and unless there's something in writing, to me it's meaningless. Things that I don't love about the rezoning. To me, this is another example of a textbook case of low density, unsustainable, auto-oriented sprawl. We have yet to see, the street tree requirements come before us. So I'll be much happier when those come before us and guaranteeing that there are going to be street trees in all of the rezonings that we approve. There's no guarantee of, the appropriately sized block lengths. As you know, we've seen a number of applicants come before us making commitments for maximum block lengths, 600, 700 feet. And that, of course, helps to enhance connectivity for pedestrians and for drivers. While there are technically some commercial uses in the vicinity, in thinking about enhancing access of Durham residents to commercial, small-scale commercial, and office opportunities, especially integrated into neighborhoods, there's a lack of neighborhood commercial and employment uses, meaning that realistically, there isn't anywhere residents would be able to walk to from what we can see here, and especially at this scale of development, and considering this is likely to set a precedent for the area around it, incorporating no neighborhood commercial or employment is definitely not ideal. I also think this case lacks sort of a guarantee for ensuring that buildings front onto some sort of civic space, and that homes are located within a reasonable distance of civic space. And it's not absolutely not required of developments, but always we'd like to see something like alleys incorporated into developments. Not something that we need to see, but that always enhances developments. And then also that there's no indication that this development will incorporate elements of sustainability, anything related to renewable energy efficient materials, and other things like that. I mean, to me, that's always concerning, and it's concerning in this case as well. So while I do applaud some of the commitments that were made by the developer and that we see here in the application, I have no problem with the density. In fact, I would personally be open to higher densities as long as new neighborhoods are built in a sustainable and walkable and can realistically offer more transportation options. So I do find this application to be inconsistent with several policies in the comprehensive plan, and I'm not going to be supporting this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker. Vice Chair Kenshin.
Yeah, a few questions for Neil, if you don't mind. So I'm actually inclined to support it, Neil, because I don't know yet, but as Mr. Miller said, that Andrew Avenue is probably one of the worst stretches of road in Durham. So whatever you can do to improve that road and fix those intersections and put some signals up, especially when the train is nearby. Actually, someone lost their life of that train not too long ago. It really is a bad situation. So Neil, if you don't mind, briefly though, walk me through the improvements that you plan to make to Angier, all the road improvements you're going to make. I want to see that and hear it, because to me, if you can fix that road, it might be worth. And plus, I think, I've been in Durham for a long time. I see really uneven development, and I think it'd be good to see some good, solid development in that area of town. And I want to see that. I do agree with Mr. Baker. There's some things that I would like to see done differently, but I think because we have such uneven development, I want to see some improvements over there to that road as well. So walk me through, Neil, if you don't mind, what the improvements are to the road infrastructure in and around Angier, if you don't mind.
Sure, and thank you, Vice Chair Kenshin. So let me first start by saying that the biggest single impact on vehicular traffic in this area is not a vehicle at all. It is the rail system. And Erlene mentioned this earlier, that grade separated crossing there it could not come sooner. And when it does come, is going to be the main thing, which alleviates some of the traffic pressures that this area experiences already. That project, as Mr. Akers mentioned earlier, is a funded project. It is underway. It's going to happen. So that is one thing that right there will have a huge impact on the traffic in this area. The two road improvements on our development plan, which will have the most meaningful impact, are those traffic signals. One of them, Erlene mentioned, is and I learned that one of them is already committed to by another project, and that is going to have a big impact on the delays that intersection already experiences. The other one is one that will most likely be part of this development. We currently have made the strongest commitment we are able to make, which is a commitment that if NCDOT tells us that it is warranted, we will put the traffic signal there. And that is all we can commit to. And we have committed to that. So those are the main road improvements which will work to alleviate some of the traffic pattern or some of the traffic that's experienced here already. One of the other factors that will play into the traffic patterns in this area is the completion of the East End connector. That project is certainly, it is behind schedule at this point, but it is something that will be completed, my understanding, within the next 12 months. So before the next 12 months, the East End connector should be open. I think we all know how projects go, so there may be further delays, but that is the best information that we have available today. There also will be turn lanes added to Andrew Avenue as a part of this development, and those turn lanes will help facilitate access to and from the development, and also will help increase the throughput in this area, regardless of whether you're coming to or from this particular community. So ultimately, the traffic improvements we're doing are, first of all, geared to mitigate the impacts from our development. They also are calculated to increase the throughput in this corridor, and in conjunction with some of the larger projects that are being undertaken by the state, including the East End connector and the rail separated or the grade separated rail crossing, the way traffic works in this area is going to be much, much different than the way it works today. That is not to say that there isn't a traffic issue today. There is, we recognize that, but it is something that this project is committed to providing improvements to help alleviate. And ultimately, the two biggest factors are ones that are underway by NCDOT in the state already. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thanks, Neil.
Any additional questions or comments, Commissioner Kenshin?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Chair Busby. So my comments are pretty much the same as others. My questions and my concerns, actually, I don't have any questions. My concerns delve a little bit deeper into the traffic impact as I listen to the residents who are talking about the widening of Pleasant and what that's going to mean. And I know that the East End connector is supposed to alleviate a lot of traffic, but I think it's going to actually generate a lot more, because now you'll be able to get off of 85, jump on the East End connector. If you know enough about Durham, you know you can pick up Pleasant, cross over to Angier, pick up Glover, hit Riddle or Ellis, pick up the subdivisions and the apartment complexes off Ellis Road, increase traffic on South Austin Avenue, Riddle Road, which is a 2-lane street with a 4-way stop, to pick up 55 to cross over. And I think that Glover, I know that the traffic light at Glover and Angier is supposed to help, but it's not going to do anything for that massive curve that if you don't navigate it just right, you're going to end up in somebody's trees or those rocks coming off of Glover. Plus, there's a subdivision, 2 subdivisions, One is a trailer park, I believe, and one is another subdivision that's off of Glover in that area. Not to mention Lynn Road dumps into Pleasant coming from 98 once you cross over Highway 70 into East End, and they cut off East End Drive, which was another cut through. Because I know personally, living off Highway 55, I take Glover, pick up Angier, which sometimes is a blind curve trying to navigate to get to North Miami, to get to the Japanese restaurant. So that within itself is problematic. And I understand that there are railroad improvements that are supposed to be coming. But I think by putting a subdivision in this area, the East End connector, which is adjacent to Angier Avenue, is not the major fix. I think that it creates more of an issue because you can't do with so much widening in that area in order to fix it. And I'm not saying it's the developer's fault because there's nothing really you can do without taking on massive amounts of improvement that aren't really meant for you because they don't impact what it is that you're trying to develop. But what you're creating is more of a bottleneck situation, even with traffic lights put in place, because the roads that these lights will be put on are still only 2-lane roads, and you still will only be adding turn lanes at best. And it's not advantageous to actually put this development here. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just that the area is bad. Like, I absolutely think that something more than sticks and dead trees should go over there. But I know that putting this development over there is going to cause unforeseen things that may not have been studied in the traffic impact analysis beyond the time in which people are going to sit at traffic lights, like guessing whether or not you're going to be able to make that turn coming up the hill, whether or not Angier Avenue is going to flood in a heavy rain as it sometimes does, where they just actually close down or they've actually move some of those. It's an auto body shop that's not too far from that area. So I think that the development is good. I think the text commitments are good. I think all the aesthetics of it is great. I just think that the side streets and those that know Durham and those that use Waze and Waze say that this is the best way for you to travel is going to create circumstances that we cannot forecast. But those of us who have traveled this area enough, we will see that. And when the East End connector gets backed up and people want to jump off and they say, hey, I can jump on Pleasant and I can catch Angier, I think that that's going to continue to cause a situation. People trying to get home to get to Cortez is going to cause an issue. You're going to have people sitting, waiting, trying to turn into the neighborhood. And again, I think as it's laid out, it probably works. But I think that going beyond Pleasant and Glover and the entire 2 to 3 mile radius around this area is what needs to be looked at. And I definitely agree with the resident that said, I mean, you putting in sidewalks to go to nowhere, because I can promise you I'm not getting on the sidewalk to walk on Angier to go anywhere, because it's going to take you about 15 minutes to get to North Miami, even if there was a sidewalk there. So I mean, it's great inside the neighborhood, the walkability. I like closed off neighborhoods because I like for kids to be able to ride their bikes without having to worry about through traffic or speed bumps or any of that. I absolutely think sidewalks inside of there is great. Does it make sense on Angier? No, because unless they're going to put in street lights on Angier, you're going to have major issues in terms of people walking on that street at night. Again, I don't know where they're going, but wherever it is, it's a hazard. And then that's another improvement. So I think that that's the major hurdle in terms of the TIA and in terms of what this development is facing in terms of the unforeseen circumstances, because this is between a rock and a hard place. Even with people coming off 70 that may not be taking the East End connector, they're going to take Angier, whether it's to get downtown or even if it's to cross over to 55, especially if there's a bottleneck once schools open back up, because Bethesda Elementary is going to cause another major issue that may or may not be able to be avoided. None of this at all is the developer's fault. It has nothing to do with you. It's just the opportunity in this particular area is a little short-sighted. Well intended, but short-sighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Lowe? Commissioner Lowe, your hand's raised, so if you're welcome to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first say I also agree with Commissioner Baker. There are some things that could have been done differently. I would like to have seen them done differently. But one of my major concerns, one of my major issues has always been with safety and with the traffic. And I believe this applicant has addressed that to some extent or to a great extent, in my opinion. The traffic signal, I think, is a great plus. The issue with the railroad is also a great plus. And the turning lanes is a great plus. Like I said, one of my primary issues from the beginning was with safety. And for the most part, he checked off the safety box for me. I will be voting yes to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowe. Other commissioners with thoughts or questions or feedback? I'll just offer that this is one where when I first looked at it, I was kind of leaning towards supporting it, listening carefully tonight. And I feel like this is a different vote than what we voted on earlier. It's a different part of town. We're hearing very different feedback from the community. We're hearing some members who are supportive. I don't disagree with anything Commissioner Baker said or Commissioner Miller. It's not the best place to be increasing traffic, and yet at the same time, we are a community that is growing, and so and we have members of this community that are supportive of this. And I think the proffers that have been put forward and having the additional month lead me to lean toward a yes vote. But I'm still listening. So any additional commissioners and comments that you have, this is our final moment, I believe, before we'll make a motion. I see Commissioner Miller looking to be recognized. Commissioner Miller, you're on.
Try again. So I've looked closely at this property. I have visited the neighbors on Pleasant Drive. I'll say again what I said when we talked about this not long ago. I found the neighborhood along Pleasant Drive to be a remarkably beautiful place. And I hope that whatever we do with land use regulation in Durham, that when there is a beautiful place, that we protect it and that we can organize our zoning regulations to create more of them. There's much about this that I like. I like the mix of units. I like the unit size commitments that have been made because of their tendency to create some of those entry-level units that are so important to me. I like the materials commitments that are there. I wish there was, as Commissioner Baker said, something more about amenities and how these units were going to be organized internally to each other. I wish that we had something more than the minimum tree save. I can't believe that there isn't space at this density to do something a little bit more creative with design, or at least indicate that we're interested in this. I'll note that the two projects that we voted against before, at least one of them had extensive commitments for recreation and designed open space. That's kind of um, the code requires a certain minimum. So it all comes down to me about traffic. And while it's true we're planning all kinds of changes that might make traffic better, we're also planning all kinds of development along this road that will continue to make it worse. And we talked not long ago about a development on Clayton Road where we were concerned about traffic. This is terrible out here. Sure, you can drive out in the middle of the day at 10:30 in the morning or 2:30 in the afternoon. It's not terrible, but at other times it can be dramatic. And it's a place where I'm not convinced that we have the infrastructure we need to handle the development that's being planned for it. And I'm not satisfied with the answers I got tonight about the way the mix of increasing traffic pressure versus the commitments that are being made to ameliorate that pressure is going to come out in a positive way. And so for that reason, I intend to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. And so I'll be brief. And so I think, well, Commissioner Miller, I think you get to my core point for that I think will be the decider of how I vote on this. And it comes down to, so as someone coming from the Peach State of Georgia and living in Atlanta, while Durham is a smaller, I guess kind of like microcosm of like the growth that Atlanta experienced, what Atlanta and the state of Georgia realized decades later was that they got ahead of the infrastructure because they had a housing first type approach. And anyone who has tried to drive through Atlanta or lived in that city understands that traffic is now a reason why people don't go to decide to move in like the Atlanta area. And I bring it up as an example because for me, if this project, I agree with the comments that the other commissioners made about, some of the good aspects of it. But for me, it's like if this project was perfect and it had everything that we were looking for, it still comes down to the question of, as commission, I forgot one of the commissioners stated that we're really not doing anything to really enhance the capacity of the existing transportation infrastructure, and that it's still going to be a 2-lane road. And you have to get in a car to get to the amenities. It's not a walkable type area here. You're gonna have cars on the road, and I don't think that this project, and again, this is not the full responsibility of the developer here. And I think it's just a function of the timing of when this project is trying to come to this area. I think long term, without having certainty about what the build out of the physical infrastructure that will support these development projects, we may actually be doing a net negative in regards to impact and the quality of life, particularly in areas like this of Durham. And I think that when we look at the bigger picture, that is something we must be mindful of. So I'm not necessarily saying no to this project. What I'm saying is not no right now, because I'm not confident that the overall quality of life is going to actually be improved long term, given where we're at now and some of the questions that we can't answer. And what we are doing is not necessarily addressing the issues that I think at the end of the day, when we look at what are the pain points, they're not being addressed. So with that, I'm not prepared to support this project tonight, while also acknowledging that there are some aspects that kind of moves us in a direction that we've been talking about, as a commission, but that we can do better. And I think this is more of a statement to the city leadership, city county leadership, that we have to continue to press forward and make sure that we're putting the infrastructure in place to be able to support projects like this that come before us when we're trying to improve certain particular areas of Durham. And so with that, I'll end my comments, and hopefully something resonates with my colleagues.
It does. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Alturk and then Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair.
I was on the fence about this case, but I will likely vote no on it for some of the same reasons that I voted no on the first two cases tonight, which are that, I think this is these are different neighborhoods. They're not the same kind of neighborhood. I mean, all neighborhoods have their unique features, but I do think that, some of the same pressures that I think Bracktown feel, some of the same pressures that other neighborhoods in Durham feel when it comes to gentrification, potential displacement, affordability, I think are being felt here as well. And we noted, some of the neighbors noted that in their comments tonight. And so, I would just, I said earlier that I think that what Bracktown and what their petition and their activism has brought is, to me, that should be the minimum, and that should be some of what we strive for, which is affordable units on site, which is, more open space and more tree coverage. Katie Rose Levin has mentioned that 30% should really be our minimum, and I get that developers are not going to do that until we put that into the UDO, but we can do better, I think, and I do appreciate some of the things that Neil and the team has put together, including the square footage commitment. But some of the same, like I said earlier, some of the same pressures, and what I mean by pressures, gentrification, other things that I think other neighborhoods are feeling are probably being felt here. One of the concerns that I have is that this is a case where we did not get hundreds of emails like we did with Bracktown, but some of the neighbors, earlier tonight mentioned some of the barriers to participation that many citizens, many residents have. And I think we need to be, aware of that and conscious of that. And because of that, I think I will vote no for many of the same reasons I did earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
Thank you, Chair. I kind of echo a lot of what Commissioner Johnson was saying. Again, he spoke a lot more eloquently than I did earlier. Again, I think it's the issue we're having is where we need to speak to the city to invest more in infrastructure, invest more in areas like this that could be beneficial. We can't put it all on the developer to do some of these things. We know that there's things in place. Also, we need to involve the neighbors in the neighborhood and what they want and what they'd like to see as a vision for that neighborhood. So again, I kind of look at the same thing as very much like our other cases that came up earlier tonight. It was again focused on infrastructure, and I think this one's even more critical, particularly with traffic and the roads and more planning along those lines. Again, I welcome a lot of the things that the developer brings to the table, but again, I think we need to somehow raise the bar and try to set some kind of standards. And I think we need to communicate to our city council those kinds of needs.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. I will note that I said you could convince me. I believe Commissioner Johnson convinced me. I plan to vote no. I will look for a motion at this time.
Mr. Chairman, in connection with case Z19-00038, the rezoning proposed for Cortez Drive, I recommend that we send this to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Miller and seconded by Commissioner Alturk. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Alturk?
No.
Commissioner Amendolia?
No.
Commissioner Baker?
No.
Chair Busby?
No.
Commissioner Durkin?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Vice Chair Kinchin?
No.
Commissioner Landfried?
No.
Commissioner Lowe?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner McIver?
No.
Commissioner Miller,
No.
Commissioner Morgan,
No.
Commissioner Santiago,
No.
Commissioner Williams.
No.
Okay, the motion fails 1-13.
Thank you. We will move to case TC 19/04. This is the amendments to the Affordable Housing PDR District definition of family and FJA watershed. This was continued from our June 9th, 2020 meeting. And I assume we'll start with the staff report, and then we will hear from, eventually we'll hear from our committee members. Is that accurate? Okay. We'll start with Mr. Whiteman and the staff report.
I'm Scott Whiteman with the Planning Department. This case, as you probably know, was continued from your June meeting and your February meeting. Since the June meeting, the applicant has withdrawn from the request any allowable reductions to required open space or for required tree coverage. Also, as you probably know, the Special Planning Commission Committee met 3 times since the June meeting and has issued a recommendation that was included in your agenda packet. And for the chair, they will explain their recommendation to you all. As we noted in the memo, the staff does not have any issues with the committee's recommendations, although as a privately initiated text amendment, it would be up to the applicant to make any changes. The only exception was that the staff would still recommend that we include a parking reduction for projects in the suburban tier that are within a quarter mile of a transit line. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. And before we open the public hearing, this is a unique circumstance. I would want to recognize Commissioner Miller and the members of the committee to talk about the proposal that the committee has in front of us. I think that's important to hear that before we open up the public hearing. Commissioner Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope everybody's had a chance to read the committee report. When we met the last couple of times, we were fortunate to be working with a significantly shortened list of proposed changes, the developer having withdrawn some of the most controversial ones as a result of our last public hearing when so many people spoke and we received so many messages. Even so, at our meetings, there was still considerable community interest and a lot of community resistance to certain provisions that were proposed to be changed that had to do with reducing space in residential subdivisions. One, because of its potential impact for tree cover, and another because of the apparent equities that projects that contained affordable housing would could be much more crowded, and the apparent equities associated with that. So to go over these very quickly, if you want to follow along with me in the staff report, at the end is the committee's report, and I'm just going to go through these very quickly and try to explain what the committee decided. With regard to the proposed changes to the affordable housing density bonus 6.61D dimensional standards, currently under the current code, a 20% reduction in lot size and some yard sizes are allowed. The developer proposed increasing that to 50%. The committee was uncomfortable with going to 50%. However, we did agree to go to a 35% reduction, which would be still a substantial increase over the current 20%. But we made an exception for those zoning categories that already allow very small lots. noting that at least with developments that are taking advantage of the small lot option made available by the EHC, a 50% reduction in a lot that is already allowed to be 25% would result in essentially a regulatory absurdity of a 12.5-foot wide lot that would still have to have minimum side yard requirements. You would have a house that was very not much wider than the width of its own front door. So for that reason, we propose changing it so that with regard to single family, duplex, and multifamily developments in districts other than the RU5, RU52, and developments using the small lot option, that a 35% lot area and lot width reduction would be allowed. And that with regard to side yards, a 35% reduction would be allowed, but not for the single family, duplex, and multifamily developments in the districts that already allow for very small lots. For the yard requirements for single family, for those, we propose to keep the current 20% reduction, which is allowed. In other words, what we have in mind is we're not backing up on anything currently provided in the code with regard to being able to make lots smaller for projects taking advantage of the affordable housing density bonus, but we do propose to increase it for some projects in zones that start with larger lots. I will note that there is a mistake in this that is probably my own doing. In 3 there, it should say RU5, RU52, and developments using the small lot option. And that "and developments using the small lot option" is probably something I left out or got garbled in the way that for my formatting opened up in the planning staff's computers. So with regard to 6.11.3 planned development residential, now this is all PDRs, not necessarily just those using the affordable housing density bonus. With 6.11.3B site area, the proposal was to do away with the minimum site area that currently obtains outside the urban tier, and so we didn't have any complaint with that, and we left it alone. Building orientation, which is actually the building separation section, 611.3D2A. The committee was concerned that the proposed reductions in the developer's proposal for the text amendment were too dramatic, and instead we adopted a new standard that instead of going to 50%, we would just go to a 1/3 reduction in the requirements. It still would allow considerably denser development, but not the full 50% reduction that the developer requested. Then we got to the issue of what's already in the code, and we're concerned that the code implies that with development plan zoning in a PDR, the governing body could reduce the minimum requirements for building separation in the code, and we don't believe that the city charter which allows development plan zoning actually allows that. The charter says that with development plan zonings, a developer can add limitations over and above the minimum zoning requirements. It doesn't give the council the ability to expand the minimum, to relax the minimum requirements. Neither the developer nor the council can do that. And so for that reason, we put in there that the council can increase those the minimum requirements, or vote against a rezoning. But at any rate, we got rid of what we thought was a troublesome and potentially incorrect provision in the UDO. Street yards. There was a lot of controversy among the people who spoke before the committee about the proposal's reduction of all street yards and PDRs to a minimum of 8 feet. Right now, there is a scale that's dependent upon density. The committee was uncomfortable with going to 8 feet because of its potential impact for limiting the ability to include trees in the space between the street and the house. We note that the street tree provisions where they obtain would still apply, but the ability to plant trees that could actually provide shade and the benefits that trees can provide would be crimped substantially if we went to 8 feet. So instead, what the committee proposes is that the minimum street yard in PDRs would be 15 feet, which would increase the street yard requirement, make trees more feasible, but would still be a reduction for the street tree requirements for projects that were 16 units per acre or more. Finally, in required parking, and this is something we talked about a lot, and currently there is no required parking for projects that include affordable housing in PDR projects in the compact neighborhood and urban tiers. The proposal would extend the ability to have no parking for projects including affordable housing to the suburban tier. And the people who spoke at the meeting and also the committee members themselves expressed concern that while in the compact neighborhood tier and the urban tier, such projects would probably be reasonably close to public transit. In the suburban tier, there is no guarantee that there would be proximity to public transit. And that worried us. The other thing that worried us is there's nothing in the UDO that would prevent a developer who is including affordable housing from organizing or regulating the way parking in these projects work. To say that if you live in a market unit, you get parking, but if you live in an affordable unit, you don't get any parking. And we were uncomfortable with the current code's ability to allow that distinction. It's one thing to reduce the overall parking requirement for such projects, but to be able to discriminate against the people who live in the affordable units and say you don't get any parking, but everybody else does, is worrisome, especially if these are projects which are governed, have homeowners associations, and everybody is paying homeowners dues. And so the committee was uncomfortable with that and decided to recommend not going forward with this proposal by the text amendment. Again, we're not touching the current parking allowances for affordable housing in the compact neighborhood tiers or in the urban tier, but we're not willing to say that PDRs that include affordable housing in the suburban tier can get away with no parking for affordable units. We see if affordable units are created in the suburban tier, say like on Old Oxford Highway, the chances are good that the people who live in such units are going to need their cars as much or more than anyone else to get to places where to work, shop, and play. And so that is why we came down the way we came down. Now I note that, and I think the full commission should note that in its report, the planning staff is making another suggestion, and that should be considered. And then with regard to 17.3, this is switching over altogether the proposal to make the 3-person rule a 6-person rule. The committee was uncomfortable with going to 6 and decided to stop at 5, noting that that is more in line with what the Building Code Qualifications Board of the North Carolina Department of Insurance does. It is more in line with what other communities similar to Durham do. And so we're recommending going to 5. Some committee members, myself included, had hoped that at some point we might find a way of defining single family units by occupancy in some way that is not family based. But that the committee found that in the time available, searching for an entirely new approach just wasn't feasible. So what we want to do is make the 3-person rule, which is more restrictive than the national average, a 5-person rule, which brings it probably more closely in line. We also noted, though, that as you go from community to community and look at zoning codes in other communities, the numbers alone don't tell the whole story. Other text in these provisions, and this is a very common way to define single-family homes, other language in various communities' codes can make the numbers more or less restrictive. So it's not always an apples to apples comparison.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller, and to
There's
all the
one more provision. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The watershed protection overlay, a complicated provision to understand, but we recommended that the proposal put forward by the developer with the text amendment seemed okay to us, and so we want to go with that. And that's a quick summary of the report. Well, maybe not so quick, but an explanation.
It was indeed a summary. Thank you, Commissioner Miller, and the members who served on the committee. At this point, we will reopen the public hearing. We have 4 individuals signed up as proponents, 2 as opponents. And so I'll just recommend we stick with our 10 minutes per side. And I will note that some of these individuals I don't believe are currently are in this meeting, but I'll call all their names. And so we will start with James Anthony, and Mr. Anthony, if we'll give each person who's a proponent 2.5 minutes if they need it.
Great, thank you. Incredibly sacrificial work on your part. I know you love the overtime pay, but I am very thankful for all the effort you all put into this. Incredible. And I've been sitting here for whatever it is now, 4.5 hours. No, 5 hours we've been here. And I just wanted to say that I have a presentation that it doesn't sound like you've got enough time to show me, or let me show you, but send it to Grace, and they can send, and planning staff can send this PowerPoint to you to visually present what these differences do. And someone here on the Planning Commission suggested this, or perhaps someone who, oh, there it is. Oh, so sweet. Somebody suggested this, and I realized, oh my gosh, how stupid of me not to present this. So next slide. Poor design is really a bad neighbor. Density and affordable housing are not. Just wanted to show you what the current code requires with the affordable housing criteria allowing a reduction. And what we were proposing was effectively bringing the house closer to the street and allowing them to be closer together. That's an actual difference. And the trees in the right of way are going to always have that space to grow. And that's a relatively new neighborhood, as you can tell. So the trees are small, but the tree impact is really negligible, as you can see from this slide. Next slide. Again, trying to bring the buildings closer to the street. And I think this townhouse project is probably pretty close to the setback that you all have recommended to the council of 15 feet. Next slide. You'll recognize at least a couple of these pictures. One of them is Trinity Park with the sort of underpass. That's a project that I was involved with Bob Chapman years ago. And as you can see, it's also pulled up close to the street. Now that's in the urban tier, but what I've been suggesting to you all is let's build great neighborhoods in the suburbs too. Why should this urban tier or the compact tier have all the great new urban designs? And so next slide. Again, these are houses that are pulled up to the street that are comparable to the setbacks that we're asking for. You know, these are great neighborhoods, and there's no reason in the world why we should not allow this level of quality design in the suburbs. And we can make that happen and still have plenty of tree cover. Next slide. This is a really helpful graphic in the one following to show you what happens when we make some of these subtle changes in the tree coverage and open space areas. And you'll see that there's more units allowed. The green space is really not significantly impacted, but there are 4 more units with that relaxed standard. Next slide. Similar thing happens here. We'll go to the next slide. So I'll end with this. Suburbs don't need to be protected from density. The suburbs need neighborhoods, not plain old subdivisions, and monotonous landscapes are physical embodiment of the lack of diversity. Next slide. Let's see. So this is probably more text than you want me to read.
Yeah, and we do need to wrap up.
Yep. Next slide. Some pictures of some great neighborhoods around the Southeast. This particular neighborhood happens to be in a couple of projects in Atlanta, with the exception of Trinity Park, which I don't think anybody would argue isn't a great pocket neighborhood. Next slide. That's it. Density's not a bad neighbor. Affordable housing's not a bad neighbor. Poor design is, though. Thank you so much, folks, for working on this so hard. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. We also have Steve Toller, Mary White, and Laurel Elsie, who are all signed up to speak in support. So, Mr. Toller.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I've been an observer of the subcommittee meetings, and you know, I've really been impressed with the thoroughness. The one thing I would offer and encourage everyone is to have the same sense of urgency that we're paying attention to with trees and open space, which I love dearly, as compared to affordable housing. It's a huge issue. We have a huge backlog, and one thing that I'll just make an observation. In hearing the comments, I just don't hear much about affordable housing as much as I would like. And I guess I would just encourage everyone to find ways to find common ground. And I think Jim Anthony, who I have the pleasure of working with on several different projects, has given you all some really neat things to look at and consider. And I just want us to have an equal sense of urgency. I think the environment's important. I think our citizens that are needing affordable housing are also very important. And I would just ask us to see what we can do to find common ground so that more private developers can get engaged in affordable housing, because the government is not going to be able to do it. McDougall Terrace doesn't even show up in the affordable bond. Cornwallis Road doesn't. There are a lot of things that need to be done, and we need everybody that we can get to help us. And so, thank you for all the good work that the commissioners are doing and the subcommittees doing, and all the concerned citizens. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mary White. We'll go to Laurel Elsie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I had not planned to speak, but I had been in touch with someone and I've been paying attention to this meeting. I'm concerned about the number of unrelated people who can live together. I was made aware of that because my son was cited for that in Wilmington. And then I found out that Durham has that rule. And I don't understand it, and I don't know how it's enforced. He had 5 people living in a 3-bedroom house. I raised 4 children, so there were 6 of us living in my 3-bedroom house. All, you know, in his situation, it was all buddies living together. And I guess I just don't know how that rule is enforced. I have been aware of other people either living on Duke property or living in other places that have had more than 3, and I think actually even more than 5 unrelated people living together. I would like to see that rule thrown out because I just don't know how it can be enforced. And I think it is only enforced by mean neighbors calling authorities. I think that's the only way that can be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. We had 2 opponents who signed up in advance, so I will call them off and we'll see if they're available. Donald Adu, I don't believe I see Donald in the meeting. And Deborah Liu, who is in the meeting. Deborah, you may speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi. Wow, this is long, and wow, you guys do unbelievable work. My name is Deborah Liu. I live at 27 Beverly Drive. And I want to say thank you for all your discussion tonight. I mean, it's been very informative. And I have also been really warmed to see in action so many people across the neighborhoods who really care about Durham's development and seem to want smart and thoughtful development. I'm also seeing the breadth of efforts underway where, you know, the Planning Commission and the city, including all those outlined in the FY21 proposal, you know, which seem to intend to bring integrating efforts and inputs from the community. But my comments tonight want to focus on the UDO text changes and development agreements in general. So it strikes me odd that with all the limited resources available to the commission, and as also outlined in FY21 and things that, you know, you don't have resources for, and of course all the limited resources to all of us, you know, such as Billy D spoke to eloquently earlier regarding Bragtown, and oh my gosh, and especially with COVID-19, so much attention by the commission has to be focused, singularly initiated on a text amendment change. And now we're adding the development agreement concept, which seems totally out of whack. So I ask you to consider why, when the Planning Commission and the City Council has so much focus on initiatives to coordinate with the neighborhood groups, that you have to, spend so much time having to respond to an individual or single entity's revision to the code, such as this one, when such sweeping changes, may or may not align with the efforts of the community interactions that you're putting forth. And certainly without the time to gain buy-in. I mean, so much has happened since the June 19th meeting. And we're trying to participate, and I see you all are trying to assure thoughtful changes. I mean, Tom Miller discussed the summary.
Ms. Liu, you're breaking up, and Ms. Liu, we can't hear you, and you're over time at this point as well.
Working and trees for this new shade, the lovely photographs of to have, okay, how about conclude quickly if I can.
Yeah, if you can finish your thought. We lost you for a moment, but you are also over time.
Okay, so I ask that all approvals for any text changes to the UDO be stopped or delayed until these various community engagements can take hold. And it seems like everybody should have, proper time for review. And I appreciate you letting me speak for an extra minute. It's been a long 5 hours waiting, so thank you. Thank you to all. And the funny stories about trains and the other really helped, I promise. Thanks.
Commissioner Miller usually keeps us entertained every few hours, so that's a good feedback. We have a few hands that have been raised. We'll start with Katie Rose Levin and then Katie Hamilton. 2 minutes each, if possible.
You can't see me nod, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So Katie Rose Levin with Trees Durham again. A couple of things. One is to back up what Deb Zan was just saying. A lot of time is being spent on these individually initiated development codes when recently the planning department just said they don't have time to do a comprehensive look at open space planning because of lack of staff time. So I think as we look at this in the development agreements, we need to consider really carefully how we're prioritizing staff time. The second is, once again, I'll bring up the fact that this text code is initiated by a desire to develop 2 different properties. So this seems more appropriate for rezoning cases as opposed to a wholesale code change. So that's sort of like theoretically why I personally am against it. From Trees Durham, we have a couple things. In all of the beautiful pictures that Jim Anthony just showed, the street trees were undersized. You can see they're already starting to cause a little bit of infrastructure damage, except in places where the street tree yards were much larger. So if we're going to reduce front yard space, then we should be actually expanding street tree yards to create a linear park, because that's going to be the main area where people walk their dogs. It is a public space, and it also provides the buffer that people need in these really tight areas. So we would request that instead of reducing, you expand it. We still didn't get an adequate response about if the building spaces for buildings that are up to 7 stories tall have been checked against fire code regulations. Tom Miller said the statement, we should only be writing code that actually meets all laws. So I would still like to get some assurance that as the buildings get taller, it's spaced adequately to allow for a proper fire access. As Bragtown and everyone else said, they don't just want affordable housing or environment, they want both. So the city, all the residents get that good housing is both affordable and environment, and it can be done. So we reject the idea that developer profits are more important than those other values. And I would also say that density doesn't equal affordability. The densest place in Durham is one city center, which nobody would say is affordable. So like Jim Anthony said, design and dedication is what creates affordability. And so they're both important. We would say that in general, this legislation, there are some good aspects to it. And we particularly think that there should be a comprehensive look at how things should be affordable as part of a comprehensive look at the UDO and not sort of piecemeal. If this is going to move forward, though, we do request that you retain the values of the trees by increasing the street yard size and ensure that there's adequate safety through building separation as the buildings get taller. So I hope that made a lot of sense and that I was in 2 minutes or less. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Hamilton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to speak in favor of this, actually. I really like the concept that we can get new urbanist housing in the suburbs. One of the things I've noticed over time is that everybody loves new urbanist housing, and at the end of the day, it typically makes that it becomes a gentrification issue. And I love the idea that affordable housing actually is what's going to get you to a point where you can do these new urbanist developments. So you're tying these new urbanist principles in the suburbs to the proffering of affordable housing. I think that's solving, a couple of issues at once. So I really like that concept. And I understand the idea that trees are important. I appreciate that Mr. Anthony got rid of the reduction in tree preservation. However, trees in downtown are put in tree grates that are 6 by 6. The buildings are 12 feet from the back of curb. The trees survive. We can do this if we design it properly. So I have a problem with this idea that trees aren't going to survive in a building set back 10 feet from the right-of-way, when the right-of-way is also, 5 feet from the edge of back of curb. So I just encourage you guys to consider pulling the buildings towards the street again, really creating these street yards. And I am in 100% support of the other text commitment or text change that's coming forward eventually of having trees in the right of way. As was noted in Mr. Anthony's presentation, those really are what create great streets, is that the trees are not owned by residents. They are part of the actual street itself and maintained by the city, and people can't just cut them down. So that's it.
Thank you. Scott Harmon.
Good evening. Thanks for staying up so late. I take you back to expanding housing choices when a group of practitioners started an unusual alliance with East Durham neighborhoods and negotiated for a set of 4 critical items that we all could support. It was less than the practitioners wanted. It was more than the neighborhoods wanted, but we came to an agreement. One of the outcomes of that agreement was that the neighborhoods wanted to increase the family definition above 3, and we committed to support that when it came up for consideration. And that's why I'm here tonight. I think it is almost nitpicky to do it to 5 instead of 6. The planning department wants it to be 6 because it aligns with certain federal standards that are important for us to align with. The building code is already being increased beyond 5, so the building code is really not relevant right now in this consideration. And there are also federal grants available for affordable housing entities where 6 was the key number for that. That came up in our negotiations with those neighborhoods for expanding housing choices. So I support maintaining this standard at 6. I'm encouraged that you're considering 5. I think that's a good move. I just think it's being unnecessarily stingy to not go more good with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mimi Kessler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Thank you all very much for your time tonight. It's been very impressive. I wanted to first say thank you to the committee because I think that they did a very good job of listening carefully to all of the concerns and coming up with a compromise. And as my father always used to say, a compromise means that no one is fully satisfied. So, but it is a workable solution. And I did want to say that I find the paragraph that describes the definition of how many people can live in a dwelling confusing. And I had some email exchanges with Mr. Whiteman about it. And I gave him a scenario. And the scenario is that Mary leases a house and she has 3 children. And she decides that she wants another woman, we'll call her Sue, to live in the house with her and basically make a family with her 3 children. So you have 8 humans in a house. And I wanted to know how many are counted. And he explained that that Mary, who is leasing the house, is counted as 1 person. And the fact that she has any children, she has 1 more person, but it does not count all 3 of her children. And then you have Sue and her 3 children. And so that ends up being 6. So while I was in favor of the idea of it being 5, which I think is a huge improvement over 3, but I'm trying to think about some of the examples that were given when we were talking about this related to EHC, and about how people can stay in neighborhoods if they can join together and live in a house together. And so I don't think that my example is all that bizarre. So I would like for you to consider making that item A6. And the other thing is that I think it's really important that we learned from our EHC experience, and that I ask you to vote no on the proposal that is in front of you, but send the committee's recommendations on as being a compromise solution. But if you vote yes with the edits from the committee, then that sends the wrong signal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I very much appreciate you all hanging in there, and especially those that are staying for the next item as well. I don't see anyone else asking to speak, so I am going to close this public hearing. And commissioners, welcome questions, comments, and feedback. I will note that then I do want to ask the staff procedurally for just feedback on the best way to proceed. But let's start with the commissioners. We'll start with Commissioner Amendolia.
Thank you, Chair Busby. Since I have not gotten to be a part of this particular UDO amendment in the past, I would just ask the basic question that I have and hope for the Cliff Notes version. What is the rationale behind limiting unrelated persons in a home? I understand increasing it, but I don't understand why there needs to be a limitation at all, and would love anyone's insight, whether it's a committee member, staff member, etc.
Commissioner, I'd recommend maybe we ask a staff member and for a brief answer to that question.
That's fine with me.
So I don't know if Mr. Whitehead or someone else is, yeah, Mr. Whitehead.
Did you just call Mr. Whitehead?
Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, so generally the idea is that when you have unrelated people living in a house, that it can cause nuisance issues. I think the example that gets brought up a lot in Durham is having multiple students living together. I know we've tried to find the genesis of this particular regulation for Durham, and we don't know exactly where it came from. Commissioner Miller has made I think he's done some digging, and that this is something that's been common in zoning ordinances since they were created in the 20s.
Thanks, Seth.
Great, thank you. The only comment I would make about this further is that given that the current proposal is somewhat different than what the committee has proposed, I would be interested to see what the applicant could do to take the committee's suggestions in view. And so I would personally be interested in a continuance if that is an option on the table, but we'll defer to the rest of y'all. Thank you, Chair Busby.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that may be an appropriate question for Mr. Anthony as well, if that's something you want to come back to. We'll move on to Commissioner Baker and then Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I know it's late. I think in the original proposal from Mr. Anthony, I really had very few concerns. I was concerned about some of the issues that so many Durham residents, particularly those connected with Trees Durham, spoke about related to tree coverage and open space. I'm happy to see the work that was done, you know, with Commissioner Miller and others in the subcommittee. So I have very few concerns at this point. My one concern is with the change in the definition of family. The definition of family can be, it kind of goes back. It's somewhat grounded in Supreme Court cases, actually defining the number of unrelated persons and the legality of that. The one important aspect of the definition of families is kind of related specifically to communities that surround universities, as Mr. Whiteman said. So here in Durham, definition of family, 3 unrelated people. Imagine increasing the number of people that can live in a home, the number of incomes that can come into a home from 3 to 6. So you're automatically overnight, as soon as you change the definition of family from 3 to 6, you are putting working class and low income people who own their homes at somewhat of a different disadvantage, because they're going to be competing now in certain locations, particularly where you find young people who are living together. You are making them compete with homes and developments where you can have 6 unrelated or 5 unrelated people. I'm not saying that I'm not open to that. I am concerned when it's the development community that's pushing it, and we're just discussing it at 11:15 p.m. Because I think that it warrants a much wider discussion. It can have far-reaching impacts, and it can impact low-income and working class people, particularly with those who are homeowners. And I will also say that there are other tools that can be used to put a lot of unrelated people in a home. We can have cooperative housing, which is also just a different tenure of housing, which it allows for combining equity into a home from a number of different people. And I think that that's a really good strategy. You can have rooming and boarding houses. You can have a definition for student housing as well, and allow unrelated people in student housing, and then have a little bit more regulations surrounding each of those use types. So I at this point, I'm not going to be supporting anything that increases the definition of family. Again, I would be fully interested in having a robust discussion about increasing the definition of family if it's part of a community-driven discussion about affordable housing and how to make housing more affordable. If it's being driven by sort of the profit motive, I'm not interested in that. So at this point, I'm going to be voting no. I'm very happy and interested in what was put together by Commissioner Miller and the subcommittee, and I'm very pleased with the work that they've done. And so those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This way of defining single family, it does have its origins with the origins of our modern zoning codes, the zoning codes that almost every place in the United States have a common origin from the 1920s, when the Harding administration created model zoning legislation for states to adopt, and then model zoning ordinances for cities to adopt pursuant to the legislation. Almost everybody did it. And the reason that it was done is because this was a period of great urbanization in the United States. People were leaving the countryside and everybody was moving to the cities. And without zoning, there was a lot of development uncertainty. Nobody knew what they could rely on. And then over time, of course, that approach to zoning became 100 years old, and things have changed. And different communities did different things, but this approach to defining what single family means is still a dominant one. And as Mr. Baker said, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, several definitions based upon how people are related, family relationships, were challenged. The Supreme Court upheld the original approach and said that's an interest that local government can protect, and so we're not going to interfere with it. Now, California threw out a similar provision, but that was under the state constitution, which had an express right to privacy that we don't have in North Carolina, and the federal constitution does not have. So that's kind of the legal background. The United States Supreme Court case has had the effect of confirming to a lot of local governments that we don't know we don't know all the things that we might do, but we know the one thing that we can do is continue to define single family this way. And it has had the effect of kind of settling the question. I would like to, and I believe some of the committee members did too, find a completely different approach. Mr. Baker is right, but we just didn't have the time. Right now the time is up at this meeting, so that's why we jumped to 5, not because we have a really strong policy preference. We did want to relieve some of the pressure. The original proposed zoning back in the 20s was a 4-person rule. At some point, Durham went to a 3-person rule, and it might have been in 1969. I don't specifically know the reason for that. And no matter where you stop it, it can have some funny results, whether it's whatever the number is that you plug into it. Mr. Baker's right, though, that there are other approaches that can be more directly related to affordability by using devices like boarding houses and rooming houses. And of course, Durham's code contemplates these. And maybe it's time to look at all of those kinds of things together. I know the committee was concerned that changing the number doesn't really connect to affordability, because there's nothing in here that says the landlord can't essentially charge rent by the head. And in fact, we are seeing that in new projects. This great big project at the end of 9th Street is, in fact, rent is charged by the head, not by the unit. And throughout Old West Durham, and this is one of the things that stimulated their desire for a neighborhood protection overlay, is very carefully designed houses to comply with the code that result in single family houses that conform to the 3-person rule, but are essentially 3-bedroom bathroom suites, each with an exterior door, that are rented by the bed for a lot of money. And that's because the neighborhood is attractive to Duke students. The further out you get, the less important this issue is. So,
Commissioner Miller, in the interest of time, I'll ask that you could wrap up your
comment. So essentially, we stopped at 5. And I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends that our motion be that we recommend against adopting Mr. Anthony's proposal as it stands, but instead we recommend to the City Council that they adopt the committee's version of the changes.
Thank you. I will say at the appropriate time, Commissioner Miller, I'll ask you to make that motion. I'm supportive of this committee recommendation, so I will vote against the original proposal, but for this recommendation. I did just want to say on the moving the number from 3 to 5, Mr. Harmon's testimony fits my recollection. This was an item that was brought up when the Expanding Housing Choices Committee of this Planning Commission met. And that was indeed an item that was actually being raised by community members as an affordability issue. So for that reason, I'm comfortable with it, even though you might disagree with the number is 5 or is it 6, but this was requested by community members as an attempt to help with affordability. So I'm going to plan to vote for this proposal with that number for that reason. Commissioner Miller, I'm going to turn to you and let you make the appropriate motion at this time.
Mr. Chair, then in connection with TC 190004, amendments to affordable housing PDR district and the definition of family and the watershed, as chairman of the committee asked to look at this, our motion is to recommend to the City Council and the Board of County Commissioners that they vote no on the original proposal, but that they adopt instead the committee's version of the proposal.
Is there a second of that motion?
Second. Cedric Johnson.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Johnson. I just want to check with the staff before we go through the roll call vote. Is this, from your perspective, an appropriate motion that we can be voting on?
It is.
Okay, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Commissioner Alturk,
No.
Commissioner Amendolia,
No.
Commissioner Baker,
No.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Landry,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yeah.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Unmute.
Commissioner Miller,
All right, getting it backwards. Yes.
okay. Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Santiago,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 10-3.
Thank you. Thanks again to the committee members and all the members of the public who were engaged in the process, including tonight. We appreciate it. Our final item this evening is the development agreements. This was continued from our July 21st meeting. This is case TC 2000003, and we will start with the staff report with the update.
Good evening. Still not good morning yet. Scott Whiteman with the Planning Department again. As you might recall from your July meeting, this is a text amendment to affirmatively allow in the UDO development agreements, which are permitted by state statute. Since the July meeting, to address some concerns raised by the Planning Commission, the staff has amended the text to require a procedure similar to a zoning map change, including Planning Commission public hearing and a neighborhood meeting for all development agreements, and to limit the ability to reduce environmental regulations as part of a development agreement. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any clarifying questions for Scott before we reopen the public hearing? Okay. We will reopen the public hearing. We had 5 individuals who signed up in advance and 4 were listed as opponents. I don't think everyone is here, but I'm just going to run through the names. And again, if you can each take about 2 minutes for your comments, that would be appreciated. Bonita Green. So Ms. Green may have signed, she spoke earlier, so she may have signed up for the wrong item. Mimi Kessler.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. I would like to ask you to vote no on this agenda item. And my reasons are that I still can't tell what problem this solves or when it needs to be implemented, other than a reference to financing. There's no acreage minimum defined, which means that it can be any property of any size. And there's also no minimum duration of time, which means it can be any property, any size for any period of time. And from my point of view, this codifies the thing that that me and some of the citizens are concerned about, which is that there are deals being cut and assurances being made prior to the public being able to know anything about it. And I know that there was a comment that it would go through the planning commission, et cetera. But if they've already cut a deal, then it makes all that we're doing now useless. So please vote no. Thanks.
Thank you. Katie Rose Levin.
Yeah. So you heard people from Bragtown spent literally thousands of hours trying to get public input into a development that was going through the regular process. These development agreements create an extra point of access for developers to really be even further ahead in the process before the public gets any voice at all. If anything, we've heard that what we need is more transparency, making it more easy for citizens to be a part of this process, not creating new structures where people with access and money can work in the background. This is literally, I mean, I work part-time for Trees Durham and this is my job. And, you know, I just heard about this and all of the questions that have been raised about it are completely unanswered. This is a massive, sweeping, new way for developers to basically rewrite the laws just for their development. And it's really challenging for citizens to understand what these laws are. I think we should be moving towards more public scrutiny. And if these development agreements are necessary, they should be really thoroughly vetted with public input to make sure that we have the proper way of doing it. I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like for those folks who don't speak English to have to try to confront a development agreement. I mean, I don't really speak planning and it's challenging already. So I would urge you to vote no and have this be put into the regular planning work plan where it can be properly vetted and citizens can have an input and have at least an equal say in designing the development agreements, even if in the result would be that. So the result will be that we have an equal voice when they're implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Liu.
Hi again, I'm Deborah Liu, 27 Beverly. You know, I'm struck by the notion of developer agreements just generally as a business owner that I am. I understand the need to get pre-approval, at least tentatively, for any plan, you know, to have resource planning, financing, etc. However, I fully understand how difficult it is to revise or even to rethink a project when it already has the momentum, it's already well underway, especially with financing covenants being created or negotiated based upon the initial promise. So the real point is that we need to fit any kind of change or any kind of approval with the promises to work with the community. So I reiterate, you know, what Katie Rose and Mimi just said. I mean, I was very inspired by Nate Baker and Tom Miller's earlier discussion. of, creating a more predictable process and standards that align with the larger objectives, to improve the welfare and health of our community. So my general thought for your consideration is that, both at the Planning Commission as well as at the City Council, you really need to explain, as Mimi, I think, said, what problems are we solving? When we accept revisions like this, we accept deals like this, we need to instead coordinate these good efforts. So again, I ask for a vote of no to developer agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so we have two individuals with raised hands. The first is just listed as call-in user number 1. If you are able to speak and if you can identify yourself and you can take 2 minutes, that'd be great.
Yes, good evening, Chair Busby and members of the commission. This is Ellen Pless speaking. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you so much. I feel that the development agreement TC2 quintuple 03 remains dangerously insufficient. I sent a fairly lengthy letter to you all. I don't know if any of you were able to get to that. I'm just going to list some of my concerns that are from the letter, and if you have any further questions or comments for me to respond to, I'll be available. I am very concerned about this. The ordinance language of the amendment was never presented to JCCPC before proceeding to this level. Also, public engagement, as others have said, is severely lacking. We have a rushed process that has sculpted public ignorance. We have no impact assessment. I see no tables indicating possible outcomes for building density in each zoning district where these statutory development agreements could be used. There are notification changes that are needed because of the density multiplying aspects of this. The notification zones need to be expanded. There needs to be no time constraints for the Planning Commission process. Your ability to form a subcommittee is incredibly important, as we just saw. That needs to not be precluded in the time provided you. All statutory development agreements need to proceed through the Planning Commission, regardless of whether or not a zoning modification is being called for. We need a comprehensive definition of just what is covered by the term environmental protection standards as it appears in the staff report. There absolutely needs to be an acreage limitation and a time limitation on these contracts. Statement of applicability is needed. In June, then the planning director, Patrick Young, stated, "We think this tool can be used much more broadly going forward." That intent requires far greater scrutiny and public discussion than this has received. Beyond that, there's been no offer for any public oversight. This creates an inequitable and unequal zoning practice. There is no definition for compensation and assets required from the developers to get these services from the city. There's no restriction on the expansion of these statutory development agreements onto adjacent properties through things like PDR districts. And also there is a real potential here for further damage to the public trust. Beyond that, I remain available if you have any questions, and I so wish to earnestly thank each one of you for your stamina and for your dedication to the public process. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Anthony? 2 minutes?
Yeah. I may be crazy, y'all, but I think that these development agreement, the development agreement approach to getting a project approval is subject to every single bit of the public input process that exists for any rezoning. And so it is impossible to sneak one of these things through. Everybody gets to see it, talk about it exactly like we're doing right now on this very long phone call.
Thank you. And Billy D?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello. I'm sorry, I had to leave the Zoom for an hour or so there, but I wanted to return for this item just to stay informed about this item. And I'm just going to share that I haven't had the time to really deeply research this item, but the comments just made caught my attention in terms of a need for public scrutiny. And I think I'll just share that as a member of the public who is sort of obsessively interested in the planning process at this point, I don't understand what this is, and I still don't, and I don't understand the problem it solves. So I just want to say that just putting in some time today and trying to familiarize myself with this, I just want to share that, as I stated earlier in my presentation with the Bragtown Community Association, yeah, I don't know if this is in line with values that would lead us toward more equitable development processes, and I have concerns about that. So that's my full comment. Thanks for being on the most longest meeting ever, by the way. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Billy. I hope that hour in the real world was good.
Oh yeah.
We're going to close this public hearing, commissioners. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak. I see a couple raised. We'll start with Commissioner Al-Turk.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this is a question to Don. The main concern I had last time was that there wasn't going to be a public process for development agreements, and it seems like you have addressed that in the text of this what you've presented to us today. So is Jim Anthony correct in saying that any development agreement would have to go through the same process, same notification processes that we've had for all the cases that we've had tonight, which is a text amendment or a zoning change?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner. This is Don O'Toole from the City Attorney's Office. The answer to that question is yes, additional procedure has been put into this UDO text, but as Mr. Anthony said, under the development agreement statute, a development agreement that affected zoning would still have to be considered by the Planning Commission. So just under the statutory language, if it touches zoning, I would argue that it would have had to have come to the Planning Commission based on the statute.
But I guess, can you help me understand section 1.12C? So I mean, here it says a public hearing by the Planning Commission shall be required for any development agreement that proposes modification to this ordinance or associated with a zoning map change.
Right. And that's actually language that the planners came up with. And I think that's consistent with the statute. So if the development agreement is affecting a UDO provision, then that development agreement would have to be presented to the Planning Commission for comment.
Okay, thank you. I will wait to see what other commissioners have to say. I think that addresses some of my concerns from last time. And I'm still on the fence, but I'm leaning towards supporting it. But I'll wait to hear what others say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Amendolia.
Thank you, Chair Busby. That actually helped answer the first, or my only question. And mostly I have a concern with this proposal. And I just personally do not like the framing of it. I understand that proposed developments can raise new issues and bring up gaps in our UDO that need to be addressed. And I welcome that. However, to me, this was not framed as we want to do this development. And this proposal brought up a new issue and we looked for solutions for it and found one. To me, it was framed as a developer wants to do this thing, and so we're going to create this proposal so that they can do that thing. I don't think that's the way we should be amending our UDO. And I definitely don't think that we should be doing it in such a quick fashion with so little community engagement. I know we received lots of emails over the past few days about this proposal. I think it's been 2 or 3 weeks since we first received this proposal. I would like to see more people in the community get to interact with it and talk to staff about it and understand what it does and what it means for the future of Durham, especially because it has the potential to have so much influence and change policy decisions in substantive ways. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Durkin?
I am also inclined to support this. I think it's a tool that we don't currently have to extract more commitments from a developer. I think that people aren't looking, you should look at it both ways, but I don't think we've discussed the benefits of this in terms of giving the city a tool to actually get more from a developer beyond what's committed on the face of a development plan, which are often design related or tree coverage, which are all important, but the development agreement actually lets the city go into a lot more detail about things like affordable housing or certain aspects of the development. And I think having more tools rather than less is better. And it's also already permitted by state law. So this is codifying that. And I think Commissioner Miller, last time we talked about this, said that he was leaning towards no, but it was just kind of a protest vote, for lack of a better term, at 11:36. So I'm gonna vote yes for this, unless someone really changes my mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still deeply concerned about development agreements. We currently have a zoning code, a UDO, that applies to everybody equally. We have a process that is predictable, that gives everybody access. Even that process is problematic for a large segment of the community that isn't part of the development community, that doesn't make money off the process, that doesn't have attorneys and doesn't have land planners and doesn't have engineers and doesn't have lobbyists. Even we had a lobbyist speak today in favor of a proposal. And it just seems to me that in the same meeting where we listen to dozens of people from the community talk about their ability to what a struggle it is to participate on any kind of equal footing, and then to be sympathetic to that, and then turn around and consider a proposal that allows the developer not only to get favorable treatment, but essentially to write his own code and then get it locked in for a period of time with no particular criteria for why it's happening. And I appreciate that the staff made it a little bit better procedurally, but development agreements don't necessarily just affect zoning rules. They can be for a whole bunch of things. If a developer didn't want to change the zoning, but wanted to lock it in for a period of time, that would be a development agreement that would never come to the Planning Commission. It would have to have a public hearing in front of the City Council or Board of Commissioners, but it wouldn't come to us. That would be a reduction in public transparency and public procedures. But essentially, the real problem with development agreements is by the time any of the process starts, the city, through its departments and department heads and its manager, and maybe even elected officials, have been working with a developer essentially to cut a deal. They may not have inked it, but they get it all ready. They make their handshake commitments, and then they start the process of public engagement. By then, the city is deeply committed, and transparency has been robbed. People won't know that it's going on. Even if the city's not keeping it a secret, it is so hard to know and understand what's happening. By the time it appears as a numbered case and gets noticed, by then the decision is essentially made. And public engagement at that process is window dressing. It is anti-democratic. It is making separate laws for people based upon what they can offer. It doesn't let everybody have equal access and an equal say. I would feel differently. I mean, and I'm still struck, and I know the staff disagrees with me, that the justification for development agreements in the statute that allows them envisions them that they are for great big projects that will take a long time to develop out. The kind of thing that once happened before the last recession. But now they don't happen so much. Now lenders say, if you can't get in and out of this property in 2.5 years, you're not getting any money from us. I just don't see. Durham did a remarkable thing in 2006 when it adopted the UDO and said, in this city, no special deals, no zoning by deal, no development agreements. And of course, the statute allows us to do it anyway, as Aaron said. But we came out and said, as a matter of policy and in our UDO, not here. Here, democracy is what matters. Here, everybody has an equal say. And I hate to undo that. And I point out even the process of getting this text amendment to us to this point has involved some of this. Because out there now, there is a zoning case that we have not seen, that if I understand what has been said, is actually a case using a UDO provision called fast tracking, which shortens the amount of time for public engagement and our involvement. And that this, in order to be able for the city to get what it wants out of that rezoning, people in various departments and what have you have decided we need to have this text amendment catch up to it so that it can all be adopted in time. It's a perfect example of why this is a lousy way of doing business. Again, if we had something in here that said it had to be for projects no smaller than a certain size, and that the duration of the lock-in is no longer than a certain maximum period, and if we could, as Ms. Pless pointed out, say, define the scope, we will only use development agreements when for this, this, or this, for these city policies and goals that are so important, we're willing to bend or break the rules, then I might consider it. At least we could have a debate upon when they're going to be used. But essentially what we're talking about now is we could have a development agreement for everything as a way of getting everything organized just the way you want it, and then doing public engagement, again, as window dressing, as a box to be checked. If we meant what we were saying when we considered the two cases that involve Bragtown about equitable development, where the people reach out and grab hold of the system and become a part of it, then we can't support this. And all those emails that we received from Bragtown, every time we received one of them, I kept thinking, and at the same meeting, whatever it is these people think we're going to give them, we're going to take away when their case is over and they go home. I can't support this, and I'm sorry if it messes up a fast track zoning case somewhere on Farrington Road that has some prospect of affordable housing or a land grant, a grant of land to the city. Think of another way to do it, but the cost, in my opinion, in public trust and in democracy is too high, and I'll be voting no.
Commissioner Baker?
Yeah, I just had one quick question, which was on page 3, Planning Commission shall have the ability to review and provide recommendations. Does that also include the ability to delay an item, as we typically can, for up to 3 cycles? Whoever can answer that.
Yeah, I assume that's a staff question.
Yeah, this is Scott Whitman. So our intent was to mirror the zoning regulations. So if that's not clear in there, we will make that clear that you can continue it for 3 cycles.
Okay. Yeah, when this came before us the last time, I was uncomfortable with the language. I was uncomfortable with 2 aspects of the language. First, that unless it was connected to a rezoning case, it wouldn't have to come before us, and that was concerning to me. The other thing was the sort of unlimited scope of what this could be used for. I really only see the value of this for what is planned to be used for this case that has been described to us, which is for dedication of land, because we can get affordable housing through other methods. So really for dedication of land for affordable housing and for affordable housing in general. So I think I would have liked to have seen limitation of scope just for affordable housing. That would have definitely made me comfortable. The way it is now, it's a very broad scope. I see this as a potentially useful tool, and it's exactly that. It's a tool. I think that it's a tool that functions within the existing system. So a lot of the things that Billy D brought up and that Commissioner Miller brought up and Austin, they're concerns, and I think that working within the system embodied by those concerns can provide heartburn to members of the community and me and other members of the commission. So I'm actually undecided on this right now, and I want to hear if anybody else has anything else to say. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to make a game time decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson, if your hand was raised, if you want to speak, you can come off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was talking to myself, obviously. So I'll try to be quick here. So I'm more on the fence because I don't know how to articulate this. So let me be brief, but try to get my point out. So I agree with Mr. Durkin in that this can be a useful tool. And then on the other side, I agree with Commissioner Miller in that, this looks to be a approach to get basically from a developer to get something particular done. So in trying to reconcile that, it seems that based on the information we've been provided, that if we were to vote no to this, like this tool still exists because it's still available to be used to some degree by city county leadership. From a personal standpoint, so I have done work with clients in which we have entered a development agreement. But what happened was that it had to be approved to be able to go forward and pursue a RDA versus this being done and then it becomes public. So I guess my issue is that from the public input standpoint, Mr. Miller is right in that, a private developer, like, I guess the logic is that they would start with the public outreach and then go and do the back door, but we know that's not how it works. So right now it's like a private developer or whatever, they're going to go and do their checks and balances before the public knows something either way. So I would rather the process that I'm familiar with in that there's a public, like city council meeting or whatever it is, that the public is aware that a RDA is going to be negotiated between the city or the county or whoever and the developer, and then they have some idea of what the tool can be used to get that, say, we can't demand from our purchase here. And so that gets me a little more tentative about supporting this here, in the sense that that's not what this is accomplishing, essentially. And so I am more prone to vote against this because we're really not taking anything away from city leadership. If they wanted to do it, they can do it anyway. And that still kind of gets to Commissioner Durkin's point of that it can be a useful tool if it needed to be, utilized to get something done. So in saying all that, I'm inclined to not vote in favor of it because I don't feel like we're really like cutting off a leg or arm here. But at the same time, I do recognize the usefulness that it can serve as a tool, and I don't necessarily think that we lose that completely by wanting more out of this in regards to ensuring that the public has more confidence in how this would be used. So hopefully some of that makes some sense.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I don't see other hands raised. I'm just going to let folks know that I think this is much, much improved. I really appreciate the time the staff put into this. I keep coming back to what Commissioner Amendolia said at the very beginning, and I agree with him, is that this in itself is a rushed process, and I understand why it is, but I'm not going to. Process matters to me, and so I am planning to vote no, even though I recognize this is much improved. Uh, but I think these ideas need time, and we need time for the public to digest them and understand them. And 2 meetings in a row at late nights is not the process that I believe deserves a yes vote. So I plan to vote no at the appropriate time. Commissioner Morgan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Is it possible that we could postpone this, or do we have any option to delay the vote on this to give staff more time to work on this and to get more public input?
Is there a staff person you'd like to direct that towards?
Sure. Go ahead, Scott.
You, you are by statute allowed to continue this for 2 more cycles. Ever just be aware that that would effectively kill the zoning change that City Council just adopted a expedited review for.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, I see no one else asking to speak. I would look for a motion at this time.
Chair Busby?
Yes.
I move that we send case TC 2000003 forward to the elected bodies with a favorable recommendation.
Second, Commissioner Johnson.
Moved by Commissioner Alturk and seconded by Commissioner Johnson. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Commissioner Alturk,
No.
Commissioner Amendolia,
No.
Commissioner Baker,
No.
Chair Busby,
No.
Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Landfried,
No.
Commissioner Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner McIver,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Miller,
You're on mute.
No.
Commissioner Morgan,
No.
Commissioner Santiago,
No.
Commissioner Williams.
No.
Okay, the motion fails 4 to 10.
Thank you. That's our final item. I do want just, if commissioners can hold on for just one more moment. Number one, I want to thank the staff for just sticking with us, and you're working really hard and we really appreciate it. But just thank you all for everything you're doing. These are long, long meetings and they're happening a lot and they're not just with us. So we really, really appreciate that. And then in appreciation, Commissioner Santiago, as you may have seen, I want to make sure you did see the email. Commissioner Santiago, this is his final meeting. He is not only leaving the commission, he is leaving Durham County, but we really appreciate your service, Commissioner Santiago, and we're going to miss you and hope you will come back and so we can recognize you. But the floor is yours for any send-off comments.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's been a little over a year now on the commission. I've certainly learned a lot. I came on in a very interesting time with EHC, and I really appreciate having observed everything that everyone on this commission has said over that period. I've learned a lot in terms of what to think about and how to think about these cases, things I just didn't think about before. So that's something I'm definitely gonna carry on with me. I'll still be working in Durham and in development and all that stuff. So I'm sure I'll still be aware of everything going on in the planning commission. So it'll still be interesting to see it from a different viewpoint now. But again, I appreciate the opportunity, and yeah, thank you.
All the best.
Yeah, thanks again. Ms. Smith, any final items for this evening?
No, just wanted to thank Commissioner Santiago for his service, and also thank you were thanking the staff for all that they do, but we have staff that are behind the scenes that you never see during these meetings that are working hard. I mean, if it wasn't for them, we couldn't have these meetings. So I just want to make sure they know they're included, just because we don't see their faces. And anyone that has not responded to me about the meeting on September 22nd, if you would please, my email may have gotten lost in the flood of emails that you were receiving, and so I totally understand, and I don't take that personally. I will follow up tomorrow and ask everyone again. There's a few of you that have gotten back with me, but definitely I haven't even heard back from half of the commission yet, so I'll follow up tomorrow. That's all I have.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're meeting again on August 25th, and then we have our regular meeting on September 15th, and then we're trying to figure out if we can meet on September 22nd, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave that as Commissioner Santiago's parting comment too.
Mr. Chair, I have a question concerning our vote in TC 19 quadruple 04. That vote was reported out as 10-3, but I believe all 14 of us are here. Can somebody explain how that happened?
No, 10 on 10. Well, let's see. Hold on. Oh, it was 11. You're correct. It was 11-3.
All right. Thank you.
You're right. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Be well. This meeting's adjourned. 4 minutes till midnight.
Good night.